sub who's not even from
Hello
the
guys,
region, I really
welcome
think
to
this
post
is
party भाई.
not going to be
आज
super
होने वाला भाई
difficult
D1
for T1.
खेलने
It's
वाला
there
है
to
D1.
lose.
Yeah, absolutely. They have more pressure because they know that at least into this matchup they are the favorite team, but also there's Demon 1 on the other side, so it's kind of like a 50-50 depending on how you look at it. I feel like it's going to come down to, you know, Demon 1 was saying it when you were talking to him, if they're going to change things, if they're going to keep the same, or is it only going to be him filling what Bukashri was doing, or is it going to be something completely different?
I just think for me, DRG, they would have to have a live performance to be able to take down T1. I do think T1 probably the favorites. And you mentioned DH. How do we feel about DH? I am a big fan of DH.
एक मिनट देने में आया.
He's been an injection of life to this team. Again, he's been a ton of fun to watch. Joins the squad for stage 2, and he's been exactly what the team needs. I think, you know, we had this conversation a little bit day one when it comes to rookies debuting on this stage where everything has a little extra shimmer of black and gold and how blinding that can be. But for him, I think this is going to be a really big test as you think about his career development in the long term, and then also today.
I like the way that not only he's finding some opportunities by himself, and that's what makes him so good for some of the matches that we saw in Pacific, but also the way that in the late rounds you see him and Meteor, the way that they're playing together for these post plans is so good. And that's, you know, you have DH that is, you know, internationally we haven't seen him yet, but he's incredible. And you have Meteor, a player that you know so well, and you know how incredible he's mechanically is. You're set up for success.
I'm not being funny, but I don't think a Korean rookie has ever failed us at the global stage.
Yeah.
Every time a team has brought in a Korean rookie like Caron, whoever else, every single time they come to a tournament, they are just silver. They're just ridiculously good. And I have full faith in DH. But my question is, Dan, when were you going to tell us that you were playing for T1?
Yeah.
This is your initials, no? You're DH.
Yeah, my initials are DH. Yeah. That was the first thing that I thought when I saw him, and then we might not play the same. There might be a slight difference, but you know, it's okay.
Tiny, yeah, agent pool maybe, you know.
Just that though.
Just a tiny
Skill
bit
level,
of difference. Yeah,
we're good.
I do think there's a lot to be said about the structure that T1 have for DH. You know, we were talking about it a little bit earlier. You've got Meteor, you've got Buzz, you've got
Neon, Cypher, and Clove. As you do.
Right,
Yeah,
perfectly normal.
Why not? Perfectly normal. But what is perfectly normal, of course, is Buzz coming back for his 5th Champs tournament. Mika Fabs had a chance to catch up with him before today's game.
Mika and Bella here with Buzz of T1. Hello, Buzz. Now, I'm not sure how long the team has had to prepare for DRG's newest member, but I'm curious, what do you think T1 has in the bank in order to slay this demon?
이제 DRG의 새로운 얼굴, 익숙하지만 새로운 멤버가 합류하게 됐는데 K-pop 디몬 헌터가 되기 위해 T1이 어떤 준비를 했는지 듣고 싶습니다. You got that?
Oh, K-pop Demon Hunter.
일단은 뭐 저희가 DRG 말고 다른 팀들도 많이 이겨야 되기 때문에 특별하게 준비한 건 없고요. 디몬 헌터스도 좋지만 용을 잡는 멋진 용사가 되도록 하겠습니다.
Well, we prepped for everyone that's here at Jam, so we don't have a specific plan for DRG. But hey, you know, it's good to be a demon slayer. It's good to be a demon hunter. But you know, we root higher. We aim for higher. We're gonna be some dragon slayers, he said.
All right. Well, eager to see you go up, up, and up. Right. Good luck.
That interview was golden, and Buzz, maybe he could be your idol. Who
Gotta
knows?
be golden.
Yeah, gotta be golden. Doug is like
I think
on
that was a
another
reference
planet.
that I missed.
You've never seen K-pop Demon Hunters?
No. But I did know it was a reference. I just
Okay.
Doesn't
missed
count.
it. Does that
Doesn't count.
help at
Yeah.
all?
Nope.
After tomorrow, we have a day off, so we'll know what we'll be doing with
Yeah.
Doug. We're going to watch K-pop Demon Hunters. But we talk about veterans. I can't believe we could even have a conversation about veterans, Doug, without Stacks.
The original mouse kiss. He has been around from the very beginning, and you're right. When you think about veterans, maybe he does go a little under the radar, right?
Yeah,
You think
massively.
about Meteor, you think about
Demon 1?
you
almost.
think about King Buzz, and then you go, oh yeah, Stacks. Holy smokes, Stacks. He's been a rock for what feels like almost every team he's been on, and I think he has the potential to be an X Factor if and when those other pieces may not be delivering.
Yeah, and let's be honest, if there's anyone that's not going to be bothered at all about who is stepping in on the other side, you know, a world champ, whoever you want, it's Stacks, Dan.
Yeah.
He doesn't care. He's going to be doing his thing no matter who it is.
Yeah, and he's played so many international events. He's played so many matches. He doesn't care who he's playing against on the
Yeah.
other side. I feel like he's just such an incredible leader, and it's something that you see in his face, the way that he's celebrating the rounds, the way that he's sometimes struggling a little bit, and he's honest about things that are going wrong in the team, things that he might have, you know, made, and you know, if he made a mistake or not. He's just so cool, and I'm so happy that we get to see him in this event.
Wait, I'm actually pissed at us that we've missed like the aura clout battle between these two teams. We talk
so
about
right.
we talk about like the fried chicken bit. We talk about the mouse kiss, and then we talk about Demon 1 standing on the
you're so
desk.
right.
Like, forget about defaulting and macros and side execs and layering
just aura.
utility. Yeah, I just want an aura clash between these two teams.
And you perfectly segued there
Thank
for the
you.
MasterCard fan poll, because it's time for the result. Earlier, we asked which of the Group D teams you think has the most aura. The results are in, and you guys said G2 with 45% of the vote, T1 with 22, Heretics with 17, and DRG only managing to get 16 despite
That
adding
makes no
Demon
sense.
1.
That makes no sense.
I also don't think people have seen the way that like Nick, also Spearsy 1, they all have aura. They all do.
Not only
Yeah.
Demon 1, but have you seen their hair colors?
Oh,
that's aura by itself.
They
Like,
need to pick you up. That's like the kind of
yes,
team
I
you
know.
need to join.
I know, exactly. I saw it and I'm like, this is my team. What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking about G2 winning, and I thought, well, I don't know. And then I remembered they walk onto the stage with Oakleys, and they're decked out in Polo Ralph Lauren the whole time.
No, but they have
like,
aura.
Yeah,
Try
that's
hard.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Especially
try
now.
hard.
because can I
Try
tell
hard.
you, I try walking out onto something like that, dressed like that, I look dumb. They look awesome. It's crazy. I don't get it.
I think I love G2, but I also love rage baiting. They're like, yeah, they're tryhards, you know, like they don't have the natural aura. But what do I know? Because if we look at predictions, I had a bit of a stinker yesterday. I was 2-0 and then 2-2. But it looks like there is way more DRG believers than Heretics
Yeah.
believers, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, we're gonna have some separation today. I think, at least for me, I can't speak for my peers. I just like to see the world burn sometimes.
Okay.
And so I'm all for a little silly, and that's the
Wait,
reason
did you
for
put
my
Heretics?
DRG.
Wait, what?
No, the DRG pick.
Oh, okay, okay.
G2's.
Okay.
That's not.
Making sure.
I'm not dumb.
Oh, yeah, because they definitely did so well against Heretics back in Masters Shanghai. Yeah, same roster, by the way. Anyway, carry on.
I just think this one was honestly such a hard one.
यार लेकिन ये क्या कहते हैं
I think
Demon 1 की
I'm gonna go with
है
I'm gonna go
उसमें।
with T1, but I'm a little scared. I'm scared.
Okay, yeah.
I'm
you
going
went
back
on
and
the
forth.
graphic.
Yeah, I'm going back and forth.
What about the second match? So T1 for the first one?
G2.
G2 for
Obviously,
the second one?
G2.
What do you mean obvious? You're talking to me.
Exactly.
Do you feel the rage, babe?
Oh,
do you feel it?
goddamn.
It's happening.
I actually do feel it. This is how it feels. But this tournament has been full of surprises so far. Who will survive from Group D? There's only one way to find out. It's time to kick off day 3 of Valorant Champions Paris.
Every time we see the big stage, we know that that's where we belong.
The feeling of people in the crowd cheering for you, there's really nothing that compares to it.
I've been at the highest of the high, lowest of the low. I've seen what being a world champ feels like. I've seen what not being able to win anything feels like. But now I'm back, feeling the best I've ever felt in my life. It's Paris now. We're champs.
We last faced G2 in Shanghai. It's been a pretty long time since then. We've learned a lot, and I hope all of those learnings lead up to champs.
Going against Team Heretics.
Even going to win this.
I'm ready to play this
But
tournament
मुझे बताओ क्या लग रहा है?
I was a world champ.
Even
I was
तो जीत के
unstoppable.
confirm है. मेरे को भी
I'm
ऐसा
ready
लग
to be
रहा है.
unstoppable again.
ठीक है ना?
My dream ever
थोड़ा
since
Demon 1 से मुझे
starting
भरोसा है.
Valorant was to win champs. And I'm gonna do everything I can
मतलब मैं उसे
to
पसंद
make
करता
that
हूँ मतलब
goal
कि
a reality.
फेवरेट है वो मेरा. तो हो सकता है ये जीत जाए. मतलब कि आसानी से हारेंगे नहीं ये.
It would mean everything to me.
EG are your Valorant World Champions!
I did it once, and doing it again would be even a greater achievement. I would say T1 are pretty strong. They have really good aim.
뭐 일단 저희가 어떻게 하는지 대회를 보였으면 다 아시겠지만 저희가 일단은 조금 재밌는 팀이고요. 그리고 이번 챔스를 위해서 준비를 엄청 많이 했어가지고
I always give my 110 effort to be the best I possibly can.
Even
All your time
founding
goes
the
into
jar or
it. You
damn
work on your craft. You make sure
crazy.
you're not making the same
Oh,
mistakes.
oh भाई साहब.
And I literally sacrificed my whole
तो
entire
T1
soul
पहले
to
क्या
be
खेलती
here.
थी? जैसे कौन-कौन से गेम्स में है ये T1 के प्लेयर?
우린 방콕에서 이미 우승으로 증명했었고 T1은 정상을 쫓는 팀이 아니라 정상에 있는 팀입니다.
आपको Demon 1 कैसा लगता है? Guts.
T1 already have a title this year. It's time to see if they can kickstart their journey of winning the one that
And
matters
they
the
play
most. But
penalty
talk
of
about return of the
competitive
king.
games
Demon
like
1 is on stage.
yeah,
I don't know about you guys, but I'm
PUBG,
getting
League of
goosebumps
Legends,
seeing
Dota,
him playing
etc.
again,
Oh.
just in general.
The aura that we talked about from the
अच्छा,
beginning,
पहला
I'm
Lotus.
so excited to see him play and
क्या जी ने
exactly
लिया
how he's
sunset?
going to be feeling for this side of Dragon Render Gaming. As we get to see the maps too, this map of Lotus, they played so many times.
देखो Lotus
Yeah,
map
I mean,
होगा
the
पहला.
Sunset Dog, as you rightly said, this is something that we were definitely going to see today. But
T1 ने ऐसे ये लिया है तो मतलब हो सकता है T1 फाड़ दे.
it ain't too bad for DRG.
Yeah, when I look at this
Lotus map
pick
थोड़ा वैसा ही
phase,
है.
I'm inclined to think that they won that
Yeah?
part of the game.
Why?
I think they won it in a pretty meaningful way. We talked about how successful, I mean, both these teams are at Sunset, but DRG are no slouches on it. I think DRG love to 1-4.
Lotus में
on
क्या है
Lotus
attack
a lot.
बहुत
They
weak
leave
रहता है.
previously Vukashu on an island and let him contact and make sure, at least on the attack side, there's nobody taking aggro space. And then they play around his timings and around his space style. I imagine they're going to do a bit of the same. And then Ascent is a really fun map too. I love the way they play it. Yeah, I look at this and I go, T1 might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Talking a little bit about that map of Lotus too, one thing that catches my attention is that not only do they play a lot of those 4-1s, but they play a lot of 5-man hits where they have 2 sets of utility. If that first side hit doesn't work, they're going to have that second round of utility to make it work out. But it makes it a lot harder for the post plan, so that can be an opportunity for T1 to capitalize from that. I still feel like, yeah, there's a good chance for DRG here, especially if they get the map 1.
And you might look at Lotus and go, well, hang on, they're
भाई कोई भरोसा नहीं कर रहा है DRG पे, कोई
statistically,
भरोसा नहीं कर रहा भाई.
numbers, and you go, oh, it's only a 50% win rate. That's not very good. They're 4-4.
सब
Two of
सब
those
यही
losses
कह
were
रहे हैं
to
कि
Billy Gillen.
DRG
Two
ढंग
of
से
those
खेलेगा,
losses came in the
मतलब
last,
परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाएगा.
what, week
बन
or
के आगे.
so to the number 1 team
लेकिन मुझे
that's coming in from that
अंदर
region.
से एक
So
वो आ रहा है feeling.
those are fake
बढ़िया तो
numbers.
खेलेगी
But
भाई ये
also,
DRG.
out of the
कैसा लग
9
रहा है?
matches that they played in
Okay,
China,
let's see.
8 times they played this map of Lotus. It's insane.
अरे
Even if they were not winning
मैं ये
it every
Demon
single
1 की वजह से
time,
कह
it
रहा
just
हूँ
shows
ऐसा.
how much practice they have on this map.
And this is the thing, you know, DRG, they know Sunset is coming. T1, they know Lotus are coming. If they don't take it away, it will get played today. It has been one of the few weak points for T1. But comps-wise on the other side, you're going to see Ackerman on Neon. But don't assume this is what he plays for the rest of the series. Because if he wants to whip out a Clove or a Cypher,
China
just
versus
because
South
why
Korea.
not, he will. But how about Demon 1? Do we
और
expect
Chinese
him to
player
just
तो
one for
वैसे
one
भी
Cypher?
अच्छे होते हैं काफी.
I do. I
ऐसे game
genuinely
में.
do.
Yeah, because of the time that they had
China
to
के
together
player
to
काफी
prepare
बढ़िया रहते
together,
हैं.
I think that makes
काफी
the most sense. I just want to see if he's able to actually perform with this Cypher, kind of playing by himself the way that Vukashu used to do.
T1 का मैंने
Yeah,
last
I
match
think
भी
it's
देखा
the
था.
two things I was mentioning earlier, and you said it exceptionally well, Dan. They didn't have a ton of time to change things, and so how are you can't really revamp your entire structure over what, a week, maybe 2 weeks, and then you consider travel, this, that, and the other. But so that's problem number 1. Number 2 is I do think it's probably the best way to slot him in. It's the in my opinion, one of the easiest transitions. You go out there, we're putting you on an island. Either they're going to bully you or you're going to be a dog, right? That's kind of what it comes down to for him.
Especially considering he was talking about, you know, comms issues and having to warm up.
Demon
into
is
that
a good player.
environment. You don't want to put him on an agent where he needs to give that much info. You want to just let him be.
Right, or timings.
हाँ,
Timings becomes a
वही
headache
मैं
if
भी
you
कह रहा
haven't
हूँ
been
कि ना,
drilling things. You don't really know what
T1
time
को
your
सभी कह रहे हैं
your
क्यों,
duelist
क्योंकि
like to go. If you're the
उसका
initiator
team
or if you're the duelist,
काफी बढ़िया
you're
है.
waiting on your initiator
पहले
utility
ही
hit
जीता
at the
है.
right time, and half a second
मतलब
changes
इसलिए
an
कह रहे
entire
हैं.
hit.
The cool thing about
बाकी
DRG
मैं
is that
इसलिए
they
कह रहा हूँ
remind me
क्योंकि
of, in an egg, they remind me of Cloud9 in the way that they like to play fast. They like to get very aggressive.
No, I'm kidding.
I love Cloud9, so I think it's a great thing. But
आगे
they like to play
जीतेगा
very
तो
fast. They
देखते हैं
like to
अभी
get
game start
messy
हुआ है.
very early into these
कौन
rounds.
जीतता
So
है.
for Demon 1, it feels like there's not a very complicated
let's go.
game plan with multiple layers of things that they have to do that you see, for example, in a team like Fnatic and a team like G2. So it's easy to fill him into this role, playing that Cypher or playing something else, but with a style that you know is going to be just messy for both sides.
I can't believe there's $1 million question that's more than what's Demon 1 going to play, because what on earth are T1 going to play? Do you want to see them do what they were sort of trying to shoehorn earlier, maybe with Chamber being a viable option again on the patch? They could throw that in. What are you guys leaning towards?
I love Chamber, to be honest with you. I think in the right maps, Lotus being one of them, I think he can have a ton of value, especially on the defensive side. But having Buzz on the Yoru, I think Yoru's just too strong.
मुझे तो
to be honest with you, I'd rather not change up any of those things, but we'll see what they decide to go with here.
Wow,
we're looking on the other side. We're truly in a Waylay Yoru era here at Champs. Demon 1 is going to play Vice, and there's a breach.
So this is what I was talking about earlier with DRG. I think we can talk a lot about Mukashu, now Demon 1. But the truth is, I love their Breach Duelist utility.
Yeah, I do, but it's just,
I think they do a really good job at and me, I'm a hater of this combo, but I think they do it exceptionally well. I'm really surprised to see that they put Demon 1 on the Vice instead of the Cypher.
Yeah.
There's a lot more pressure on him, but I think it makes a lot of sense. If you're going into a double duelist comp, it's all about delay.
We've seen a lot of this Waylay play in Growth, for example. We haven't seen it as much, to be honest, on this map of Lotus, especially because Akuman was playing on this Neon instead with the double duelist experience that is constantly on the Yoru. So I want to see also how that plays out alongside Game Valo with the Vice.
Yeah, well, Demon never played the Vice before, so he's a debut for him on this team, back on the global stage. What are we waiting for? Mitch and Tom, send us into game.
Thank you, Yinsu. What a game we've got in front of us. A world champion returning to the international stage, to the champion stage, and trying something new. A man who was criticized as he can play Chamber, but what else can he do? Well, today we get to see the Vice, and for DRG, it's not just a question of domination, it's a question of survival. This squad needs to outlive XLG, and continuing on in that upper bracket, one hell of a way to do it. But they're up against a team who we've seen reach the highest of heights this year. T1 with an international under their belt earlier on. They will not be looking to take their foot off the gas here at Champs.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. They had a huge rise at the beginning of the year. And like many a super team, had a pretty big fall off as well. Now it's whether or not there's a bounce back. Early contact already being taken by DRG. A solid start, pop flash of dreams from Spirit Z1. And while they're already falling back off of it, they love these aggressive starts. They love these front forward plays. Oh, Flexin hasn't fallen all the way back. That's going to give an opportunity. DH with a response. Meteor had a chance. But isn't going to be able to capitalize. It's risky.
Yeah, Spirit Z1 took a risk. It almost paid off as well. DH down to 17 HP, but he gets that deep control towards spawn. It could allow a plan, but in fact, it's going to be a full rotation from T1, using their opponent's spawn to wrap around. But where's the target? One player towards the B site, taken down. DH leaves Stacks all alone. A 1 versus 5 for the Fade. And DRG not looking to split too much. We'll see them retake this together. And I love this composition. I think we saw it yesterday as well, just how powerful the Waylay alongside the Yoru can be. And for DRG, that's only going to enable them to double down on what we've already talked about in that aggressive playstyle.
Do you not believe in the Stacks clutch? Talking about comps. This man in a 1 versus 4. And you were right. Maybe you were right. Yeah, no, that was with me. If he gets the first one, I'm a bit more of a believer, but that wasn't very clean.
Only a 1v3.
Nah. That first one, if he hits that instantly, I'm in. If the second it was like 4 bullets, I'm out.
Well, a solid start coming out from DRG, from Demon 1 as well. He got the double, but a pistol's a pistol. Let's see when the rifles come out.
Lovely. Like, this is the thing with this squad is like, we've already seen it once. With this Yoru combining with Waylay, it's so difficult to play against. It's so you have to be so prepared with this exact composition. And well, I guess the good thing for T1 is they probably have played against it. I imagine they've at least scrimmed a little bit versus their Korean partners over in DRX. But I definitely didn't look prepared for that one. Starting things out on the attack side. Of course, this map, as a choice, it was mentioned by the desk, one that has been played a lot, but recently at least, DRG have had a couple of defeats. And that might be why we've seen the change.
Demon 1, another opening for him, but he's stuck in the corner. T1 looking to pressure. Demon 1 strikes again before eventually falling. Damage from here on out for T1 possible. They look to retrieve the weapon. The Bulldog will be picked up. DH low on ammo, but good enough to take Spirit Z1 down. Akuman, no, cleans up before this gets too spooky. With Flexin on the other side of the map, there will be a weapon lost.
Yeah, it's maybe a little bit more costly than they would have liked, but ultimately not the end of the world coming into things. And I think that's actually the sort of, that was always the interesting talking point coming into this match. What Demon 1 would be doing. Will he be taking up a more aggressive role? Will he be trying it out maybe on the smokes as he has done in the past? But I like the fact they've done the straight swap, because if you've ever watched this squad when they play regionally, Vukashu a lot of the time is on an island. So you have a guy that maybe can't communicate quite as well with the rest of the team. That's fine. He's going to be an anchor player, as you can see right now.
Full aggression from DRG as expected. It's a bloodbath to start with. Only the first falling from Akuman, but Flexin follows. Nick trying to recover. Stacks is grounded! The triple! That's given them a real chance. But the players left only have pistols. Retrieving the weapon is deadly. And Demon 1 versus 2. Buzz low. He's got a chance. A great start to the map already, but this would be something else. And they know exactly where he is. A ghost in hand and a full HP Meteor if he swung that door.
He's done that on purpose, though. He knew he'd be giving the game away. He heard the player taking the orb, and it was almost just bait that I'm going to break this, but then I'm going to retreat back and make you start to question where I've gone. And that's exactly what's happened. Buzz currently keeping an eye back towards mid. Sneaks his way past, but Buzz is just tucked in on the corner. Meteor, normally a safe pair of hands, but the information hasn't yet been garnered on where Demon 1 is going. The problem is Buzz, in the meantime, is wrapping back around. So many angles to clear, would have to check his back. He's going to. He's checked the right angle. Puts it into a 1 versus 1 scenario, but the time has been ticking, and Meteor is just patiently waiting. The timing should work out for him as well. It's a nice attempt, but it's T1 now on the board.
Oh, one hell of a try. And there you're getting to see the caliber of Demon 1, a player who we've seen lift that trophy, and for good reason. But this time around, it's too much to ask. Hell of a hold from Nick, though. They were losing players left, right, and center, and he just comes out, Prowler into a double headshot, and he'd already taken down Izu. And regardless of how this one could have been DRG's, it should have been T1's a bit more convincing, especially 100%. With that start. And that is a costly round coming into the next. If they full invest, they're putting all their credits on the line, and there you go. It's full rifles.
It's going to be this early fight once again. It's already being open. Paranoia had to be used almost immediately, and with the smoke down, it would be risky, but Ackerman's gone down elsewhere. An early fight that has worked out for the side of T1. They are facing off against this early brawl. And for the second time, it looks like they're coming out on top.
Take
away that space taken as we got on board with Meteor. He's on the wrap as they go towards the B site. Deep control up towards heaven as Izu takes another flex and going through the doors out of the round. This was the chance for DRG to break that economy of T1, but T1, they're not letting anything slip. Fighting tooth and nail, every duel going their way, till it's Nick and Demon 1. An ult online early for Demon 1. Nick not far away, but committing them, even committing the rifles into this round from this point forward seems like a mistake, and they have called for the save already. The objective now just to carry these weapons forward, give them a chance, and after what was a shaky round 3, this is a great course correction for T1's economy.
Yeah, I think you're always going to have to keep an eye on Meteor in matches like this. You're talking about an MVP player. Of course, the recent memory will put someone like Forsaken, of course, but Meteor is an incredibly tough player to play against. Seeming though like Nick has woken up on the right side of the bed. Aim has been clean. He's made this one a bit more costly, but still going to be taken out by Stacks. And although it's a round that is a little bit more damaging after how it started for T1, they're not going to mind because they remove every single gun.
Yeah, this was really a make or break round for them on the T1 side, and they played like it. Great control from Meteor, and that's a gap that I don't expect to see DRG leave all too many more times. But with the 3 players committed towards that A site and your Vice setup on C, fortunately, it is just a part of the game.
Yeah, a lot of the time you're going to set up aggressively on A and then go back through. Oh, that's a 1-for-5 headshot. You're going to go back through the double door, or the broken door, sorry, to make your way back into B. But if he does it quickly enough, he is already through. And that's a difficult thing that they'll definitely have to focus on.
It's also your broken door player was Akamon, who went in for that info refract and got shut down, so then you just lost that ability to go back entirely. There's a hiccup. All right then. Not sure what he saw. The Spidey sense is tingling. Good start for T1. They've taken down 1 player. They've left Demon 1 low. That ult from Vice not likely to be used, but where do they go from here? There's no stack to run into. That's the good thing. Regardless of where they go, they've got a relatively favorable fight.
Meteor might be in a little bit of trouble here, but he's not going to be the one going first. And while Flexin is left revealed, blind, not quite stunned. Yeah, he's somehow managed to retreat, and that is going to pull a fairly hefty rotation back from the defensive side. The main thing I'm worrying about right now is that clock. 25 seconds to get onto this site, and he held the line at least a little bit longer. Aftershock trying to deny the plant. Another kill for Spirit Z1, but they are on their last leg, tagged up, and he's managed one more. It's the same position though for Demon 1. Another 1v2.
Now here's where you start. 60 HP, a Sheriff, but if he pops that ult, he's got a real chance. Low HP on Meteor already. Headshot onto Stax could set him up for success, but Stax gets ahead of the problem. 3-2 locked in for T1. But a surprising round as well in terms of how much DRG got done. They had one player towards the A site. He was up close, he was blinded, he was revealed, he was pushed back by the wall, and still, he makes it out of there, ends up drawing blood. That's damage that shouldn't really have been done. And from there, DRG do a great job to just keep trading out these picks. Again, it's not a round they're likely to win, but it's also not a round they're likely to make close with how it started. So, not a bad beginning to this map, but T1 in the lead.
Yeah, and DRG are now actually going to take a relatively early tactical pause. We haven't seen much of them in terms of the buy rounds. It was those first couple, and then not able to get things going after the last two. This will be when they next get back onto the board, and with some fairly hefty ultimates available to play with, you can understand why. The other thing as well is we've talked a lot about this being a map that really likes to be played by one side in DRG 8 times over the last few months with that 50% record. But on the other side of things, although it hasn't been played much, at least a couple of the results I think are quite promising for the side of T1. A dominating victory versus Nongshim with a 10-2 attack side. And then a very close game where they lost in OT to PaperX. So although you might look at this and go, okay, this is DRG's pick, this is, sure they're coming in with a stand-in, but this is their best opportunity. I don't think that T1 are going to be too worried coming into this map. And especially with the start they've had, I'm getting a little bit worried that if we don't get a response soon from DRG, they might just run away with this.
It's always a fear. And one that could be realized as we get back into the game.
They swapped Demon 1's position.
Soon to go up, and indeed, after that pause, the change up, you look at the ults in play for Demon 1, it's a good stoppage. Having his ultimate to work with. But a deep play by Izu is going to get a lot of information. This space wide open, not being fought for. There's the solo site defender spotted, pressured as well, and Izu shuts Demon 1 down. The A site open for business. And DRG forced into the retake. At least they'll have that rolling thunder to work with, but Meteor is going to be a snake in the grass.
Yeah, this is a nasty position that they need to clear.
Nobody
coming in from behind. It would just be this firefight. First one goes his way, but the trade is there quick enough. Plenty of ultimates to play with either side, and in fact, T1 will be the first to throw. They're going to put in that ult to try and slow them down. Rolling Thunder on the other side. Convergence path was being set up, but not yet thrown in. Still held, at least for now, but they need to start finding these kills. Buzz with another. Izu one more. And while he might have used his ult, he'll get one more or back towards it. Nick falls. And that was a very clean round from T1. Much cleaner than any we've seen so far.
Well, in almost every round, DRG have been fighting for that A main space, right? They've been pushing up deep, even in the round where they had pistols. The Sheriff ended up close to the smoke, so of course, Izu's going to put the dimensional drift through, but finding that pick onto Demon 1. Hell, the information might have been enough, but you add in that kill, and the round spirals out of control. You're on the back foot playing the retake. Meteor able to pick off another on the way through, and that's Izu down.
You can kind of understand the thought process on the other side as well for DRG that, okay, we've just taken a pause, maybe they try and adapt. Fast-paced play though from Ackerman. Nice setup to clear out Meteor. He's been a burden, but a quick execution. They know they've lost map control. T1 hit into C.
Not a lot to say about this round for DRG. They've got their pistols and they've been at least making it competitive in the start with that deep A play, but once a push comes to shove for T1, they are ruling this battlefield with the rifles in hand. No chance to even the playing field with Demon 1 falling so early, and well, this one's done and dusted pretty much as it starts. 5-2. You talked about that snowball. We saw DRG call the timeout to try to stop it, but
it's got worse.
It has. It's looked more dominant since that moment.
Well, I guess the other side of things is it also gives Autumn some time to talk, and it seems like, well, at least the round prior against Guns, it was purely based off they managed to find exactly where Demon 1 was. he's been a one-side anchor. The second he was down, it was a very easy take. This round, you're up against pistols, but it's also just the sheer pace at which T1 are reacting. Confident calls coming out of stacks.
लगातार 5 जीत गए भाई ये.
And when he's in flow state, it feels like the rest of the team go with him.
Flexen's fallen early towards that
और
door.
वैसे भी ये T1 का
Been a death sentence.
map है ये.
The dash used to get back out of that A choke point, and T1 with the early fight towards A main. They're not intending to hit here. Noise made with the door open. Azizu tries to distract, puts the decoy through, but the rest of the squad making their way into Demon 1's den. This time, the Vice wall towards B. And although Azizu falls and Meteor, they still have this C hit to rely on. The Thorns are going to divide up the troops a little bit, buy some time, maybe buy a 1v1 for Demon 1, but he backs out as Spirit C1 goes through. The trade, at least, DRG holding on to the advantage.
Well, there is the Steel Garden. Weaponry removed, but it's how fast they can actually get in to deal with this. Immediately, Buzz is going to activate the overdrive. Not affected by that ultimate. Now they have the guns with a convergence path. They're going to trap each other in the corner. It needs to be an instant headshot. Well, it is, but not for the side of T1. Ultimate's committed, but it's definitely worth it to stop that snowball. DRG back on the board after 5 in a row.
Yeah, they do a great job here of dealing with Izu towards A, but not overcommitting on the rotates. Obviously, Demon 1 holding down that position. It's why we've seen him in so many of these clutches. He's the last man alive because he's left on the other side of the map to hold his ground. And although he backed off, there was good reason for it. They knew that having that ult online later is worth far more than him standing his ground for a 1v1 and being traded out. And it ends up pretty much securing them alongside Akaman's committal. 5-3, but that's a round where they have ults to respond after side is taken. Now we'll get to see what happens when they don't and when the Steel Garden's online for Meteor as well.
Again, early control. Buzz been taking this space at a perfect horn thrown through. It makes things so easy. Spirit C1's found 2 though. Oh, just running through. He manages to get a third. A huge round from him individually. Well, the man we've mentioned, that Bangkok MVP, might just get to show us why.
He's got 2 players playing contact off that first. Flexen takes him down, and if he didn't, it would have to be a lightning fast adjustment onto Nick. 5-4. What a response from DRG. What a response from Spirit C1. These Hans from Stacks have been getting away with so much. It feels like they got extra HP. They're just not being broken. What a spray, though, and he steps through the smoke for a bit more. Buzz then trying to reclaim space, reclaim an advantage. With Spirit C1 down, runs straight into Nick, and the round's done. 1 round between them. DRG, they've looked like they're seconds, rounds away from being left in the dust, and yet they're able to come back swinging every time.
Oh, that's going to be our
technical pause.
It is our first. That gives us a little bit more time to talk. No, I think for sure. Like, I was definitely getting a little bit worried, but they still have that confidence. I don't think it ever left, like how aggressively they're willing to swing. I think Ackerman as well, being able to just put himself in such aggressive positions. But this was all about maybe just a little bit of a late smoke coming in from DH, because they were already fully swinging out on the angle. It drops, and that's just that little bit of extra space given to Spirit Z1, and he takes over the round. I also want to give credit to Nick as well, though. But for someone playing a breach, there's a few players that spring to mind. I think we got Rian's coming up later on, who just has that ridiculous aim while playing, that more supportive agent. But it seems like anybody who's walked into this man's crosshair has had a tough day.
Without a doubt, so far he's been holding his ground. I think we've seen signs of life across the board. DRG, it needs to be built on from here, but you spoke about T1, one of the more recent
that little bit more excited. I think right now it's about if DRG can get enough rounds on the defense, I will be confident.
Have this ability to play aggressive early if you want to. We've seen how the util dump works, but also the ability to get out of there after. And when Omen is typically aggroing alongside you, you have the ability to cancel any of those aggressive plays if they're overcommitting. For T1, that means it's difficult to crack the code of initial aggression, and even when you do, it's difficult to capitalize by finding picks. If the race is pushed up and you figure it out and you punish, you're a man or two advantage. Not the case here necessarily, with DRG having a deep tool belt to fall back on. I really like this composition. I think it's growing on me game by game.
Yeah, I think I was somewhat convinced when watching DRX yesterday. Well, we're right back into the action. Again, some early control, and this time, Flexen's been caught trying to push up. A lot of these openers have been going well. Now there is going to be this time the sheer ready and waiting, and that will leave Buzz. I was going to say isolated, but luckily DH got ahead of it.
Yeah, 2 players in, enough of the angles covered. Door almost broken, Buzz in the corner. Ackerman's got a decision ahead of him, and now the information is there. Spirit C1, door is broken for him. He goes back to play with his teammate. 2 on that angle. Buzz needs to be patient, dodges the foe, doesn't dodge the flash, he eats it! And Ackerman and Spirit feed him some bullets alongside. Stacks! He'll only get himself the double. Damn good hold, but it's Demon 1 back in there behind to take the 5-5 scoreline, neck and neck.
Yeah, it's been some real fightbacks in a lot of these rounds. Like I'm thinking the last few that have been won by DRG, it's still T1 getting the opener. Like this early battle that, again, you have the attempted TP through, and it is just patiently watched for. Again, another great horn coming out from Stacks.
कुछ कॉमन से एंगल है जहाँ पे तो अगर मान लो पुश कर देना तो पकड़ लेते हैं तो अलग उनका टीम का
and then they just get swarmed on, not having that control anymore. His position was so much more valuable than the fight that was taken.
5v5.
And well, from a 5-2 lead and things looking pretty bad for DRG, it's again.
Oh man!
Flexen's cursed.
Flexen's been having a really tough time, but that kill I can't even fault him for. Buzz is in there! Spraying down Nick! The spray and slide, okay. We're right back to T1 with dominant rounds. They've given DRG a little bit of slack, but oh, hold on, Spirit C1, we've seen this before. Only the 1 damage onto Stacks, but
Demon हमेशा C खेल रहा है आते अकेला ही बचता बेचारा.
Ackerman could need a drop in the next round, and I think the thought will be to carry this weapon through rather than throw it away on a 1 versus 4. The other problem is there's lots of ultimates for T1, and having those online, if you could bait some out here, would be incredibly valuable. But again, it's just a risk-reward that DRG and Demon 1 are facing.
I'll be honest with you, I don't think I ever want to see a team again where Stacks and Buzz aren't on the same squad. So we had to deal with that for a little while, and the amount of just like sheer confidence that Buzz has running through things when his teammate's putting up utility. Like there have been so many rounds where he has got an opener because a Haunt has caught someone over on DRG, they can't do anything about it, and Buzz has an easy kill. This one, not so much. He just had the read on where that player has been for a few rounds and gets him with the spam. But you could just see the level of confidence that Buzz is playing with right now, and well, it almost feels like I'm not losing this half, I'll win this one myself sort of vibe.
Winning the half at 7-5 certainly looked like it would be a more dominant scoreline, but even that is...
This is... He's seen an arm.
Yeah, I thought it was straight through the smoke. Seeing the arm there is just like, I really feel for Flexen. I don't have the stats on opening duels, but I don't think they're going to look pretty for him.
He was flexing so much his arm went through the smoke.
Yeah, that could be it. And hit with the Joker Serum. 1 round left to play for. Deep play from Izu. But he's wrapping around on B. Spirit C1's going to be dropped in the B site, seen to be wide open. across this wall together. Early on though, Akamat thinking about getting aggressive, but push back with the fade ultimate, standing on the edge of the smoke, thinking about coming through, and he does just to refract this Demon 1, loses in the 1-to-1 trade. They might think C is wide open now. The adjustment being made by T1. They'll close in, and with DH, he's heard the TP, he's got the timing, and it's a free pick back to a 2v2.
That's such an important kill. The youngster from the T1 Academy who has started to light up the world just as many young players from Pacific have done. But now he sits alongside, and he's given the info over. Buzz now knows that they are sat at the back, but it's whether or not they're expecting this Rolling Thunder to come through. It doesn't seem like he's going to pop the ult, but he's already been wrecked. It's left onto DH, and they know exactly where he is. Needs to try and deliver the clutch, and he has managed to put it back into the 1 versus 1. The swing coming out from Nick, who's been so good, but playing with his food, just trying to bait him into these fights. And DH will take it. Handing them the L with the Red Bull clutch.
A masterful play in that 1v2. After the initial pick is taken, he is just running the clock down. Well played from DH. And T1 will lead by 2 as we go into the halftime break.
बुरा नहीं है, हाफ ठीक है। DRG के पास वेले और वो है यूरू है एक्चुअली।
Welcome back as we get into our Coinbase Econ report. I'm excited to see who's going to be highlighted. This was a scrappy first half, Tom.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to be looking at Nick, and I honestly don't mind it. The guy has definitely been causing some serious issues, and it seems like he's been causing them for Izu. It's an absolute nightmare, and a lot of that is him being left alone on those lurks. And I think it's been so important for Nick to be able to sort of pick off that one player so that in their retakes they're not getting backstabbed.
Apparently he's bought 1 Vandal and 3 shorties, fair enough. And dropped over a lot, I suppose. As DRG trail by 2 when we get back into the game. This is going to be an important pistol round, I think. We've already said we expect a good attack side, and it to be only, or even better than what we've seen before. Now that they're bringing in this Waylay alongside the Yoru, how they use it, well, that's very much up to them. One thing I'm looking forward to is Flexen having a bit less pressure towards A main. Yeah. He was being picked off so
60% down का
getting hit by those
you say that as well. He set up right outside A main. And nervous. Although saying that, on the other side of things, it's only Izu who's going to go peeking. That didn't, I'll be honest with you, it didn't seem like the play. It was just, I assume he had a way out of there. Demon 1. Alive and well, it seems, but he will be dealt with by DH. The problem, for T1 at least, is that ace side has fallen.
Yeah, we're talking about double the numbers now. For DRG, they've got the man advantage and then some. They've got the plant, they've got time ticking away on their side. Meteor, if he came through that smoke, 2 players holding him. Has to cover his bases and clear out the rest. DH with his paranoia is good. It's going to catch a player up close. What a shot! Akaman dropped, but he's bought a little bit of it with that stun. And now the spike is really starting to tick fast. They need to make a move. Meteor and DH. It's Meteor through the door to be shut down. The trade was possible and it won't be needed with Nick landing that shot to close out the pistol. 6-7. DRG just one behind.
Yeah, I like the fact that Nick in that scenario doesn't give anything away. Like, safe pair of hands. He just sits behind the box, lets his two teammates go and challenge towards the revolving door, and just basically sits in the corner, so nobody expects him to be there at the end. Solid round coming out for DRG, and an important one at that. As said, I think there's a good opportunity for them building into this. And one thing I want to sort of point out for T1 is obviously in a lot of these cases you're going to have Demon 1 on those lurks. I wonder if that's someone they try and target.
Well, has to be said, Demon 1 having a hell of a game. Been 5 months almost since we saw him play. And that's only at the regional stage over in North Americas. And look at him now, last second substitute coming through, and he's delivering on a roll that we've never seen him play an official on. Well, Flexen's gone down in A main. The story of the game, this time to a classic on range. That's a tough loss early on, but they will punish it pretty heavily.
It's a loss they're used to dealing with.
Yeah, but on the defense, it's a different story attacking without this.
You know, they're playing at range. They don't mind if someone peeks them while they've got the rifles out.
Paranoia is
I would
overrated.
say it's not, yeah, it probably won't affect. There you go, it's all fine. They didn't need him anyway. Hopefully in the next 2 rounds it won't keep happening, but in this case, it's not too bad. For Meteor, any damage would be nice, but it's not going to happen. A very clean round other than Flexen, and they'll be able to come back in with a pretty solid bonus in the next round.
Man, when he goes to sleep tonight, he's just going to see A main on Lotus every time.
That's so absurd. That's a wallbang classic. Killed him there. That probably did about 5 damage.
Yeah, that one's going to sting for sure. But
I think all of them.
Oh, yeah. I think it's compounding. It's like a toxin.
My life on Lotus flashed before my eyes.
It's a short life, at least, from what we've seen.
Yeah,
7-7.
11 times.
DRG tying it up. Decent round in the previous. Good economy. Isu playing aggressive. He'll grab himself the first. Sticks around after the flash. He sticks around a bit too long. The punish is there. T1 start to shift towards the side of the map.
He seems to be allergic to his gate crash. Like most of the time, you're going to see Yoru go out, get a kill, and escape. Especially when your teammate has fallen back. He wants to stick around too much, and in cases where your opponents have weaknesses in their buy, you can't afford to be doing that. Like, these risks are just not worth it. He's 10-13 at the moment. If he was lighting up the server, I could understand, but that now gives an upgrade over to the other side. 4 rifles now in play. And well, they've even lost some of their utility on the B side, that they have to be a lot more careful.
That's a very important piece of utility. Questions in the back of the minds. DRG, there's the gate crash taken for Spirit Z1. In the smoke early, ahead of Stacks, but doesn't catch Meteor coming out. It's down to a 2v2 with Nick's trade. The spike still needs to be planted, but they've got 30 seconds to do so. I believe it's down below, so a little bit of a reroute from Demon 1, but those Thorns should buy them time. Pressure's on Nick when they fade. 2 players coming his way, and it'll be Buzz sliding through again. And Demon 1 in another clutch, and even blinded him by the first. The Buzz, the savior of this round for T1. It's close, but they'll maintain their lead.
Playing against
भाई नियॉन का क्या ही movement था भाई वो.
Like the movement that he has
बंदा trace
is
कैसे
just
करेगा?
absurd. Like even if you get the drop on him, it doesn't feel like it. Well, definitely an opportunity here. As a bonus round goes, it's definitely not bad, but I do feel like, especially in moments like that, they're going to feel a little bit hard done by that they don't manage to take that round home. Nonetheless, you'll see in a moment what damage has already been done to the T1 economy, and on the other side of things, Nick coming in with a rolling thunder. This could be an immediate response from DRG.
Yeah, we talked about how direct they like to play on the defensive side. Well, you got a rolling thunder online. Rifle's just about bought up. This is your time to play that aggressive role. Love that bait. That's beautiful. The refract from Ackerman. We talked about the ability to just get out of those deeper angles. This time the dash not used. Instead, gets rid of that paranoia, burns up Util, and confirms that there was a heavier stack on that side of the map. But after T1 re-cleared the space, they're on the rotate, moving towards this A site where Meteor was left to solo hold, where they were giving up control towards the tree, but now they'll be 3-man stacked up. But they're not here ahead of the push, and Izu goes down alongside stacks. Ackerman was third. They had to rotate. They were here a little bit late, but now they're out of the round. This might have to be a save.
Yeah, I was thinking a lot of what we saw in the defensive half was Ackerman being a one and done. Like, he'd fly in, get a kill, die, and that would be it. Not this round. He's now put himself up right near the top of the board, but there's a lot of contention for that on the DRG side. So many top-level performers for this squad. And I said the danger for T1. The only player surviving in the last round was Buzz. They have no choice but to save. And even if they do save, a full buy in the next round, very unlikely.
Outstriking खाने के लिए ये आए हुए हैं.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the credits there on the players.
हाँ भाई क्या मारा भाई उसने.
Lost their life in that early fight towards A. It's not looking pretty.
ये round उसी के नाम है भाई. ये round
This could be DRG taking the lead, stealing it out from under T1. What an incredibly competitive game we've had so far for DRG. Coming in as an Ascension team, the stakes couldn't be higher. As we said, it's not just about lifting a trophy, about making a deep run, making a name for your org, winning your first map for DRG on the international stage. Especially to a team who've made a last-minute substitute of bringing in one of the best chamber players
and lost one of their best players.
Lost one of their best and put in a man who's never played Vice before. But with Ackerman opening up this round, one of the rifles.
भाई क्या निकालता है भाई ये?
Is it retrievable? It might be stuck on top of the box. That's disastrous if so, leaving Buzz as the only man holding a big gun. They're on the rotate to the C site. Izu and DH already lost. And a lot of the stopping power that you'll see in a buy round doesn't exist here. Okay, the rifle did fall. Thank you, Jack. Not Jack, I'm so used to MEA.
Just give him credit. Why not?
Yeah, thanks, Jack.
Oh, it's a bold play from Buzz.
At
this point, you can understand wanting to try and put the world on his back, but chance for Meteor. Always one of the best with the pistols, but this is definitely a tough ask, and he's the last man standing. Flexing. There he is. Able to get himself a couple. DRG. After what was an incredibly slow start to this game, 5-2 down, now find themselves in the lead on that attack side. And I'll be honest with you, I'm yet to really see much on this defensive side that makes me think the T1 are going to be able to turn this around. It's been fairly comfortable for DRG in the second half.
NVIDIA.
Shout out to Ty, our third-person observer, for this matchup here. Oh, always does a great job. He's already come in, smacked the player Straight in the head, but not with the rifle. Izu down, but DH is delivering. He's found himself a triple before eventually falling. Stacks was there, but Demon deals with him. A shaky start for T1. DH put them right back on winning track, but now it's Meteor, a man who's received his MVP, his acknowledgement on the international scene. Well, he has to take down one of the best at a time.
Oh, that TP was so risky.
Giving it away. Demon 1 against Meteor for the round, for the 10th round for DRG. A nail in the coffin if they lose this for T1. And time being bought, Demon 1 can reposition, but now Meteor's going to do the same, and there's no escape. Demon 1 caught by the ultimate, down to the Sheriff, but he's got the positional advantage. Meteor out of the round. T1 down by 2.
T1 gave me an absolute heart attack there. Clears so many different positions around the A site, but then gambles on his gate crash, and that gamble was definitely not worth it. Almost handed DH at the beginning. It feels like a lifetime ago, the amount of work that he was able to do. And yeah, just a silly mistake, but luckily, Demon 1, top of the server right now, has been a safe pair of hands. Definitely seeming like the stand-in of the century so far. I want Meteor, sure, not a whole lot in this round, but dead within seconds.
The Bucky can be dangerous, but not on a peak like that. Demon 1 spoon-fed that pick. Can DH recover? Oh, he's going to let him fade away on the side. Izu, classic in hand. He's good for 1. Done well. Stacks at least finding another, but it's not enough in a round like this. DH, Stinger in hand. A flank that they don't expect. Remember, they held onto that space towards A-Long for a long time. I don't think they heard that weapon be picked up. He's dodged the flash. This timing could be perfect, but Demon 1's there to greet him. And even if he wasn't, Spirit Z1 should have cleaned up. 11 on the board. DRG, the underdog coming into this in most people's minds. Looking at T1's performance, looking at the substitute they've had to make, looking at the role for Demon 1. They're close to taking this now.
This is the thing, I almost wonder, and it might sound ridiculous, but like Demon 1 going into Bukashu's role, basically, it's much more simple in the aspect of like, we need you to hold this side of the map while we directly hit somewhere. You don't need to focus on setting up utility or like when, for example, when he plays smokes, like putting smokes into position. There's no real reason for him to be caught without his gun, and you put this guy just to frag. Well, he's 18 and 9. He is the top fragger in the whole server right now. It's looking very, very good. I'm sure there's some doubters or hate watchers sat there at home like, no, he's meant to be bad. Well, he's playing in a one trick. He's playing in the Chinese #2 team. He can't be the top fragger in the server. Unsuccessful hate watch so far, I'm sure, for many. But for Demon 1, it's got to be an absolute field day, a return to form. And T1, well, they've hit the panic button. You're 11 to 8 down. You're up against a team with a stand-in. I also just want to add the context of the rest of the group. The other two teams are G2 and Heretics. Obviously, Heretics went on a crazy run last year. Had a bit of a rough patch as of recent. And G2, I don't think they broke a sweat at all in winning Americas. In fact, they subbed in Baby Bay and made him look good.
I'd say he made himself look good, Tom. He's a good player.
Out of the server or in the server?
क्या ही maintain कर रखा है ना ये अपना
Out of the server, I agree.
You're joking.
T1 ने अभी भी इनके बाद ढंग का पाया है भाई.
Well, 11 to 8, and this could very well be the end of T1 if they lose this round, at least in this map. Their pick Sunset up next, so it's not all dire signs. It is definitely a time to be worried if you're from Pacific. Full clearance of this side, but a big shutdown. T1 playing outside of it, setting the trap and springing it just on time. Nick with a double makes this look a bit more doable. The op of Izu on the way, but still miles away. Buzz injects himself onto the site. A chance for him to be isolated, but now the rotates are here. Now the ult's in play. Buzz's swing is perfect. Izu's clearing everything, and they will find this round a much-needed win for T1.
Yeah, I am surprised though with that advantage that we see both the Nightfall and the Dimensional Drift go through. Like they were clearly very worried that round could turn on its head, and honestly, with how some of them have gone, I can kind of understand why. solid openers from DH. And I'll be honest, it's another scenario again where I remember seeing Caron added into Gen G and going, oh, that's someone I don't know very much about. There's this young sort of like ranked player who has been thrown in from the T1 Academy. He has been their best player, and I think maybe you could make an argument for Buzz. I don't think you can make an argument for anyone else.
Oh, Ackerman. He's taking the space yet again. He could fall back, but he doesn't need to. Spirit C1's alongside him. Full control of B site, but it looks like T1 want to fight for it. A delay towards Hobbit. They'll have to wait a moment now with that stun landing, and that's going to get the plant out for DRG. Man advantage for the attackers, but that fades quickly. Nice shot by Izu. Here comes DH and Meteor. The full wrath of T1 unleashed, and no one standing but Nick. 3 more. He's already got 2, but that off is holding tight on the angle. Another round for T1.
B side me level holding
now. This is a hell of an opening map.
Yeah, it looks like they've moved much more towards a retake setup. Like, a lot of those early fights have not been working for them. The risky plays early in the round haven't been paying off. So instead, okay, they lose a man, but then it's just about boxing the players in, not allowing them to have these fast flanks, and then fighting as a team. And if you think back to like the old school Vision Strikers DRX that was run by Stack, they were the best in the world at retaking. They were the best at having a setup, having utility put into play, sending in Buzz or sending in Izu in this case, and it works out for them. So I'm glad that that's the adaptation they've made. Now DRG aren't just going to sit there and let this game slip away. They've got to pause themselves.
Well, I think this is it. You know, at the start from DRG, you have this very oppressive opening duel ability. You fire in your utility, you take that space, and the idea is a lot of the time you're going to be able to punish somebody who's out of position. This is what we saw from this comp up against Team Liquid as well. But once that team starts to play in a way that they're not getting caught by it, they're letting you have the space and fighting for it afterwards. Like you said, that's what T1 are doing here. You need to find that second layer. The thing is, with this composition, you have so many tools on your belt to play with. It's not a...
And ults are building.
There, absolutely. You've got that as well to fall back on, those safety nets that we often talk about, but it's not a composition that only works with one approach. That's why I think it's so valuable. 20 seconds left before the round starts. That off of Izu seems to be putting up a lot of value when it comes to these retakes, because for DRG, taking the space, not having a fight, they have to choose where they battle. And a lot of the time, when they go to swing into that angle to take that little bit of extra control, Izu's waiting there with the op in hand.
Time to jump.
Well, the other thing on the brink for the attack side here is going to be that economy. T1 take this round, and they might even be able to extend into the lead off of it. Again, you see these passive angles being held. The operator brought in for Izu once more just to passively hold A. An already massive group up from the defense on this B site. And elsewhere, just got DH. Jiggle peeking, but has now been smoked off.
Much more defaulty from DRG. Ackerman looking for the fight, spots one and gets out immediately. But eventually they will group up. They had Demon Worm waiting outside of A, but the C site, this is where the hit's coming through. Stun, it's perfect. The TP used, but it doesn't get DH to safety. Spirit C1 still able to pick him up, and now they've got control over C, but it's being fought for. Meteor steps through the smoke, in comes Buzz. The stun landed, but Ackerman gets ahead of it. Flexing from up top. And DRG in a 5v1 all of a sudden. A lot of talk about Izu's operator.
Izu kya kar raha hai yahan pe?
Put him on the board. Put him in the kill feed on the right side of it too, but he'll hope that he's not appearing in that kill feed at all in this round. A save is called, and DRG, as a result, on 12 with 2 chances to close out their map pick here. For a team that came in with a substitute
Omen nikal dena bhai
before an official, they are looking sublime.
Yeah, I think also just this round was a much more deep commitment for T1. What we saw in their last C-site hold was they were both sat back, waiting, one holding onto the cross to try and fight anybody as they dived in. I think DH gets caught there. Like, they use the dimensional drift, spot him, hit him with the stun, and there's no real way out. Izu, he's surely dead. No way he comes out of that one alive, but at least manages the one. This leaves them in quite a bit of trouble. I think both pauses already gone, but more importantly, they are going into what could be the last round of the map with Well, I'd say a stinky buy.
Yeah, it depends where they settle on their investment, but I think no matter what, there will be big weaknesses for T1. And yeah, you know, you got rid of the Rolling Thunder. Dimensional Drift from Spirit Z1, fantastic. DRG don't have as much of a punch to pack in this round in terms of those safety nets, but let's see what T1 can do with this mix. Isu's got one. Buzz on the bucky finds another in this round. Off to a flying start for T1. We thought they'd look weaker, but somehow it's like the cleanest start they've had.
Yeah, it started so weird. Ackerman flying over most of his enemies and then getting caught out, surprised by Isu. A pretty hefty upgrade as well.
Nah, yaar, kahan ja raha hai?
As optimistic. With the spike down, a 1v5.
क्या आप तो spike ही hold करेंगे भाई?
Devil himself to show up to be able to eliminate the rest of these players. I don't think it's going to be happening. And even just damage here might help them out a bit. Instead, though, it's a flawless round. Buzz there to close it, and when T1 looked like they were dead and buried,
भाई खत्म करो यार, draw मत करो भाई. क्या कह रहा हूँ?
Even in the end of the round, time delivery from Stacks is revealed.
Let's go OT. नहीं जा रहा भाई, OT जा रहा ही नहीं है.
A similar role, giving them that info, target selection for Buzz was easy as a result.
जैसे लग रहा है.
And as you said, the fact that Easy was able to get away with that is ridiculous. Great fight, and as well, this is the round that should have seen T1 fade into obscurity. Now, they fight on an even playing field against DRG for the final round of regulation. Overtime possible.
किसी के birthday से केक आया.
For DRG, they're competing for their organization's first win on the international stage. It'll be much harder.
Oh, already a solid start. Buzz has been dealt with. Stacks and Meteor, though, fight back in turn. Stacks wanting to get back in there, but he's got to be careful. Low HP. Demon 1 being revealed. Only has the shorty to play with, but now he gets his all. Looks to take him back.
भाई ये ऐसे मूवमेंट क्यों रुक रहा है? क्या हो गया?
Though has fought in form. They have matched each other man for man. Even still, though.
Demon 1 had spike.
Yeah, look at the position of the spike, getting it back. Is he going to be able to block this? No, it takes more than one to do so, so that's at least the spike back into their hands. I am looking, however, at DH. He's making that read early that this team might just try a move for the A site.
Thing is, though, they're in this 3v2. Playing the retake could have a lot of value. For DH, he has to be very selective about where and when he fights.
30
already
left.
Drop down towards the A site. DRG, they might go to C, though. Making their mind up as we speak. They know they've already taken out the Vice on the other side with Meteor's utility gone, but it will be the A side that's the ultimate target. A sneaky play here from DH, but it all comes down to timing. Nick is walking up on him, but they've decided to leave him 10 seconds. It has to be secured. DH, if he can just drop this spike, it could all be over here, and it's a little late. The spike gets planted, but Nick is left alone. If he doesn't find this pick, they will overwhelm him with numbers, and DH slips away to the tree. Nick against the world. He's had so many big plays. The decoy reveals him. Double! He collapses, but in the end, it's DH taking this across the line, bringing T1 into an overtime, giving them a chance to deny DRG on a map where they look beautiful.
What an absolute mad round. Both teams kicking things off with a Steel Garden. Shorty being the gun of the round. And Nick, well, that was one hell of a try. He was actually stuck in place by a seize that was thrown by a stack. So he gets those first two, probably wants to try and move in that direction, but isn't able to reposition. And DH, once again, spoken about this youngster coming into the squad, replacing who helped bring home a Masters trophy. And right now, he is the best player in the server.
For DRG, They had the lead, they had the chance to close it. But now T1 could be right back to winning ways. On the attack side, guard T1. But look at this stack up from DRG. There's 4 players here. Previously, we've seen them fight tooth and nail for A, and T1 have been keen to take that space when it's given. But now it's a trap that's sprung. Flex him through the door, grabs one before falling. The numbers even. But it's Nick with the pressure on his shoulders again. This time he delivers, but the slide in from Buzz, punished for the 2 versus 1. DH reads that that's the decoy. He might have to jump on Spirit. C1, a 3rd kill. And the TP taken to the other side of the map. A plant and a 1v1. How many clutches has Demon 1v in? But this one, the most important of all.
TP up top. They open the door. So Demon 1 has tried to bait the idea that he is coming from this position, but I feel like it's going to take him so long to go all the way back around. And once that smoke fades, DH will have the idea that this man is no longer in position. In fact, it's such an obscure angle. I don't even know if Demon 1 will expect this at all. And the problem is now that clock is starting to tick, the doubt starting to be in his mind. DH has played it to perfection again. Where have they found this man? A Red Bull clutch to give T1 a shot at map victory.
Don't get me wrong, DH has been playing the game all throughout regulation, but these last 2 rounds, he has hit another level entirely. What a play in the 1v2. Catches both players completely off guard.
बोल रहा है
देखा deliver T1 the lead. 1 round left. They were trailing 12-10 with weak weapons, a Bucky in play, a mixed bag across the board, and they came back in with a dominant win. But DH for 2, giving them the lead, and with a timeout for DRG, the team that looked set to close out this map, it's to set history for their org. Well, now they've got to climb back into the game.
It is funny to think that while we talked about Demon not really playing for the last few months, when he was last playing, it was at least in the Tier 1 over in Americas. For DH, this is a guy who is playing in the Tier 2, and this is his first map on an international stage. I don't know if they're building these like young players in a lab. Like Caron felt like it was just cheating to have someone that good. DH feels exactly the same, but 27-16. He is dragging players like Meteor, Buzz, Stacks, Izu, people who've been there, done that, got the t-shirt. To potentially the first map. Do it again. Buzz within the first seconds of the round is dead.
Ackerman's been so impressive in those opening duels, dashing in. We've seen him do it not that many rounds ago when DRG were on the attack.
Cover going out.
But with that, it looks like they'll still commit to this A site. Demon 1 holding the line. This could be a mistake. There's so many players here. Stacks traded out. DH going to burn the paranoia just to deny the space. Slow them down.
Well, look at the rotation. Everybody's already here.
Do they call for the rotate back? It looks like they will, but the Ops now in position. Holding that. Finding strength in the scars he's been dealt on A main. But they'll still move towards this site. And the numbers are still here for T1. At least they were.
ये DS बढ़िया मारता है भाई.
That really matters is still here.
नहीं ये
he would basically win them overtime if he can somehow hold on to this 35 seconds and decisions are there to be made. Meteor has left his team. I'm surprised they're splitting up. I'm surprised that's the decision.
बढ़िया
DH can't save them. Ackerman.
भाई हो गया फिर OT हो गया भाई हो गया OT.
I'm not sure I agree with that. I think the best case they had was to try to fight it as 2. Now he has to find a 1v4.
There's chances. Now that he's been spotted looking pretty bad. There goes the ultimate on him. Okay, Ackerman will fall, but the spam's through the wall. Even us up to 13-13. Another overtime needed. And for DRG, those opening picks on the attack from Ackerman there. They are everything for this squad.
Well, this is like when I go back to the critique I had of Izu in the defensive half. That's what I'm expecting to see. Like, you get in, get a kill, get out. He has no interest of like trying to double down, try and be a hero. Just get the opener and escape. And that's where I think I've been a force to be reckoned with. Now into that defensive round once again, and it's the same brawl.
Same नहीं करना चाहिए था भाई.
Yeah, T1 though. They sit behind Rubble patiently. Still those 4 players towards this site. T1 making a quick read again. They're giving up that space. What happened last time? It was a trap play with a lot of players in position. Expecting the same here. And although Izu stuck around, he has that gate crash used early this time. Won't make the mistake he did in regulation of giving them the picks. Now Thorns slow this push down. Give a chance for the rotations. Demon 1 won't fall for that spot again. But now they're closing in the distance. Well played to find the first. Spirit C1 from the backside, delivering again. And a 3 versus 2. The defensive round looking likely, but with that coming down, we're back to a 2v2, and T1 have got a plant.
यार वो गलत दे दिया भाई.
Putting themselves
let's see.
Position to turn this round on its head. Have another chance at claiming the victory on their opponent's choice, but Flexin and Nick have an opportunity. The flash is going to slow them down even more. The aftershock not quite finding anything.
भाई क्या angle है भाई.
It is cleared an angle. It has checked the spot, but that time is ticking. They need to get a move on. First contact. Izu gets one, and it is close. But Meteor will make sure that they're the ones that get another chance at victory.
Another match point for DRG. Last time it was a timeout called here. They saw to correct course.
ये भाई ये जो मरा ना ये तीसरा बंदा मरा 3v तक कितना बढ़िया था.
It's going to be a timeout again, Tom, but it's T1 this time taking the breather. Interesting calls. They're in the lead, but they did let it slip a couple of times. So, well, why not?
I think also just this is where you need a cheese round. This is where you need one thing to work for your squad, and then you close out the map. This is the perfect time for the coach to come in, because realistically, if you're a round down, you take a pause, you're basically looking to fix something while you're switching into another half. Like the round you've just lost, it would be irrelevant because you're not playing that side of the map anymore. Now, you're coming in, and it has only been those attack side rounds that have been working for either side. This is what they needed to fix. One defensive round, and this game is over, and the coach earns his money.
One of the big strengths for T1, thinking back on towards the end of regulation, at 12-10 down, they go for this all-out play of aggression towards A main, something that I think we're used to seeing from DRG on the defensive side. We're used to seeing from most teams, but it was getting Buzz into this deep spot, swinging open door, and having just this all-out brawl.
The focal point of that was Stacks. He might be bottom of the board, but the amount of supportive assists that he has had.
His haunts are unreal.
Yeah, they have been...
We are not giving
some
up.
of the best I've ever seen. Like it catches someone every single round. In fact, it catches multiple people most rounds. Looking like it might be slightly different though. You've got Izu set up outside of B. He's got that operator in hand, and they will take that control. But the second they take it, Stacks is immediately back to go and support the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, the honk goes up and no utility as a response. Nobody's seen. It's now time to reinforce this C site, but it might be too late. By the time he gets there, they're already teeing up for the push. DRG straight in, Meteor under pressure. He's surrounded. Stacks comes in to help and finds the first. Lands another. Stacks keeps delivering, and he might have delivered them the win. Nick, on a sliver of health, has to stand off against the op, and even then, even the classic can take him down. 15-13, T1 climb back from what looked like defeat and claim map 1. DRG's pick.
Yeah, what an incredible start to this
बढ़िया
series.
खेला भाई T1 ने बढ़िया खेला.
Feels like it could go
मतलब पहले ही कह रहा था
to
T1
three, but we
जीतेगी.
will have to wait and see. We'll be back with Sunset after the break.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
हाँ भाई, अपन बढ़िया तो बढ़िया टीम तो है भाई, हराना आसान तो ना है। बाकी देखते हैं अब उसका देखते हैं वो कैसा परफॉर्म करती है। हेलो हेलो हेलो, कैसे हो? Hello, how are you? Hello.
Finally, we won. Finally.
कितना टाइम लगेगा और? 2 minutes. Hello, are you there? Hello. जी वैसे देखिए, आपको पता है ये गट्स, ये आने वाला मैप है, ये आज ही ने क्या है? ओ G2 सेकंड है, फर्स्ट कौन है फिर? क्या थी फर्स्ट? भाई आप गैस, अच्छा गैस करूँ, बता रहा हूँ बता रहा हूँ। हाँ वही होगी भाई, T1 ही मान लो। T1 या फिर हाँ T1 या फिर वो क्या कहते हैं पेपर एक्स। तो बताओ, आप ही बताओ, पेपर एक्स या फिर वो T1, उनमें से कोई होगा। दे प्लेड फर्स्ट मैच इन पेरिस। अच्छा 10 वो सेंटिनल 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 not T1, it's not even third. That paper X.
Hey guys, Mika and Bella here with Autumn of T1, and now Autumn, this is DH's first international, and he is popping off. We know back in Pacific that T1 has been preparing him for this very moment with events like T1 Homeground. But talk to us how the team, the Masters Bangkok champions, of course, have been preparing him for this very moment here on the champion stage.
오늘 경기가 DH 선수의 첫 국제전 데뷔이자 챔스 첫 경기였는데 오늘 너무 멋진 경기력을 보여주고 있습니다. 이제 방콕 마스터즈 방콕 우승자인 T1 선수들이 팀으로서 어떤 이야기를 해줬길래 이렇게 잘할 수 있었나요?
사실 팀원들이 그 친구한테 뭐라 해줄 필요가 없이 워낙 큰 무대에서 자신감 있게 할 수 있는 거를 증명했기 때문에 콜업이 된 선수여서 팀원들이 이제 하는 거는 그냥 하던 대로만 해라, 자신감 있게 해라 정도로만 하고.
No idea about RRQ.
Well,
the team
didn't really have anything to tell him because DH was called up. He joined our roster because he was able to perform well, be confident on big stages like this. He was born ready, and I guess the team just said, "Hey, just keep doing what you've been doing," because we all saw how good DH was, and he really proved himself today.
Well, he better keep doing what he's doing. He is a natural. Good luck on the next map. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Like I said before, when has a Korean rookie ever failed us? What a debut for DH here on the global stage. I've got Dan and Doug here with me. Once again, these numbers, Doug, this is ridiculous. And if he keeps doing these, you know, he's going to have a nice time in Paris.
Yeah, I think he's going to do quite fine. The stats are fine.
He
and they're good,
he
and put up really good numbers. But what impressed me most about this kid was how often he was in clutch 1v1 situations, and he was the one winning them out. And he was winning them out against the likes of, it felt like Demon 1 every time. He was constantly in those positions, but
T1 has
stood his ground. He was incredible for T1.
I mean, pretty much the reason why they won this map too in that overtime, when he gets 4 kills as well to secure it, they go into that second one and finally close it out with stacks. DH has been incredible. He was good towards the beginning, and he was good as well to keep T1 alive in this map.
Yeah, cool, calm, and collected too from him. And it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment. And this one goes to what happened on round 8. What a fantastic retake from them. We saw so many of these as well. This wasn't an isolated incident.
No, I think there were really, really good protocols when it came to the retake situation for DRG, and I think this map does this clip does a really good job of doing it. I talked about it yesterday, I believe, not a huge fan of the Waylay, but I love the way they use the Waylay out there in order to take space, and then they swung behind it. I think so oftentimes that can be an issue. You can drop the ult, but you have enough space to boldly, confidently swing out to take those fights, and that's not always how it plays out. So I love the way they play that.
Especially because when you see T1 on the attack, they're very overwhelming. They'd like to take a lot of space, and if that doesn't work towards A side, as we saw multiple times in a row, they pivot very quickly towards B. So this time around, you see how it was a forced retake in a few of those rounds, but it was working out so well for the side of DRG.
Okay, so one of the things I love about international events is seeing the meta change, and this is a wild example of that. Again, not a huge Waylay fan at the beginning, but you've seen a lot of these teams double down on this Waylay flash setup, and you're seeing some of these to perfection on how they love to do it. And so the plan for DRG was either with the Neon or with the Yoru, or with the Breach. This is a great example. You have the Yoru flash, you have the Breach flash, pops up onto half wall and is able to isolate those fights and then gets out. And so as we see the meta develop in this tournament, I think we're going to see a lot more of that. What can you do to get Waylay in a really good spot to take a fight with flash, with setups, this, that, and the other, and then get the heck out of dodge? When you have a numbers advantage like that early in a round, you're set up so well to succeed.
You also see it on attack and some of the things that they were doing, trying to get that space early on towards Mount. And even if he doesn't capitalize with one of those kills, you still see how it forces a lot of that utility from the defense out to work out so well.
Yeah, I think that was the other thing I wanted to touch on. So even if it isn't necessarily a setup, but to get a kill with a Breach flash, a Yoru flash, this, that, and the other, we saw so many times Omen flashes burn because they heard somebody out there, and then TP away. All of a sudden, you've got 4 or 5 rotating back to A when you thought there was more presence. C, the TP for Waylay, and then setting Waylay up to take those fights has been a ton of fun to watch.
My concern is DRG, they did let that slip. You know, when they were 11, 7, 11, 8 up, they should have closed that out. And also, they only won 9 gun rounds. 9! Which is absolutely outrageous given that it went to OT, so I can't wait to see what Nathan D had to say about what happened ahead of map 2.
Guys, Amika and Vera here with Nathan D of DRG. Now, just wanted to get your thoughts on the Yoru and Waylay composition, because the team seems to have a really good understanding on it, especially on that map and especially with the retakes. Was this always the plan, especially with the recent roster adjustments?
想问一下教练，看到你们在队内是拿出了夜路加上幻冷的组合，并且看到你们的理解是非常到位的。那最近队内这一场的发挥在你们的计划之中吗？
我觉得我们今天的发挥的话，其实我是挺满意的。就是我们输掉一些可能残局上的处理，然后围垒的话也是我们打得比较突然一点，给对面一点措手不及的感觉。
Actually, I'm pretty satisfied with all the players' performance today. Like for the Waylay pick, I just want to say we fixed some problems with the former Neon comps. We want to play more aggressive and maybe catch our enemy off guard.
Well, the team is looking good. Hopefully, you bounce back on the next map. Thank you.
one of the other things he was sort of alluding to is that where they lost was in the late rounds. You know, he was like, I'm happy with how he performed, but in the late rounds, there was a difference maker between us and T1, and he's right. But it does get scarier on Sunset. You know, DRG, they really need to step it up.
I do think Sunset's a fun one because both teams are 4-1. Both teams have bested the best teams in their respective regions on this map. So you've got DRG, who's able to walk away with 2 wins against Billy, and then you've got T1, who's bested RRQ on Sunset twice. So these are strengths for both teams. I'm curious about what the heck is Demon 1 gonna play? And do they double down, which I think they will. I mean, I'm inclined to believe they will. Do they double down on this Flash Waylay situation? I think Sunset kind of lends itself to it a little bit more, to be honest.
If it helps, Demon 1 has only ever played Raze and Jet on Sunset, and nothing else.
Don't think he'll be playing either of those this time.
Yeah, let's take a look at Agent Select now and see where we are going to go with this. It's Cypher. It is, I guess, stepping in one.
Supportive player खेल रहा भाई तो
really खेल रहा है. The question because it didn't really happen in that map 1, but going into this map 2 of Sunset.
हाँ वैसे देखा जाए तो
Demon 1 on that Cypher
क्यों
and
उतना
they're
करना
going
है
to continue playing this double duelist with that Neon and that Euro.
Yeah, the real difference here is the fade over the Sova.
Aiju फिर से खेल रहे हैं Euro.
Puts us into this conversation we've been having around Demon 1 on an island on the Cypher specifically. This feels like they've just slotted him exactly into the players that they wanted to have prior.
They've done the swap again. It's Izu, Yoru, and Buzz Neon.
Map win rate इसका हुई है
5 maps in a row where they seem that this is
5
like a
खेले
very
हैं और
intentional
80%
thing.
है.
I'm curious, is it a comfort situation? Does Izu just feel more comfortable on the Yoru? It's tough to say, really.
Let's see.
And also in the map 1, we saw so many great.
मुझे है आशा है अभी भी.
Now they're in this team.
क्या पता इसे निकाल दे और फिर एक third match हो
I want
और
to see more of those duels again.
I can't wait to see it. Let's jump into game and throw this back to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Yinsu. It's time to get into map number 2. The first was a tight affair, but T1 are leading by 1 map. And this is their choice on Sunset. Another debut for Demon 1 as he picks up the Cypher, sticking onto that role as we would expect.
Yeah, I like the fact that DRG have not come in and try and change everything up around him. You're the team that qualified. You're the team that made it. He's got a slot into your right. And I don't think, like, by any stretch of the imagination, he came in trying to change it either. Cypher definitely can be tougher on that hole, but at least for now, it's going to be DH continuing how he did on the last map. A fantastic individual performance. And wow, a recovery already needed in this pistol. It is a firing score. DH leading the scoreboard already. And while Buzz is there to close it out, a pistol round for T1.
A solid start indeed for T1.
As
DRG trail by 1, but they were able to make the fight fairly early on in the previous. See if that'll be the case again. DH. Well, he was certainly a man that drew our eye throughout the entirety of regulation over on Lotus, but in those last couple rounds, the last round of regulation, especially the first of overtime, he seemed like a one-man army.
Well, for a 19-year-old playing his first map on an international stage, and it's a Champions, that was about as good as it gets.
Yeah, especially in the late stage. Pressure was on for DRG. The pressure increases. They need 2 maps in a row. And starting out with a 1-0 loss, and Meteor's playing incredibly aggressive with the Marshall in hand.
I think he's hit 0 shots.
Yes, they were mostly through the smoke, so I'll give him that credit. But it certainly scared DRG away. They grabbed the Orb and moved towards middle. This is all classics, nothing upgraded.
There we go.
You really don't expect to see a lot of contest. Meteor good for 2 at least. The player spotted crossing with a jump scare from Buzz. And they're losing a few, but that's a piss. Okay, now I'm getting worried. Now I'm getting really worried. And they know where DH is as well. This man's been so reliable, but an early response like this from DRG, this could really disrupt the rhythm. A rifle, but only 30 HP, Tom. He's got to get the jump on DH.
Will do it. That's the thing. DH has light shield, so a single bullet to the face would be enough to win the round. Now, he believes that he has baited
30 seconds left.
DH, but DH has just sat at the bottom of middle. He's waiting on this.
Oh,
it's a little bit scary. But that youngster is the safe pair of hands again. He's looking to try and get the rifle, and he will find it.
Yeah, that's at least a silver lining, but the same as the previous map. It's great damage from DRG. They had nothing. And a few more bullets loaded up into that Marshall, and maybe this could have been a clean round, but the fact that these classics are able to win fights like this from Ackerman straight down middle. That made that incredibly close, and you can see how tense it got on T1's side of the stage. They win it, but again, they have to invest fully.
Round. Oh, it's a singular rifle being put into the hands of Buzz. The rare really isn't much, but well, if Buzz is playing like this, maybe it won't matter. This is a terrible bonus round coming in from T1, but somehow it's working. They came in with a singular rifle, I think a stinger and a few pistols.
Yep.
And now Demon 1 has to try and save DRG from, I want to say, embarrassment.
Now, this is not a round they should be losing. But Demon 1 in a 1v3. 2 players on that angle. Spike secured as well. He's got all the info to work with now at least, but what is that going to do for him? And I love this positioning as well. Look how spread out they are. Buzz to take contact on his right, and then a big swing from Izu. He's tucked in though.
Nah.
Set himself up for success, Demon 1 did, but Buzz, the one to carry this round through for T1. I'm thinking before we get back into the game, okay, they've got to fully invest, right? We get in a barrier up, they've got nothing. Oh, it's an easy round. That's what you would think, but Buzz made it an uphill battle, and they came tumbling down. 3-0 start.
Again, you just talk about the supportive utility, the paranoia that came through. I think Stacks
Hey,
is the one that
around
dart into the corner, and as they swap to look to the dart, that's when Buzz peaks. Like, it's just a perfect setup for that exact push. And while DRG fell into the trap, they lose to an incredibly weak bonus, and T1 have got a flying start.
This round, light shields across the board. Easy with the outlaw.
A lot of stingers though.
Yeah, they've got to get close. That's the real problem. Those shots don't land. The gate crash is used to get out of dodge before. That's a little too scary. Now, those stingers are nice and close. All of these fights look maybe even favorable for them. T1 have to group, take these fights together. It's Izu looking for some on his own, but around that laneway, when they come to push back in, that's where DRG really pack a punch. On close range, but with the numbers by their side as well. Flexen picks up a double. Spirit Z1 there as well. This could be DRG's round. A return. A MasterCard thrifty as they put one on the board on their weaker round. That's one way to reset after a third round embarrassment.
If we could just swap the last 2 rounds over, I think we have a perfectly normal game. But no, it is just the pace they were able to get in. Obviously, Buzz was so low. That second kill was very easy, but from then onwards, it's just stellar work. Playing these close range angles, knowing the vulnerabilities of their weaponry. And while Flexin and Spirit Z1 have now given them a round they never should have had. Balance restored, 3-1, and this is where we'll see the buy, a pretty strong one coming back up for T1 with an operator for Izu.
So far, the best rounds from DRG, where they've got 4 stingers, and the next best was when they had classics. And it wasn't a pistol round either. A very, very strange start. But this has been an unusual series, looking back at Lotus. Now rifles invested on both sides. For T1, they've taken a pretty heavy blow in the last, but a 3-0 start, especially when they didn't buy in round 3, that's going to give them enough to buy right back into this. Buzz has ultimate to work with, but I'm looking at the other side for DRG. But Spirit Z1 already has that dimensional drift, and on the attack side, that's probably going to be used here to clear up all this space and maybe stop Izu from having the impact with the operator. He's on the angle, waiting for his chance to strike, and there it is. The gate crashed back to safety. But Spirit Z1, he's got the sight for them.
Yeah, just clearing out any risky angles will allow the rest of the team to run through clean, although saying that, Meteor's managed to find one on the cross. I think that's Demon trying to jump around the edge, and instead, another solid paranoia thrown through to give Buzz a little bit more. The TP to the other side, it leaves Nick, but he's done well. He's managed to make this one look interesting. Flex implants on the other side of the map, and now has a 1 versus 2 to play with.
Well, Flexen's first half on Lotus was a disaster class. It was picked off in aim A, and it felt like in every round. But here's his chance. He certainly warmed up in the second. Now carry through that momentum. to a 1 versus 2. He's got Izu and DH, 2 big players for T1. The operator swapped out. It is just the rifle, but Flexen isolates one. 10 bullets left, but time ticking. Playing inside his smoke. He can challenge Asus. No! But Izu, he expected it. Lands the shot with plenty of time. I think he's putting the game attempt to reclaim that up, but surely it's too far.
It's not going to get it. Even still, though, a very nice attempt for the remaining couple of players to teleport to the other side of the map. Nick being able to get a couple, and then
Nick ने बढ़िया
coming down to the wire. This reaction shot's tasty from Izu. I think even he's impressed with himself. And what could have been a close clutch for DRG ends up putting them back in a problematic scenario. Then again, you said it yourself, they did better with the Stingers.
Yeah, we're right back to it. But only 2 Stingers this time. They've still got those rifles to back them up. Demon 1 and Spirit Z1, the carriers of the heavy weaponry. And this will be, again, a round where DRG move together. And still going to be disrupted by Izu. And nasty angle in mid. That's Ackerman down. And especially in a round like this, Tom, especially with a Stinger, seeing him slide in and get up close, close that distance, gain you space, that's... You really want your Neon for a round like this. Huge pick from Izu. And he keeps the control on mid as well. That gate crash, not even that close to fading, so he can stick around for quite a while.
They've not been able to clear him either. So he's still going to have this very fast flank, and because of that, they have a very good idea that there hasn't been a rotation. 3 players still committed to this B side of the map as they look to try and make their way through.
Oh, a missed shot by DH though. That's given them an opportunity on DRG. When they got the plant, that's where things changed with Stingers in hand. This time it's beforehand. When Flexen goes diving into market, they've got control, and Demon 1 lands his shot on backside. Stax might have to back off. He's sticking around. He's getting up close. He'll get the jump on Flexen, but the correction for Demon 1 isn't there. Meteor alone, and we'll put him in the grave. They really are better when these weaker weapons come out as second round for DRG.
I'm not sure it's they. I think it's Flexen. I think Flexen's just 100%. very good with the Stinger. Like, he's a little bit more aggressive in the way that he plays. Like, just looks to try and get up in their face the second he has this gun. Yeah, look, just look, he's TPing into angles, just playing up close. And Demon 1 also having a solid round at that. Definitely some frustration, and you can understand why. They've lost 2 rounds, and both of them, the core of it, has been Stingers.
Yeah, those are the rounds that, you know, you've already done the hard work. Then it's just about converting your advantage. Doubling down on it. Aggressive play, Flexen under pressure. Stax already wrapping around, and Flexen won't escape. The wall bang to connect the pick and get a rifle. For the T1 side, it's the only one they have to work with. Look at DRG, they're walking into the spawn. They're taking a very deep fight. Meteor will contain them at least alongside Buzz. It's all about avoiding that rifle for them.
Yeah, that's the thing. If they go into A, they're actually going to plant for backside. I don't mind this, but it does mean that they're almost completely surrounded. Stax is actually going to try and utilize the Hunter's Fury, and the rest of them, while this is going on, are putting the pressure onto Spirit Z1. They keep the advantage, and Izu is now the one that's been given that rifle. It's whether or not they can retrieve the other. Doesn't seem like it. They're going to split back in the other direction, try and group up as DH still creates the illusion that there's a player here. And in the meantime, Izu goes walkabout. Now they have the dimensional drift. They can find everyone else.
Drops the rifle over as well. Picks up another as he's running around the site. Ackerman and Nick have their work cut out for them. Ackerman good for the first, and the trade out makes it possible. But Meteor's classic is what takes them across the line.
This game is weird.
Course correction from T1, but I don't know what is going to happen next here. As a MasterCard Thrifty won out by the defensive side. Continues the madness of not just this map, but this series.
So yeah, you've got the first 2 rounds, then you've got T1 winning a round that was 1 rifle, pistols, and a Stinger. Then you've got the opposing side winning around with almost all Stingers. Then a normal-ish round. And then, well, actually, no, it was an 8 HP clutch. Never mind, wasn't that normal. Then you have another Stinger round, and then you have this round.
Eco round.
It's weird. And well, T1, I'm sure Autumn is kind of got to retract his slamming on the table, because now they've ended up in, I guess, an even better spot. But they're up against Stingers again, so who the hell knows?
Well, we've seen it with 4, we've seen it with 2.
These are warning shots. He's spraying the Stinger. He's like, now they know I'm coming.
Well, they certainly do. All that utility firing through. And again, but Stack steps up. A 3 versus 2 that they find themselves in. The TP to backside for early control, and it might not even be needed. Demon won all alone. Last time, he had a pretty hefty disadvantage, but this 1v3, a Guardian in hand. And a good idea of where this player is. He is checking this left corner. TH needs to be quick on the trigger, and he will be shut down. The spike, though, is not in a good position. With no cage left to cover the cross, that off could what? A jump shot with the Guardian. That's one hell of an attempt. Now he knows that that op is on the other side, but hitting this shot will be difficult. Uses the cam to bait him out, and he's done so successfully, but he can't land the shot, and the stun sends him running back. The classic round the corner. That's a risky play. They've given Demon One a chance, and he may land this shot, but it's one bullet in the mag. Not enough as Buzz lands his, and 6-2 on the board. Again, though, anything but a normal round.
Yeah, I feel like they fully believed he was hit by that stun. That's the only reason I can think of that Izu would run around that corner with a classic, but it just feels like at times T1 want to make this as uncomfortable for them. And I'm guessing their fans at home as possible, because that was way too close. Who's Greg?
Pal's here? I think I'm
ये सेटिंग चेंज कर रहा है अपनी
it could be swinging either way. For DRG, though, this is a disastrous start.
has helped you out. So I'm definitely nervous for DRG because, as we sort of mentioned, the importance not only of this match but the whole tournament.
And how much benefit that's going to bring to them now.
Point पे आ
into
रखा है
this
match
one.
और इसने
6-2 down, a chance for this to extend further for T1. Where do you see from this point the goalposts for DRG being? Where do they have to hit to give them a chance in half number 2?
It's difficult. We do now head into our DRG tactical timeout. As said, that was coming. The producers did not lie to me. They only do that to fans. But nonetheless, back to your point, I think that I kind of want to see them try and level this up because sure, a 10-2 defense last time out, but versus BLG the time before, 8-4 attack, versus XOG 10-2 attack. They've proven that they're good on both sides of the map. But I just think it's going to be more difficult when your Cypher is a stand-in. Like, a lot of the time, if you look at the way Cypher is played on this map, it is an anchor hold of the B site quite regularly, a lot of information to be found around middle and in towards B main. Well, even if just the communication is a little bit off, that means Demon 1 has to kill a whole team as they run into the site. I don't believe that he's going to be able to do that. He needs to have those supportive bits of utility to help him. So I think, if anything, the ease should be more so on that attack side, especially when you got this double duelist. Like, you need on the defense to have that push on one side and him as the hold on the other. On the attack, you can be a little bit more loose. But thus far, the loose style has meant that someone is getting caught in most rounds early because T1 aren't just sitting back and letting you have that control.
Well, this should be the easier, as you said, Tom, for DRG to put the pieces together with the stand-in. So far, they have yet to win a rifle round, and now is their chance to right that wrong. Ackerman back to winning ways in those early fights. Paranoia sent through, but that doesn't stop them as Demon 1 picks up another, and another stacks down, but DH in the corner.
Whoa!
DH, he'll only get 2. Demon 1 saves them.
यार
Meteor
check करना
left alone
क्या
in
भाई
1v3.
क्या
That
ये?
could have been nail in the
फिर भी
coffin
निकाल
of
देता वो
DRG.
DH.
I don't know how that corner was left uncleared for so long. Especially when the paranoia was thrown through from that position. But they've righted the wrongs here, at least.
Yeah. I guess it just literally came down to we've killed enough people, there couldn't possibly be another one in the corner. And honestly, for DH, it's a nice try. Like, you look at that with so many players open, you go, maybe he should have got all of them, but he was able to at least take 2. The problem is the damage was already done, and thankfully for the rest of the players, Demon 1 was quick enough on the trigger to be able to take him down. And Flash as well. Buzz was so unbelievably blind.
Phenomenal flash from Spirit Z1. That got way too close in the cubby. You know, you can't put your head that low.
I already told you, I'm not buying your bundle.
It's Pacific. They changed the script. Let's do another round of revisions to make sure it's fully actionable on our...
If they have our region come in second again.
What is this? I thought we had buy-in from all stakeholders for an EMEA final.
Actually, guys, I had an insane idea. Map 5, overtime, 15-14. I am 1v3 down, and like, it's really, really low time. I'm killing 2 and then going to spike, and then boom, take out.
Boring. A grand final without the Americas? That's crazy. You know we bring the viewership, right?
Can we stay on track, please?
There will be no tech house. Ignore him.
So we have to be.
So,
I invited him. He needs to tell his region. EMEA is not going second against the Pacific team again.
you can lose the grand final against us instead.
Hello, everyone.
Hey guys.
What's up? Hello.
Hello. Wait, I thought we are finalizing this one in Paris.
That's boring. We've done this already in Toronto. There is nothing like a good redemption arc. EMEA deserves this.
Hey, there are more changes to the script again. But you already know my thoughts on this. Let's touch base once we are in Paris.
Could we discuss which teams to get kicked out of the Americas teams this time?
Wish it could be Team Harris.
Yeah, I wish it could be around.
Oh, he hates Cuba. Who doesn't hate Cuba?
Yeah, keep dreaming, guys.
Okay. So let's just undo all of the changes Pacific made and start over. Once you're in Paris, it will be great. Like really, really great. Just trust me. I think we will work out a storyline that everyone can get behind.
Alright, everything sounds good for me. Thanks for following up.
Yeah, okay, gotta go.
Alright, cheers to the meeting, guys.
A bientôt.
Et que serait l'IMEA sans une petite pause technique? On est à la maison et on en profite pour avoir deux fans français de T1 à mes côtés, William et Antoine. C'est un plaisir de vous avoir ici. I'm very glad to welcome two French T1 fans with me, William and Antoine. And the first question I wanted to ask you boys is, how does it feel, you know, having champs at home and seeing your favorite team here in Paris? Du coup, qu'est-ce que ça fait d'avoir les champions à la maison, de pouvoir voir votre équipe ici aux arènes?
Alors en tant que fan de Valorant et même jouer au jeu, c'est un événement incroyable et je pouvais pas ne pas y aller, c'était impossible pour moi.
J'imagine, et pour toi?
Ouais, c'est pareil. Bah franchement, regardez sur Twitch les matchs c'est quelque chose, mais les voir en physique c'est vraiment incroyable. Le son des tirs, des smokes, de tout en fait, sur place c'est 10 fois mieux. 100 fois même. 100 fois mieux.
100 fois même, 100 times is better here than at home. You know, having the mood, the fans, you can hear the gunshots so much louder and it feels insane to have it in our own country, of course. And the second question I wanted to ask you about T1 is, who is your main character in that team? Who is going to carry, you know, the whole team? Donc c'est qui, pour toi, le personnage principal chez T1? Oh, Buzz! On est équipé, effectivement. So Buzz, obviously. Buzz. Et pour toi, du coup, Antoine, c'est qui ton joueur préféré?
Mon joueur préféré, c'est Météor. Même s'il chope pas beaucoup de kills, il chope vraiment beaucoup d'impact kill. Et vraiment, c'est un joueur qui est vraiment très fort.
So Buzz on one side, Meteor on the other one, and even though he's not top fragging, he has an insane impact, and I agree with you on that, definitely. Merci beaucoup à tous les deux. On va voir si T1 arrive à gagner. Thank you very much, both of you and everyone, and we're gonna see if T1 managed to get the win on Sunset.
Well, it's time to find out if DRG can bounce back from 6 MVP before. And, he certainly set out to try the 2-time here at
Well,
Champions.
किसी के बारे में
Long
बोल
road
रहे हो
ahead
आप?
of them, though.
Although when he was MVP, I think he was top fragging a lot. Necessarily one that's his own, especially known for his more duelist / chamber play, but he's definitely looked comfortable within this squad. And economically,
मेरे पास भी नहीं है भाई.
They're going to be in a little bit more trouble with what they can try and deal with.
Chat में वोट करने का बोल रहा है.
Did lose that
मैं भी
last
करता हूँ, रुको.
round and haven't really been able to keep a lot of these rounds clean.
कहाँ आया भाई chat में? वोट करने का कहाँ आया?
You know, looking back at the previous
हाँ,
match,
ये chat में ऐसे type करने से क्या होता है?
I'm waiting to see his return to form in terms of those early duels. I'm going off memory here, which I probably shouldn't.
मैंने जो poll लगा रखा है,
6-1.
बताओ कितना रखा है? 55 over है उसका T1 का.
So far, it feels like they've both been having a tough time. I think in a lot of these rounds, there's been well-placed utility. You think about the slide up that Akaman went for in the round that they won, because there was very efficient trades from Demon 1 right after.
ये इनका percentage दिखा रहे नीचे chat
immediate
board का.
flash from Izu, a swing from Buzz, and in terms of the utility that T1 are putting down, then you think back to stacks on those haunts and how much impact they were having on Lotus. It has felt like they have that little bit of an advantage in that aspect.
Oh, either way, it's going to be a little bit longer. So let's go back down with Lou to meet some of the DRG fans.
Et de retour pour vous jouer un mauvais tour puisque la pause n'est pas encore finie. On espère que ça va venir très vite, effectivement. Et du coup, j'ai Fida et Sasso qui m'ont rejoint du côté des DRG. And I'm now pleased to welcome two DRG French fans to here in the arena, Fida and Sasso. And my first question is going to be very easy. We're in France, but you're supporting two Chinese teams. So how come is that? Have you followed, you know, their scene and stuff? Donc pourquoi en France est-ce qu'on soutient des équipes qui viennent de si loin? Est-ce que vous avez suivi un petit peu la scène chinoise, pardon? Et qu'est-ce qui vous fait kiffer DRG finalement?
Alors moi, je soutiens la chaîne chinoise parce que je la regarde depuis presque plus d'1 an et c'est vraiment incroyable. Il y a vraiment très peu de monde qui la regarde et Kang Kang il l'a dit l'année dernière. Vraiment, mettez-vous sur la chaîne chinoise et c'est vraiment le bon plan à suivre. Donc moi, je conseille à tout le monde de regarder la chaîne CN sur la chaîne de Kitty.
Oh, un petit shout-out à Kitty qui est en train de caster le match d'ailleurs. So why are you following the Chinese team? I've been following them since the very beginning. There's only a few streamers who are following them. Indeed, Kitty, for instance, who's currently catching the match in the arena. So yeah, as Kang Kang said, watch us more. Et pour toi?
Moi, en fait, ça fait 3 ans presque que je follow la ligue chinoise, notamment pour BLG, qui joue demain, du coup. Et en vrai, je suis assez hip. Je les suis depuis 3 ans et maintenant en vrai je m'intéresse, je regarde tous les matchs, la plupart des matchs de la VCTCN et voilà.
Ok, très cool. So yeah, I've been following them for 3 years as well and I'm also rooting for BLG who are going to be playing tomorrow also. So yeah, we should definitely watch a bit more of VCT China and last but not least, who's your main character? Who's going to manage to shut down T1? Qui est le meilleur joueur chez DRG? Qui est-ce que tu as envie de réussir à voir carry?
Bah moi un peu triste hein, mais c'est Vokashu. Il faut vraiment nous rendre Vokashu, je suis vraiment déçu. Après je vais pas cracher sur Diamond One, j'aime vraiment beaucoup, mais j'aurais vraiment aimé avoir Vokashu.
Yeah, so for me it's Vokashu. I wish he was there and we really want to have him here, but of course I'm very happy to see Demon One stepping in. Et pour toi Fida?
Pour moi, c'est un ancien joueur de BLG, bien sûr. C'est Fléchine qui jouait chez eux l'année dernière et maintenant il est ici, donc je suis obligé de le supporter.
So former VLG player for me, Flexin of course, and now I'm supporting him in DRG. And let's see who's going to be able to carry this match between T1 and DRG on the Chinese or on the Korean side. See ya.
Hello, everyone. I thought we would hop on for a bit because someone might have missed us. I missed yapping with you two for a bit.
Yeah,
so how are we doing?
It's not like we don't yap in the green room the whole time.
We're
not
really
yapping on camera.
So.
That's true.
Yeah, I
you don't
traditionally not a yapper. Yeah, very
right.
quiet.
Everyone believes that.
Keeps my opinion to myself.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And I'm 6'7".
Wait, why?
Yeah,
Why you just dropped like an elite Zoomer meme on me?
I don't even
Keep
know.
going.
I love that. I thought it would be fun during a tech pause to play some games, but for now, just to give you guys an update, we have swapped out a PC. We're still encountering some client issues, but as soon as that is fixed, I will let you guys know. Have you ever played a game called Never Have I Ever? Have you played this before? This is like
I have actually.
This is like a staple of my university day, university. So the aim of the game is you're trying to say something that you have never done, but the other two people have to try and catch them off guard. Does that make sense?
Run that by me one more time.
So we're just gonna play a practice round. You guys at home play along. So the aim of the game is you want to say something that you have never done, but the people next to you have.
Isn't it the other way around?
No.
That you've done that they haven't done?
No, that's why it's called Never Have I Ever. It's not called
I don't know if I understand that, but let's run it.
So for example, never have I ever played Jet in a game of Ranked. Oh, damn it. Okay.
Wait, really?
So it works? Yeah, so I half failed there. I only got one. I only got done. I didn't get you. I didn't catch you.
I think I've got one.
I have actually never played Jet in Ranked.
I find that really hard to believe. Genuinely.
I always feel, and also, it's not for me. Yeah.
All right, can I do one real quick?
Go for it, your turn.
Never have I ever had a cheeky Nando's.
Oh! Wait, this week?
Ever. Wait, you too?
Oh, okay, we're all failing this game. I have had a cheeky Nandino's, and
Wait, is that different than a Nando's?
No, it's the same thing.
Okay.
I
don't even know. What are we talking about?
I go for hot livers with peri peri fries.
Chicken.
Yeah, it's my fave.
Not chicken, cheeky Nando's.
Elite
Oh my
order.
bad.
While I'm there, do you know who has the most disgusting meals ever, like unacceptable? you know, eating habits. Sliggy, because he likes to eat microwave chicken and rice. And he eats that every day.
Oh, Sliggy, that's quite...
That is outrageous.
No,
that's not a good
get
look
it.
for you. No,
No,
don't
I
get
get
it.
it.
And
I get it.
honestly,
Sliggy,
Dan,
I get it.
Dan, if you get it, don't admit it.
I
Okay?
get it.
This is not a good thing.
What do you mean?
I
That is
feel like if
ridiculous.
I explain myself,
Explain yourself.
it gets even worse. But if, you know, I would do the same thing. I used to...
Voluntarily.
Yeah. Why not?
You have a dirty palate.
I mean, it's not that... You know,
Yeah,
you
you-
can enjoy other things while also
Terrible.
making it easy for yourself when you're at home.
Microwave.
It's like watching
That's an
Valorant every
insult
day.
to my culture, by the way. But yeah, you got your turn for a never have ever. Go on.
No, I don't have one. I don't know.
Okay, I reckon I have another one. Okay,
think.
let me think. Oh, go on.
No, I'm thinking.
Oh, I thought you had one.
Yeah,
I thought
you
had one.
okayed with the little...
Yeah, you came
I'm
to
just
thought-
reading
yeah, yeah.
them, sorry.
Oh, never have I ever rooted for an America's team.
I mean,
No, that's a lie.
That's not fair.
That's a lie. There's
on.
no way. You have never, ever, in the 5 years of Valorant, hoped that an American team would win something.
No,
a
I
match.
feel like you have. I feel like you
You're that's a load of malarkey.
feel like
I mean, if we really thought about this, actually maybe Crew. I think maybe I kind of rooted for Crew cheekily back in the days.
Vamos.
I was really rooting for
Well,
Crew.
until they beat Fnatic.
It was actually because they beat Fnatic. Yeah, I was hella rooting for them.
Let's go. Were they? Yeah, I don't know that
2021.
they count.
But I mean, if you think about it, historically, you know, we had Gambit versus Envy. Embarrassing performance, quite honestly, from Envy in that final.
All right,
like
relax.
3-0 from Gambit.
Relax.
Was I realistically not gonna root for Gambit? And then after that, we had FPX coming through, we had Fnatic coming through, all these teams coming through. So how could I root for Americas when we had all these narratives?
But I feel like you also like
Fnatic
Leviathan at some
loud, like
point. Leviathan at some point. I feel like
yeah,
you like
I think actually
Surely.
2022.
just not the NA teams. Like I like Lev, I
Yeah.
like Loud,
Yeah,
I like
yeah,
Crew.
yeah, yeah. All right, I got one that
Even Vivo Keen, any Noahs?
Yeah, yeah.
That's crazy.
That's a
That's
deep-
crazy.
Yeah, that's
NIP,
deep.
I got you, baby.
Okay, I
Yeah?
got it, and
Yeah.
I am confident I will win this.
Okay.
I am confident I will win this. Never have I ever intentionally pulled up to listen to a Taylor Swift song.
Oh my god. That's why
Wait,
you
what do you mean?
self-snitching.
Intentionally?
Why are you smiling
I'm
when
so
you're saying
confused.
that?
Do you have you
Intentionally?
like listened to Taylor Swift on purpose?
Yes. Who
Surely
hasn't?
you have.
Wow,
Yeah,
Doug.
I have.
Yes.
Oh my god, they're gonna come for me.
Honestly, Doug, like, I'm so happy that you're not like the other girls. Like, wow.
It's me. I'm the
That's
problem.
great.
It's me.
Pick me final boss over there.
I just dropped a what?
That was great.
You
that
let
was
that
really
one go.
great.
I
Honestly,
learned that from you, to be honest.
You are the anti-hero to some people. You say that, but there's actually a lot of Swifties in this tournament. I want to shout them out. Patman on Paper X was very excited about the prospect of Taylor Swift dropping an album while he is in Paris competing. He was tweeting about it. We have Chichu's in-game name before.
How do you find this lore? I'm so curious.
Dan, I have to stalk people for a living, you know.
Okay, great.
So Chichu's name before Chichu was Swift13, which is Taylor Swift's favorite number is 13. So Chichu is a Goda Swiftie.
Okay.
We have Neil, Xenio, and Weber. Famously Swifties, and the list is so long, it's going to take me a while. But good news is the tech pause is over. You don't have to listen to us anymore. Now you have to listen to more of Mitch and Tom.
You have to.
Thank you very much, Sue. It's time to get back into the game. It's been a cruel summer down here with these tech pauses, but it looks like we'll be back into the game pretty soon. 6-3 is where we left you, and we just saw DRG win their first rifle round. If you're just tuning in now, you have missed chaos in terms of the ecos. With Stingers in hand, DRG look like one of the strongest teams. With rifles, not so much. We'll see if there's going to be a change as finally we see the countdown moving
Until it
towards
hits
zero. No, Tom?
Until it hits zero.
Not right
in.
now.
I'm not in until
The
it hits zero.
barriers are going to go up. Players are logged back in. PC swap successful. Client issues subsided. But T1, they have issues of their own. Economy's in the bin. And a weak bye coming through after that loss in the previous round. This should be DRG's first back-to-back round win.
Oh, wow. You said like a million jinxes back to
Hello,
back.
Sloke. Hello.
There's all
Hello,
the tech
Sloke,
pause
कैसे हो?
stuff, and then you've hit us with the they should win their round.
I'm feeling good today, Tom.
Buzz has a stinger. It's been the best gun in this match so far. And after early control over A, they've immediately rotated to mid, expecting there to be some pressure put through on that side.
नहीं ड्रोन से दिख गया
Yep, that's going to get a little bit of extra information. now they're going to try and pincer in on them. It's a little bit dangerous, but I like the use of the dimensional drift.
हाँ मैं पहचान गया भाई.
Allow the escape, but also give Nick a good opportunity to try and clear them up. The Sting is still going strong.
Yeah, damage is certainly being done, but T1
Spike planted.
not going to deny the plan. Going to lose another player to the trades in the meantime, and DRG
Buzz has a rifle.
versus 2. Buzz has got a rifle, and last time he was in a position where he was the one we looked at, it was a 3K in A main. He dominated and gave T1 a real chance. I think that's why they converted. But now, smoked out, time ticking. No paranoia to work with. No stun. Not even a slide. Nothing to help out on this. This has got to be raw aim power. They're not looking the right way. That's a free kill. Flexen gets caught off guard, diving in. Buzz gets one, and now it's a 1v1 with Ackerman. But just about, DRG will connect the win. 2 in a row, found at last, and both with rifles.
Yeah, it gets incredibly close towards the end. I like that Ackerman is just so quick to make sure that trade goes through, knowing that his opponent's in a little bit of trouble after being stunned up, but it does mean that everything is incredibly close in the end. But if DRG can continue this climb back, I don't think they're going to find However, where we do get those guns coming back online. So Mitch, I'm going to hand this one over to you. I think you had about 17 jinxes. What do you have to say for yourself?
Yep.
I was feeling good. I got a little too confident for a moment there, but
यार
पहले मैच में भी लिया था इसमें भी 2 हो गए nonetheless. I'll tell you what, DRG looking
बहुत लंबा ले लिया था पीसी चेंज कर दिया पूरा फिर भी
they made the best.
क्या दिक्कत है भाई
They corrected course.
But to be fair, they have a pretty good record after technical pauses of winning rounds.
मैं आपका वो कर रहा हूँ.
Here, at least today. I'm not sure you have the stat regionally, but
I don't think anybody has those stats regionally.
Didn't come prepared, huh?
Maybe with an EMEA a while ago, you could say that was almost every round. So anybody who won the game just was good at winning after technical pauses.
मैं वैसे देखा जाता ना मैं तो चाहता हूँ कि DRX
He had a phenomenal showing, you know, but I think he's disappointed not to have closed out that map. And coming in here locked in, we already saw him save the day really for DRG in what, round number 9, the first of these 2 that they've just had, where he manages to find a 3K.
लोग क्या होता है ना कई बार काम में बिजी रहते हैं ना तो फिर ध्यान से उधर जाता है. क्या था कि आपको ऐड करना है. हमने बात की थी.
It's a very important thing to see him with confidence, especially in this role, especially after it's been almost 5 months since we've seen him on a stage, let alone the international.
The fun thing about this matchup is that if they win this, I think most people going off the next match would have G2 winning. And so then he'd get to play against Jorgo to make it through the groups. Like, it would be one hell of a storyline.
Okay, bhai, aa
turn this around. It's not looking fantastic. The last couple of rounds have definitely given us some hope.
हाँ जरूर भाई.
So
everyone going to sleep, lol. हाँ भाई उबासी आ रही भाई सबको.
Momentum really building.
Well, also look how
close
that was from T1's perspective. They came in with next to nothing.
Comeback करेंगे उतने में tech pose ले रहे हैं.
They kept it
pose ले रहे भाई ये क्या है भाई ये?
1 versus 1 in the end, and it was Ackerman who had to pull them out of it. So in a round where DRG, like, we come in going, oh, well, they should be winning this. This should be their victory. It very nearly wasn't. And for T1, that's fantastic. They're making the rounds that should be dominant and competitive. And now that they'll have rifles coming back in, now that we could see that pop on Isu again, depending on how they distribute their economy, this could very much be
आपने ट्रीट कर दिया भाई DRG सपोर्ट नहीं करता आप
for the halftime.
Well, that will be the
ज़्यादा
other
पता नहीं
issue
है
for T1.
इसके
If
बारे
this
में
goes back to
ऐसे
6-6, I think
हाँ
they'll feel gutted because it
हाँ
will be 2 rounds
बताऊँ
of
क्या है
SMGs
DRG
and
जो
then
है
sort of
मुझे
like
भी
a lot
उतना
of close
पता
rounds
नहीं
that
है
could have
बस
easily gone their
खेल
way
रहा है
to
और मैं उसको
a very,
पसंद
very
करता हूँ तो
dominant
हाँ
half on
इसलिए
their
मेरे को
own map
DRG
choice, and
कारा में
instead
जीते
they'll now be going
बाकी
into
T1 के बारे में तो ये
in
गट्स है ना ये गट्स
at least based on the most recent result, be the
कर रहे हैं
better
सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं
half. Oh, I like this. Oh, he's just been that's just brutal, isn't it?
That's actually
that's fine. Okay. Is he
Flex
saying
your
no
rank.
as in he's better? I'll see who's coming up as
I
Radiant.
can't believe they just smacked a silver on someone. I mean, that's
First
rude.
one as well.
Yeah, look, there's Ascendant. Lower.
Lower.
Ah.
Oh no, you say higher. Lie, no one will ever know.
But technically, if that's what we're doing, up or down, the silver guy said low. Is he bronze? That's tough. I think he's accidentally violated
Vamos
himself.
Steven
These things happen. Oh, yeah.
Higher, okay.
Oh, he's ready! He's ready!
I hope it comes up silver now.
That's actually fire. He sat in the crowd with his ranked rating.
Can we get this on Doug? I want to know what rank Doug is.
I want to know Sue. She's never played a Jet.
Radiant,
ranked
obviously
game.
Radiant.
That's a
not boosted Radiant.
भाई ये बोर करवा रहे हैं मजाक नहीं है क्या कर रहे हो भाई
Just been playing
Who could even boost it, honestly?
Oh, jeez.
No, as in like, who would do that?
I don't think he could boost Sue because she deserves the top rank.
Yeah, yeah.
I've seen her play.
Lurking
I'll tell you that.
on Killjoy with an Odin.
Nothing wrong with that, Tom.
Yes,
that time you realized
many
it.
things wrong.
भाई वो वैलो
6
लाइव
to
कब
4
करोगे
is the score.
ये
It
वॉच
looks
पार्टी
like
की बात
we're
करूंगा
ready to
मैं
dive
लगभग
back on
11
into
बजे के
the
आसपास
game. Sunset.
11-12
2 rounds
बजे के
left to play
आसपास
for in this half.
जब तक खत्म नहीं
T1
होता है
leading
वॉच
by
पार्टी
2, but they've
ये
just
यार वो
conceded 2
तक
in a
तो
row.
होया टाइम
As
लगा जब तक
DRG
गेम
start to
खत्म हो
put
चुका
rifle
था
rounds on the board. This is where the first roadblock will be hit. T1 have full rifles. They've got the operator out on Izu as well. A turning point perhaps for the
अभी
defense.
आपका क्या रैंक चल रहा
They
है
still have a chance to finish this half with the lead that they had just moments ago. A convincing 8-4 on the cards. The DRG, they're coming in with momentum.
Face your fear.
Immediate usage of that knight for an attempted TP, and it has failed miserably. Meteor swinging out of mid is already looking to put this one to bed. Back on the rifles and back to winning ways for T1. Well, that tech pause win rate has just gone down drastically for the side of DRG.
अरे यार मैं तो हालांकि
Yeah, that's a pretty tough pill to swallow over on the DRG side. Again, they connect those 2 rifle rounds in a row, one against an eco, but the second resistance is shown. Flex and caught for the TP. They turned around just in time. And it might seem silly, but you have to think the fatal was put through. The nightfall was there. Couldn't hear him. The spidey senses tingled just in time.
वैसे कभी मैं फ्री हुआ ना तो हम वो खेल सकते हैं अब बताओ आपको मैसेज कर दूंगा अगर वो टाइम मिला तो अरे मेरा V3 है तो मैं ज़्यादा ही
He has pushed them out of mid. I mean,
रेडिएंट करना है वाह
into an A push, like it or not.
मेरा भी सपना है
Fury is tracking them down.
Team on 1 only on a pistol. The rest of the team making their way into elbow, but this early push has definitely put some doubt in their mind. The rest of T1 seemingly quite happy to almost play this retake style setup.
अरे मैं 11th में हूँ अभी तो
Now the attack looked to make their move.
Meteor, he's been a menace through the smokes.
बढ़िया बढ़िया.
It's caught him off. Well played by Nick. The advantage now
बढ़िया.
found and converted into a 2 by Nick.
हो गया ये round हो
The
गया.
flash they thought would be the difference maker, but DH gets caught out alone as well. Crumbling under the pressure applied by Nick. We're left into a 1v3 for Buzz. They know where he is, and they're lined up with a firing squad. 7 to 5 locked in at the halftime, but T1 maintain the lead.
Yeah, no, a very good recovery from DRG. It was a spot where from 6-2 up, they definitely seemed like they were going to struggle. Nonetheless, we'll be back after the break.
अभी मैं कुछ दिनों पहले फ्लैट पहुंचने में मुझे बस एक चाहिए था, उसके बाद फिर डाउनफॉल आ गया, फिर बिल्कुल आ गया मैं G1 भी गया था मैं, फिर दोबारा G2 आया. अरे लॉल आप तो अरे नहीं भाई प्रो कहाँ हूँ भाई भाई मेरा ना मैं वही धीरे धीरे सुधार रहा हूँ यार मेरा भी लायक गेम प्ले है नहीं दिखाने लायक करने के कम से कम कोई देख तो ले अभी ऐसा है कि बस देख रहे हैं जो बस कर रहा हूँ धीरे कर रहा हूँ मैं अभी यार आपको पता है अभी मैं ये वॉच पार्टी पहले वो किसी करा मैंने 1 घंटे का ट्रेनिंग का और ये मेरा आज 16वां दिन था ट्रेनिंग का 16 दिन लगातार मैं 1 घंटे प्रैक्टिस कर रहा हूँ यार ये जो गाना बजता है बीच बीच में क्लेम आता है यार भाई आपके पीसी तक क्या है भाई मेरे पास लैपटॉप है और लैपटॉप का मैं पीसी तक बताऊँ आपको तो हाँ रैम से शुरू करते हैं तो मेरे पास 8 GB रैम था लैपटॉप में मैंने 8 GB और अलग से खुद से लगाया मैंने बोलो गए उसके बाद SSD में 420 ऐसी ये है कुछ 420 500 ऐसे होता है तो इसी यही है हाफ ही है उसके बाद फिर ग्राफिक कार्ड ये का 1650 है
Welcome back, folks. Halftime concluded. It's time for your Coinbase Econ report. Now, this was a bit of a crazy match so far for me, but yeah, there we go. Buzz was definitely the standout. Gave him a rifle in an eco, and the man gave you a round win.
Yep. No, he had a stellar half. I think especially now going into the attack side, it already seemed like he was a pretty big focal point of their defense.
Program के performance के लिए mainly
even more so
secondary हो गया
going into
mainly
this second half. The setup from the likes of DH and Stacks has been stellar all the way through the match. But you also have to talk about Meteor. Given that little bit of additional space to sort of get in behind,
अभी क्या है मैं
he's always going to cause you issues. On the other side of things, late show up from Nick also helped out massively the final round, bringing things back into contention. And while
वैसे इन गेम FPS तो ज्यादा आते हैं 200 आते हैं लेकिन इन डिस्प्ले
played this map they had a very dominant defense. We'll see if that can be recreated.
Well, they have to hope so.
i5 है 12th generation series है
T1 already claiming Lotus. But this is T1's pick when they came in prepared to play. There's no doubt. Aggression
SSD
early on towards mid. 4 players up close, and it's Spirit Z1, a man who had plenty of opening duels go his way.
मेरे 120 highest होते हैं.
The space, well, they're taking it right towards Ackerman. Good stun, but a player further back. Unstunned is Buzz, and he will be unwavering as they move towards this site. Flexen caught down to 20 and completely boxed in. Nowhere to go, and he's
ये क्या पकड़ रहा है भाई क्या पकड़ रहा है ये
a lot worse. It looked like he was going to get nothing for his troubles. Even still though, Stacks is going to spot out the first. I don't know if they've necessarily seen Nick just yet. Meteor is going for the fight a little bit individualistic. The swing back wasn't bad, but Demon One's done well. Unaware of where Buzz currently is trying to figure out every single angle. Instead, he's being swung on, and it's Buzz once again. He's having one hell of a game, closing out the pistol as he started it. 3 in the round, and a 3-round lead now for T1.
Yeah, that pistol's just going to send them further into the lead, make this a much more difficult battle for DRG. And here's an interesting question, because they've been extremely good when it comes to the weak buys, when it comes to the stingers. At this point, it's a risk, but you could see them go in for a stinger buy. Looks like they've decided to
on defense, it's so much more of a gamble. Like on attack, you can run it down, you can maybe find 1 or 2 players on their own. On defense, you have to basically pray you run into the stack of players, which may have happened. And at least for now, they have got their stack in the right place at the right time. They don't have the weaponry to back it up, but I feel like this is very all in for the side of T1, but they are doing well to pick apart these pistols. There was definitely danger in this round, but Buzz, he's happy to run into danger head first.
And they're even clearing the backside. You know, Demon One had a chance to fly under the radar there. You think that, okay, they've forced that day, and then left one guy to play info around mid, B, deep camera, so they can rotate early, but he was there as well, and T1 won't be caught off guard by that sneaky little play. 9 to 5 on the board. A big lead. We have seen the gap close in, but it took everything DRG had to offer. And again, it's been a while since we touched on it. The stakes for this team, they have to outlive XLG in this tournament, or Ascension will be calling them. Cutting through. Both teams having a very tough lower bracket, regardless of how results go.
Hello all gamers, hello.
कैसे हो?
आपका नाम बताओ मैं क्या है? Custom. और custom क्या?
From DRG, the bounce back might continue or might start here with a flaw.
आकिमिन बढ़िया तो खेलता है भाई. ने जो लोटस में निकाले थे kills, वही बढ़िया थे भाई. किले लेकर.
It's the same sort of stuff we saw from him in the first half. Ackerman just taking over that control, fighting tooth and nail with a teammate alongside him, just landing every single shot. Superb round from
all
him.
भाई same but different है. I5 है बस. हाँ तो वो अलग है, बाकी चीजें तो मॉडल तो लगभग सेम है ना.
It's one of those things as well, just the impact of Flexion's paranoia straight down through that laneway. It's so difficult to play against. This time he comes in at a bit of an angle, and it doesn't catch the first player through. Buzz able to follow up as a result. DH in stacks with their own kills in the A site. It's fallen just like that. DRG trying to repeat the success of the previous round, but they're not quite as all in about it. Trying to push around through elbow. The paranoia out of position.
चलो मैं अभी जा रहा हूँ पढ़ाई करने. हाँ ठीक है bye bye.
A bit more risky because he could see, but the rest of his squad was blinded up. But no one could follow up on that from the defensive side as they were locked out. And once Buzz came swinging through, it was done.
This is the problem with those sort of A-side aggressive plays. Is like it really does feel like a coin flip. Like whoever hits their utility at the right place at the right time, whoever lands that first shot can create a domino effect. Think about it. Last round.
Saksam, आप कैसे हो? आप तो बताओ. हाल चाल अपने Saksam कहाँ गए?
It's not flawless because two players are probably going to survive, but it's flawless for the attack who are not losing a player. It's just not a sustainable way to play the game. And because of that, T1 immediately bounced back. And sure, there's enough credits for DRG to buy into the next round, but they need to find something that will consistently work.
And they're running out of time as well. Yeah, they've got the credits here, but it's going to fade very quickly.
Good, man.
They slide through. He was even stunned up, doesn't matter. I'm blinded on the other. I mean, those are fights for the most part that you're at a major disadvantage. There's your Meteor fan in the crowd. Happy the T1 push up to double digits, 4 rounds ahead. Rifles for DRG, but this is one of their last opportunities to fight for this map, to fight for this series.
DRG या फिर T1 बता दो मुझे.
DH falling at the hands of Spirit T1. A coin flip that lands in their favor this time.
This is such a ridiculous way to play the game. Literally, our entire map is being decided in one corner. A-main. That's where everybody lives or everybody dies. And we have now just flip a coin. Let's just get everybody on stage, and we'll just flip a coin each round, and whoever gets it on end is going to be the winner. It's absurd. I love the fact as well that we have spoken about Demon 1 being in this squad. He's the B player. Like he's just been for this whole game. He's like, are you winning, son?
Let's go.
No. Okay. I'll say, yes. Awesome. Great job, guys.
Well, one of the things you said was like, when they come to push B, his communication's going to be key.
Yeah, they just
hasn't mattered at all. They haven't come towards his side, but this time it's different. T1 don't decide to just throw themselves into the blender.
They've just walked up A with the spike.
They have. The idea here is to fake it out and look at how it's worked. DRG rotate. They push mid with 3 early, come through market to reinforce the B side, thinking that's where the hit's coming in. But now, those players stepping back in the other direction and seeing no contest around A main. T1 should be sensing that this side is much lighter. It is only flexing.
Well, DRG now pushing up. This is where they now have information. They've cleared out B, but I think it's going to be too little too late. A TP at least from Spirit Z1. And now he's going to be able to find them that information. He now knows that this is another A hit, but it's not a stack up of players anymore. Rotation is coming in, but they can't take this risk. It's just not worth it. It's down to the spams, but nice work reflecting. That stack's gone.
Yeah, Flexen making a different name for himself when it comes to A main on Sunset. The spike will be retrieved. However, T1 not looking to the side, at least not 2 of their players.
जब स्ट्रीम में ऑफ करा था तब मुझे याद था कि हाँ आपको मैंने बोला था कि आपने मैसेज करोगे लेकिन आपने मैसेज किया ही नहीं.
It's picks across the board for DRG. A response from Meteor. This could be the MVP performance. In fact, it might need to be. Buzz by his side. Another for Meteor. Buzz with 1. And it's Izu alone against Demon 1 in the clutch. 3 rounds between them around DRG. Knee, but Asus won't give it. 11 on the board. T1 a step closer to dominating this series, as close as it's been.
This is one of the first sort of like close rounds we've seen in a while, and a lot of it came down to Meteor. His target isolation was sublime every single time, not giving them an opportunity for a trade, well aware of the angles that were left missing, and gave Izu a chance, maybe in a round that they never should have had one, because the way that kicked off looked so good for the side of DRG. Well, at least in the early stages, we're right back to regular programming. Izu's looked to fight towards that A site with a multitude of DRG players ready and waiting. The rest of T1, though, they're going a different way.
Flexen definitely having a better time when it comes to A main. Demon 1, though, under heavy pressure, finds one, but he'll go down eventually. Hunter's Fury clearing out the backside, at least the closer corners. That's going to get the paranoia out of DH. Deep swing, Spiracy 1 falls, but Ackerman's there so quick to trade this back. The advantage stays with the defensive side. The spike trapped on the site. There shouldn't be a way for him to get out of here. The drone feeling Ackerman as Meteor creeps his way ever closer. He's got this wrap around it. It's really time, and he's not clearing the angle. He's not covering it. Eventually the trade comes through, leaving Stacks alone against 2.
He's known for his ability to clutch, but they're grouping up, looking to play this together. A wonderful reposition from Flexen. Didn't want to give another isolated fight, so he joins his teammate and closes that distance once more, but it has been at 3 for a very long time. They've never been able to close that gap any further. And we now wait to see if they can finally start to string rounds together.
Well, it's very much now or never. Look at this from Flexen.
Badhiya.
Well, it was a TP. Crossed that gap early upon the phase for him. He swings on the back of it. Demon 1 doing great work to find one. Ackerman's quick trade through the smoke, but really the round's about Flexen. A main was not a place that he had very many favorable fights in the previous map, but going into this, it seems like he owns it. They'll need to keep ownership over that. Spike towards B this time, and the early pressure on A. Paranoia, primed and ready, not used, but in play for Ackerman, sensing that it's going to be a winker buy and that he can get aggressive with that without too much risk of delivering a big weapon to his opponents. I like that adjustment, especially with built in the back pocket. Demon 1 does well to stick around and find one, and look, they can even get a plant here.
Yeah, the only thing is the rifle. Looking to get it behind, that's the 1 for 3. Now needs to isolate this duel onto Demon 1. This is going to be important. He wins this, and the round is genuinely on. The paranoia, though, fantastic. It's going to force them away. Pop flash back, but again, the pressure is all on Meteor at the moment. The rest of the players still yet to claim any weapons. They're trying to give space for him, but he is being spammed out. He somehow manages to find another, puts it down to a 1 versus 1. DH into the clutch, running round. Just trying to get away from an opponent who's running in. Not quite enough. Meteor did so much in that round, but luckily DRG will live to tell the tale.
4K. I mean, we talked about Buzz when it comes to having the rifle with the weakness, but jeez, that is ridiculous.
Did we need that slow mode?
Look at this, he steps into the wall. They thought that's going to be their fast lane to success, and instead it was very nearly their downfall. Isolating. Just one man, but he fires back so strong. DRG able to close the gap to 2 now. The rifles back out on T1, and another close round with weaknesses. It makes me worried.
Oh, faster play being attempted. Izu is going to spot a lot of pressure with the shorty, and that's Nick already gone. A fantastic start, which will give them a lot of space. There is still another player here, but they're going to be revealed. Meteor's been getting so many kills that neural theft is already back online.
Let's end this.
He's such a
नहीं भाई इतने easily तो नहीं होगा भाई
more Meteor DH down. Here comes the ult out of Spirit Z1. A lot of information to work with. Good stun though from Buzz, and he converts the kill. Izu expecting that decoy, but Spirit Z1
बढ़िया इतना easy तो नहीं होगा भाई इतना easy तो नहीं होगा
Spirit Z1 connects the same. And it's double digits now for DRG, just one behind, and the economy of T1 starting to struggle.
I really like the way that T1 tried to play that. They see that Spirit Z1 is going into the ult, so they push back sight. They try and avoid him while he's giving information, take another fight, but the fact is, he was the danger in that round.
Let's go!
To get rid of. And individually was enough to take that one.
Attempted from Ackerman to little avail, but I think on the attack side, depending on your routing, somewhere you can find a lot of value. I'm right back.
और कैसे खेलेंगे फाइट से तो करने देते नहीं आप लोग करने के लिए लाते नहीं बंदे
Yeah, I was going to say he had a guardian.
यारी से खेलता तो बोलते उससे नहीं खेलना
Time's running out. Is he keeping that? He's on the other side of the map. I don't know if this is going to be a pump fake towards A and a rotate back. We'll see.
बढ़िया बढ़िया
Feels on the way, and there might not be
भाई
any going back. Flexing and Ackerman to shut them down.
गया भाई घट्स गया ये भी राउंड गया
That double duel has really started to come alive.
भाई 11 बजे की
big
क्या है
round
मेरी
from Ackerman and a complete shutdown of that A site push. 4 in a row now.
कोई नहीं वे मूवी देखो यार
but have really started to build into this one.
राउंड है तो इको राउंड क्या भाई राउंड है भाई
Different stories on either side. T1, a team that won the first Masters, didn't make the second, and now look to come back at champions. And DRG, an Ascension team that need to do better than XOG in this tournament.
DRG,
otherwise, they have to go from champions to Ascension just to stay within the league. They are fighting for that right now. At least on the other side, it's much more of that direct take again. But there's a couple of players to deal with.
Meteor being one of them. On his way through, DRG lose Demon 1, lose those traps, and all the information. On retake, they've still got a lot to work with. Nightfall, primarily. Nick throws that through, but a TP from DH. He is behind them now. Buying time, perhaps a thorn in their side, but Flexen quickly eliminates some stacks. Grabbing himself one, but he's left alone, surrounded and dealt with. From a big lead in half one, 6-2 up. At the halftime, they had the lead. They won the pistol. They extended it. But T1 now trail by 1 and need another overtime, this time on their pick.
Yeah, this has honestly been a surprise. The way that the rest of this map were going, I thought the T1 had this dead to rights. A 6-2 start, half going in their favor, second pistol to give them the lead, but some real resilience being shown by DRG. They came in as the number 2 seed for China, but I think many had the expectation that once Demon 1 was added in as a substitute for Vukashu, one of their best players, that this was going to be a different story. Or maybe not just yet. Buzz, though, he still has other ideas. DH as well. It's coming, Mitch. We're going to get it for the second map. Demon 1 can pull off a 1v5.
Well, he certainly got his moments inscribed in the history books. You think about him standing on the stage, and hell, he might mount that on the table, I say. And he might mount it again. In fact, he'd be very much justified to do so. A steamrolling from T1. We saw throughout that break between the maps just how deflated he was. Losing that first. Having the opportunity to close it out, but you can't put that on him here. They are playing so patient too. The swing from Buzz to
T1 lock in.
12 to 12 with a flawless round. T1, they bought themselves an overtime and another chance to close this series 2-0.
It's actually crazy as well that after how many coin flip rounds we've had on the A side of the map, that they still do this again. Like, this has been just the most A main fight heavy half we've seen, I think, ever. It's not even like the B site isn't popular when you go across the majority of teams. In fact, these B splits normally so common on the map, but both teams so confident in that fight. I'm almost perplexed that we're seeing DRG set up outside the B site. I didn't even know this half of the map existed.
Going to change things in OT, I suppose, and a lot of it comes down to the fact that Buzz putting that wall through gives a perfect flash for Izu. Flashes the left side, buzzes through the wall. It's a guaranteed kill if they're there, and they're almost always there because you want that early aim in control. If you give it up, they have a launching point to actually exec on the site.
भाई easy नहीं होगा भाई, अच्छा खेल रहा है भाई, T1 भाई अच्छा खेल रहा है.
And with how much space Izu already has, it is going to be the rotation back in the other direction. The thing is, though, the pings on the map suggest that maybe DRG expected this all along. They managed to get rid of stacks from B main. The Prowler forced them off. Meteor further into position. And now they look to challenge for mid instead.
One player spotted on the left, but DH is standing patient.
Paranoia
in hand, waiting for that aggression to come through. Here goes the stun, the Paranoia, the big swing. He was paranoid, and he managed to find the pick. Nick with another. DRG are not going to let this one slip without a serious fight. Nice. Can't match up to the numbers thrown at him. Izu alone.
No chance.
And he's done once he comes through the smoke. That's it for DRG. Another map point for this squad. An ascend could be on the horizon.
Yeah, I like the call. Like having that early B main control, falling back, and then, as you said, it's just a couple of bullets tapped through. I think probably spotted by a teammate a little bit further back, which might have helped him out, but then it's just about this sort of raw aggression of this squad fighting together, the death ball being created. And now for T1, is it going to be the same again? At least not early. They're also selling that same sort of ruse in towards B main. And then the steps being thrown out, but it's mid-control for DRG instead.
They're making this look like a fake. With Buzz making noise early in B main.
ये कौन सा angle है भाई?
Completely pausing, completely freezing. Then the decoy goes up towards A. The player's there, making some noise. That gets the push out of DRG. But it's traded. Meteor's done well, and he was ready for Ackerman as well. 4 versus 3. Now they group and push together, and guess where they push? Of course, it's A main. The pressure again put onto Flex, and he is completely isolated here.
Yeah, and there's not even like this time there's a gate crash available to get Spirit Z1 back over. He's put it on the left side towards B, so he's just going to have to walk there.
Ult करेगा, Cypher ult करेगा mid पे.
They've got Cypher ult.
Yeah, Meteor. Tenchi just going back to look for a corpse. That will give them all the information they could ever need, and this lets them know that for now the A site is completely open, although
30 seconds
Flexen is going to push right into it.
It's a great reposition, but the angle's going to be cleared anyways, and Buzz lands the shot. Flash through from Spirit Z1. Oh, but up close DH can't get the better of him. A 2 versus 1. Demon 1's been in so many tough clutches, but this
timing, free timing.
Backing into each other, but when he fires his shot, Demon 1 gives the game away. 13-13, another overtime. A game that I think a lot of people would have expected to be a bit one-sided, and it's been anything but.
The other thing as well is just, I feel like every time that it looks like it's going to slip away, Meteor just pulls out a round out of absolutely nowhere. Like in the first map, I want to say it wasn't the Meteor that we expected to see. This map, it has been exactly that. Like it's had so many high impact moments, and yeah, That one, okay,
Crazy,
as fast free as it gets. Autumn is going to take a timeout once again. Like I said, it seems like he likes to use the timeouts in the half that they've been struggling on, and I like that. Coming in, they have not been able to find too much when it comes to these defensive rounds, at least so far in OT. So he's going to try and give his squad a plan. That did work for them to win 15-13 on the previous map.
DRG having a moment to talk as well. Pressure. I imagine for a lot of these players, never been this high. An OT loss before. This could be them fighting for a 2-0 in favor of DRG, and instead they're fighting for survival, just like in the grand scheme of things with XLG and the Ascension points. You need to make that deep run, and it starts here for DRG. Attack side as the timeout subsides. The barriers soon to go up, and well, DRG thinking about A main aggression.
Who is surprised by that? The fight that has been going throughout the entirety of this one. Spam's doing quite a lot of damage onto Meteor. Stack's going has made it into mid, but it seems like his opponent is well away. He's managed to get through though. That's something that T1 desperately have to deal with. They're going to go hunting. Buzz is being sent to try and get rid of this man, but in the meantime they are fighting. Dealt with one though, and they've left Meteor to try and defend. He does well until dropped, but it's Buzz instead. A further advantage garnered. Although with him low, and he's on an operator, there's still a good chance here for DRG.
It's the Izu off. They already have the man advantage for T1, but now they can sit and hold an angle. Any peek in that direction is almost an immediate loss. Izu's been pretty consistent with that, but now swaps over to the rifle as push comes to shove, and it's time to get aggressive. And DRG are waiting for this though. They're looking for the fight, but Izu's the one bringing the heat. 14-13 after the timeout. T1 are now facing into map and series point. DRG, they're going to have to dig deep, even just on an emotional level with what they've been through in this game. This could be already over in their favor.
This fight was so integral. Once again, Meteor holding the line, Buzz doing so much work. They both had fantastic maps, and then even just at the end of the round, it's the movement from Buzz. I think he's definitely got one of the best movement on Neon I've ever seen. Like the amount of bullets it takes even to kill him by that point, that's where you have to swing out from Izu, and that player has already been spamming bullets. They don't have time to correct.
That's too easy for us.
T1 like to call those pauses going into the round they've been struggling in, those defensive rounds. That's what they've done. DRG, they're calling it because otherwise they're in the lower bracket.
I think this is honestly the hardest part of the job for a coach. You get 14-13, you're deep in OTs, you feel like even just the smallest adjustment on each of these maps, and it's already your series, but you could be facing a 2-0 regardless, balancing those emotions alongside the tactics.
It's also as well, when you've played 27 rounds of a game, how do you then go, I have something for round 28?
I got something new.
Yeah, it's
difficult.
Like to just spot something that you think can be adapted. Especially when a lot of the attack side for T1 was just ramming their head into the A site.
Well, you could probably say they're going to round their head into the A side.
That doesn't mean you'll win.
But, you know, it's something else to
flip a coin.
To have the counter, so to speak.
They're going again.
Not full committal though. This is a fake. You can see just even in the numbers, and they're drawing the numbers completely over to that side of the map. But DRG already had a gate crash in play. T1 was ready for this. This must have been discussed by DRG. Now they've got two players on the site with a quick rotation from Ackerman. The numbers are here. The defenders have not fallen for the ruse, and they will go ahead in the early fights. Demon 1 and Spiritsy 1. They know that DH is here. The TP crosses the trap. Early flank online for DRG with the man advantage. They just need to buy time now. Draw the eye of their opponents. That's a freebie for Flexen. DRG look to stay alive here. This Meteor is shut down after one. DH follows. And T1 They will not be taking this 15-13. This isn't map number 1. We're going further, deeper into the series for another overtime.
Yeah, I love the adaptation in this round.
Easy
It was just
भैया
that gate crash,
easy
allowing quick enough rotations after the initial contact. There wasn't a follow-up, and the mid-round call was perfect. Maybe that was the plan all along, but I genuinely think there was, okay, I've seen nothing, go, go, go. We need to get back to the other side of the map and fast. And T1's plan wasn't necessarily a bad one, but it was just how quick they were able to react. 14-14. Lower bracket for one of these teams versus either Heretics or G2. It's not a pretty picture, and DRG are not ready just yet to give that one up.
Nah. The shot from Izu. That Spirit Z1 down, a big part of this aggression, a big part of the opening duels that DRG have been able to win, and the reposition from Izu, it's not getting any better for the attackers. He's now ready with Buzz by his side, a deadly duo indeed! DRG decimated in this round! Only Nick standing, and that doesn't last long. Another chance to close the series out for T1.
Buzz has really been impossible to deal with throughout this map so far. I think even the steps of Izu might have just baited them into a false sense of security. Like, maybe I have an operator to face off against, and then you walk into the hands of an absolute menace. This shot as well, just so clean with it.
NT
I believe that was his 31st kill. It is.
15-15 होगा.
And now, well, once again, DRG are in a position where they have to find a response.
T1 again looking to fake out that presence to the A side, but it's early spotted by DRG. Trap going to catch Buzz, and he'll be put in his place by Spirit Z1 this time. T1 on the line catches another, and T1 again they have the chance to close it, but again it's DRG digging deep on this defensive side. Meteor, he's been the one to pull them out of these bad situations, but he has to go huge here. Even the double isn't enough, but stacks on mid. T1, they've decimated DRG in a close battle, but when it matters, they step up to the plate.
I don't know what just happened for Spirit Z1. That looked like a free kill, and I don't know if he quick switched or something, but it's going to be the death of them. Meteor and Buzz both just having phenomenal performances, and well, we talk about a team that has been there and won themselves a championship this year. It takes digging incredibly deep versus DRG. Both maps heading their way to overtime of 15, 13, 16, 14. It literally couldn't have been any closer. And the finest of margins for a team, not only fighting in champions, but fighting to not have to go back to
As I said,
it's a good showing, especially for a team with a standard.
Oh, without a doubt, this could have been either team stepping up for your post-match interview, but in the end, it is here. Even the double isn't enough, but stacks on mid.
नहीं वो नहीं यार, रिप्ले जो दिखा रहा था वो देख.
14, it literally couldn't have been any closer. And the finest of margins for a team, not only fighting in champions, but fighting to not have to go back to Ascension. It's a good showing, especially for a team with a standard.
अच्छा इसके बाद बुलेट खत्म थी, बुलेट खत्म थी भाई.
This could have been
7 बुलेट थी.
Either team stepping up for your post-match interview, but in the end, it is T1 to take it across the.
Like, when you watch someone play like him, you genuinely sit there half of the time and just go, I don't know how he's done it. And then Meteor was like the 1-2 punch. You leave him in a late round and you just feel like he's going to win it. It might not be the showing that we necessarily expected from T1, but they got the job done in the end. And that was sort of the main thing. Nonetheless, you have definitely heard enough from us today. Let's go over to the Verizon post-match interview with Buzz.
He whiffed so bad.
Victoire de T1 à Paris et le public exulte. On va pouvoir en discuter un petit peu avec Buzz. Hi Buzz, congratulations for this massive win against DRG. My first question I wanted to ask you is about your comp. You guys are playing double duelist for such a long time, back in Bangkok already with that Yoru. So what makes it so strong? Why does it work for you guys?
방콕 때부터 투타격 때 기압을 이렇게 기용하셨는데 그때부터 오늘 경기도 그렇고 너무 잘 풀려나가고 있는 것 같은데 버즈 선수가 느끼기에 이게 왜 우리 팀의 강점이다라고 느낄까요?
일단은 저희 팀
50%.
이주 선수도 그렇고 저도 그렇고 폭발력이 굉장히 있다고 생각하고 그리고 저희가 제 개인적으로는 더블 듀얼리스트 메타의 창시자라고 생각하는데 그런 거에서 저희 팀이 다른 팀보다 더블 듀얼리스트 했을 때 좀 더 앞서 있다는 느낌을 받고 있어서 더 잘하는 것 같아요.
I mean, Izu and myself, we have that extra kick for the double duelist comp, and because we started that comp, I think that because we are the pioneers, we have the better read on it. We are a step ahead of everyone else.
Step ahead, right indeed. That's what we can see. Du coup, il joue double dueliste depuis très longtemps, Team One, depuis les Masters Bangkok. Donc, pourquoi ce choix? Qu'est-ce qui fait que vous êtes aussi fort dessus? Tout simplement parce qu'on est les pionniers, les premiers, comme le dit Buzz avec son coéquipier Izu. Et du coup, vu qu'on a un temps d'avance sur les autres, on a tout simplement envie de continuer. And I want to ask you another question this time, a bit more specific. Who's going to be in your team the main character at Champs Paris? Is it going to be you, Buzz? Is it going to be one of your teammates maybe? Tell me.
메인 캐릭터 주인공이 우리 팀에서 누굴지 버즈 선수일지 아니면 누굴까요?
저는 개인적으로 저희 팀 막내 DH 선수가 주인공이지 않을까. 우승한다면 첫 챔스 첫 우승이기 때문에 DH 선수, 그래서 DH 선수가 주인공이지 않을까 싶습니다.
I would say our youngest teammate DH, because this is his first champ and taking that first champ's title, it would have to be DH.
So he's gonna have, you know, that bit of a rookie era, right? Du coup, qui est peut-être pour toi le main character de ces Champions Paris dans ton équipe? Est-ce que c'est toi? Est-ce que c'est un de tes teammates? Je pense dire mon coéquipier DH, c'est le rookie, c'est le plus jeune de l'équipe et pour son premier international, j'aimerais trop le voir soulever le trophée. Last question, we're gonna see G2 and Team Heretics take the stage now. So basically, what's your prediction, Buzz?
다음 경기 G2 대 팀 헤레틱스 경기인데 어떻게 예상하시나요?
저는 개인적으로 그래도 아메리카 리전을 우승하고 온 G2가 올라와서 저희랑 어퍼에서 만나지 않을까 싶습니다.
I would say the American champions G2 would take the win and face us in the next match.
Ooh, so you're excited to facing G2. Thank you very much, Buzz. 감사합니다. It's always a pleasure to have you here in interview. Toujours un plaisir d'avoir Buzz qui nous dit qu'il pense que G2 vont les rejoindre dans l'upper bracket. Let's figure out if Buzz is right about the outcome on Team Heretics and G2 very soon.
चलो गर्ल्स तुम खा पी लो कुछ। मैं भी देखता हूँ खाने पीने का कुछ देखता हूँ, आप भी कुछ खा पी लो, उसके बाद आते हैं, इनको भी टाइम लगेगा स्टार्ट होने में। ठीक है, ठीक है, फिर देखते हैं। ओके ठीक है, हाँ।
Red Bull gives you wings.
What's good, everybody? It's Bebe here. I'm with my teammates Valen and Trent, and we're gonna be playing Never Have I Ever. And I got a list of questions here, so I'm just gonna start cracking them away, bro.
I'm ready.
All right. I kind of want to do these out of order, but I'm gonna start with this one. Never have I ever won a 3-peat championship.
Well, we did.
I mean, I have.
Oh. You haven't.
I haven't.
Damn.
I won one.
Do you know what it feels like?
I mean, I kind of know what it feels like through you guys.
Right? You were there.
I was definitely there. So, you know what? I'm going to turn mine over, bro. I have two.
You have.
I did it.
He's a 3-time champ.
No, I didn't do it. But anyways, let's go to the next one. Never have I ever missed a practice without a good reason.
Hell no.
Missed a practice?
I don't think so.
Nah,
Are you kidding?
There's definitely.
That's crazy.
Well, all right, so what's your, like, what was one of the situations?
No, I've maybe I miss practice if like I wake up late or something, you know, just get an extra sleep in, but
Have you ever missed one with, like, without a good reason? Like, you just like decided to
no,
just
man.
chill one day?
No, dude, we're hard workers.
Damn.
Should I lie? Should I give a good story?
Yeah.
Dude, one time I was partying all night and Josh called. He said we have practice. I said, hell no, Josh, I'm not coming. And I didn't show up.
I feel like you're just putting words, like you're taking words out of my mouth right now, bro. If I'm honest with you, bro. All right, next one. Never have I ever lied about my rank. I've never lied about my rank, straight up.
Never had to.
I never had to.
Never had to, bro.
No need to. Yeah, we've been good.
Next.
Yeah. Never have I ever drank out of the stage 2 trophy.
I don't think I have.
I think I may have drank out of it and done a little bit more.
Did it taste a little metallic? Or?
I'm not gonna lie, my stomach was a little messed up after.
I'm sure, but you got some paint chips in your stomach.
Yeah, but I mean, I might need to get checked out.
What cereal did you eat out of it?
Protein Cheerios.
Protein Cheerios.
Protein Cheerios.
You had about a gallon of milk in there.
I put way too much milk in that. I swear I put too much milk in there.
Can we air a side piece of him drinking out of it right now?
yeah, I give you guys permission to cut that in, me drinking out of the trophy. But dude, that thing is deeper than I thought it was gonna be, bro.
Didn't you put the milk first?
All right, come on, man. Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Crazy.
All right, never have I ever put milk first into cereal.
That's not a real question.
What do you mean? It's not. I swear it's right here, bro.
Oh, wow. It is a real one. Milk first? Have not. No way. That's a sin.
You know that was the first time I ever did that? I feel disgusted with myself.
I don't believe
it. was the first time I've done that. You know,
it looked natural. Were you just so locked
like
in?
you were just like, all right, milk, cereal.
You were so locked in the
so embarrassed. I'm actually so embarrassed right now. I was so geeked out about like having the trophy and what I was about to do.
You couldn't even think straight.
I couldn't, bro.
Hey.
Damn, bro. That's what the 3P does to you. All right. I mean, you know what? Since you want to go there, since you're trying to bully me. All right. Never have I ever gotten ace before Trent. Hey, yo, you got an ace before Trent too. Hey, yo, you dab me up, bro. Dab me up, yo.
I haven't used my thing. What do I?
So basically,
I haven't gotten an ace before myself.
No, so you just want to put that up there?
I have not. All right, got it. Yeah.
No
all right, right there. Is good.
That's good. That's great.
What about right here?
Oh yeah.
Hey, there you have it.
Right,
that was Never Have I Have It from the boys from G2, yo.
Not a day goes by that I don't miss Baby Bay over here on our talent team, but I'm happy that he's having a great time in Americas. Welcome back to day 3 of Champs Paris, everybody. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I have never done a desk with Doug and Tombiz. Have I?
That can't be true.
I don't think the three
you
of us
definitely have.
We have?
Yeah, we did the lower final in Iceland.
Oh.
There you go.
I was there?
Brother.
I don't remember.
There you go.
Just like that?
Yeah, easy.
That was
it's because I missed it, you know.
Wait,
It made me very sad.
The NRG one or the loud one? I don't remember. At some point.
Well, it was definitely, I think it was loud.
Oh, okay. Well, that's nice. Well, I've never done a desk with these two since 2022. Welcome back, you two.
Never have I ever. There you go.
Do you know what I have seen, though, Doug? G2 play Heretics quite a few times.
Have you?
Quite a few times.
I too have seen them play quite a few times. That's not Shanghai?
No, but at Shanghai, yes. You were there?
Yes.
Yeah, we were there. How did it go?
It went great, and then it didn't go great, but it went great for a little while. For
Wait,
G2
whose side are you
until
on?
it didn't. I'm speaking more historically.
Okay.
Than anything else right now. Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited for this matchup. I'm super excited for the rematch. I'm glad Leaf is back on the stage after missing
I mean, almost all of stage 2 due to health reasons. It's so good to see him back and healthy and competing with his boys.
Yeah, I'm happy to see him back as well. But here is the thing I think we have to explain to everybody that is watching. First of all, Doug, what is the golden era? And second of all, I guess to Tom as well after this, can we really say that G2 are currently in their golden era if they have not won anything globally? I'll start with you, Doug.
I don't think that that's a disqualifier to that.
But what is the golden era? What does that mean?
Oh, it just means they're winning a lot.
Okay.
They're winning a lot, and I mean, they've performed well internationally. They've performed well domestically.
I have a separate question.
Yeah.
So back in the day, were DRX in a golden era?
That's on DRX's marketing
because they
I mean, that feels like a miss.
They won everything domestically and then finished 5th to 6th.
Yeah, that feels like a marketing miss on their team.
See, that sounds like a no, but he doesn't want to say it.
Kind of tough on them.
But is that where you sit, though, Tom? You don't believe in this golden era title?
No, if you don't win an international trophy, it honestly doesn't mean much.
A global trophy.
Or global, yes. If you don't win a global trophy, it's all for nothing. The build-up is to get to these international events. You play against the best in the world. And sure, it means something that you are that good regionally. But for me, a golden era would be if you win like a back-to-back international trophy.
Sure. Yeah, I think they have performed. And look, we've been around the game long enough to know that international success is incredibly difficult to do and incredibly difficult to repeat on, right?
100%.
Even more so. And so, do I think that they're not golden era because they haven't won a championship? I don't think that that's necessarily true. I also think the beautiful thing about this golden era that they're in is that they genuinely could not give two flying flips about what anyone else thinks about whether or not they're in their golden era, because that's how they carry themselves.
I mean, they did
right?
put a song out called Golden Era that they all sang in.
I mean, they carry themselves as guys who are like, I mean, we know what we're about and really don't. Trent, the timing is bad here, brother.
Trent, he's looking for his ace.
Wow. I thought he was looking for an international trophy.
Can we say global?
Global.
Can we please say global trophy?
Okay.
Because the domestic leagues are called international leagues. You're frying my brain right
domestic.
now.
They're domestic. That's a domestic trophy.
I'm inclined to agree with you, but alas,
we're not. You want to get in trouble with Brian? Because I will snitch on you. But for me here, for me, it's the golden era. I put a question mark after that. But I do think if they win a global trophy, they will definitively be in their golden era. I don't think you can dispute that. And a lot of that, Tom, comes down to Leaf, who they sorely missed for a reason. He's just so good.
Yeah, the thing is, he comes back in and they look almost flawless. I think they were basically flawless the second he came back into the team. The thing that's so impressive with this squad, though, that even though he is a phenomenal player and he's definitely going to add a lot in this tournament, when they were playing with Baby, they still barely lost. Like, they still barely lost even maps. Like, they were able to take down pretty much everybody on the road, and then he was like the icing on top of the cake, which does show how much depth this squad has as a whole.
And speaking of Leaf, Mika Fab's got the chance to catch up with him ahead of their game today.
Hey guys, Mika here, and I am here with one singular Leaf. It's so good to see you here. Were you worried at all that you might not make it to Champions, and how important is it that you are here? What does that mean to you?
I mean, I didn't know 100%, you know, like I was on and off like in the hospital and stuff like that, so like I couldn't be sure if I'd get better by in time, but I mean, I'm glad that I'm here. I'm glad that I'm back to health, you know, good health. And I mean, it's just always fun playing an event. I missed EWC because of the health reasons that I had. So being able to play and being able to play at an international is like always fun.
Well, it is really, really good to see you here. Another question though, I just have to ask, can you clear the air? Because this guy over here, what is the deal with him? Is he a caster? Is he a coach? Is he a player? Is he a content creator? Who is he?
He's our vibes merchant, you know, but I'd say he's a little bit more useful than someone like Zelsis, if I'm being quite honest. You know, I mean, we've seen him on the server, but out of the server, he's also helping us too. So he's kind of the GOAT.
And I'm sure those two baguettes are going to come in handy as well. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you.
No shot, Baby Bay's eating carbs now. No shot. It was lies. The diet Tasty Gaming were lies. But I'm very happy to see Leaf back. Also very happy to see Team Heretics back because Tom, to be honest, should they have even made it here given how playoffs went?
I think so. I think that it was a couple of games that definitely were underwhelming as hell, especially versus Na'Vi. They got obliterated.
but you look at their season as a whole, they went flawless in the group stage. They were really impressive all the way through. They were looking like the best team within our region, and then they fell off a cliff. And I think that the good thing now is they've had the time to recover. I don't think if I was picking the 4 EMEA teams, or anybody was picking them, you wouldn't put Heretics in there.
You would not.
No, I'm saying I don't think there's anybody who wouldn't.
Who would, yeah.
Bad wording.
Nobody would leave them out. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm inclined to agree with you too. For as much as they've had their ups and downs, I wouldn't have left them out of it. And I think they've got the core, they have the bones, they have international success, and yeah, maybe they hit a bump in the road. But as we were just talking about, repeated success in this game is outrageously difficult. And they're the few that have done it well. The Fanatics
a lot
of
of
our
green.
day, the Fanatics of our day, the G2s of the. I mean, that's so hard to come by.
It is, for real. I think I'm extremely surprised that they didn't make it in playoffs. They had to rely on other teams losing and winning here and there to get them here. So I think they need to prove, now they are here, they can get out of groups, they can make a run, because their group is not exactly the easiest. But what I will say, though, despite all of their ups and downs, there's been one shining beacon, and that is...
Rians?
Yes, Tom Biz! Tell me about why we love Rian so much.
Well, the fun thing with this roster is I'd say that you've got 3 players who are incredibly explosive, up and down, sometimes here, sometimes not. And then you have what I like to call the safe pair of hands, and that is Rian. You put him in a clutch, he's probably going to win it. He's fantastic with his utility. I think if it wasn't for someone like Leo, we would be talking about him as the best of all time. Like, he is so good in every single role he plays. And as said, like, he's consistent while doing it. And does, like, I don't think I've ever seen him tilt once, ever. Like, he's so calm within the game. Like, he is everything you want in a professional player, and also probably has at least 10 years left of his career.
Yeah,
boys. He's also silly sometimes, too, you know? He likes to be a bit silly.
He's got a little whimsy to him. But, Tom, I think the player that you were just describing, when you think about Valorant's history, every successful team has one of those guys.
100%.
At least one of those guys who, no matter what happens, you can put him in a situation that you probably shouldn't win, and he may get away with it once or twice, but then the ones that you should win, you win every time, and that's Rian's.
Exactly. For me, I know Leo's, you know, with the news of his retirement recently, if you guys are missing that aura, that vibe, that style of play, Rian's is your man. But for more on Team Heretics, here's Lou with Benji Fishy.
Mika here, and I'm with Benji Fishy of Team Heretics. Now, this matchup seems familiar. I think you guys have, you know, figured out G2, but are you convinced that you still have their number?
You know, it's been a pretty long time since we played against each other, but, you know, I think we've changed, they've changed, and I think it's kind of just the battle of who's changed for the better. So I guess we'll find out today.
Ooh, very interesting words. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you.
Very happy to see Benji back, of course. He also has a chance to right his wrongs, and I think the last time we saw Heretics at Champs, the image that everybody left with Heretics is probably, you know, the moment Benji was falling his eyes out on stage, and I'm sure he would like to come back and actually go away with a trophy this time round.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he'd love to. I'm sure everybody else at the entire tournament would also love to, but you know, they have had their hardship. And, you know, I think maybe today, at least from my prediction, it's not getting any better.
Tom, do you, like, what the hell is happening?
I go with my head for predictions. Would I like Heretics to win? Of course.
Would you like to come back to EMEA next year?
Hopefully.
Like, what is this?
Brother, there's safety across the pond for you.
Yeah, you know.
In case you do get excommunicated.
I mean, we already agree we are swapping him with Sideshows. Like, it's happening.
You're
going to Americas.
But Pacific have the coolest land, so maybe I'll go there.
Wait, can we go too?
All right, before I derail everything, let's talk about the most important thing here. Of course, G2 and Team Heretics fighting for their first global trophy. It's time to bring them onto stage.
G2 Esports! We realize that come let me this.
It's time to see if Los Niños can take the shine off of G2's golden era. I cannot believe this is the first game we get to see for both of these teams at Champs. It is a huge matchup, and this map pool is going to be very interesting because for G2 it's almost flawless.
Yeah, that's the difficult thing. I think for Heretics, they had to remove the Abyss. It was horrific at the beginning of the year, so it had to go. Them picking into Corrode, though.
This is crazy.
I understand that it's been one of G2's weaker, but it's not like they've been amazing. They just about beat Mates, who they didn't do great this year.
And they perma-banned it at playoffs. They banned it against every single opponent as well. So
I do think Heretics are in a damned if you do, damned if you don't, because you're picking Poison, right?
Yeah.
What are you going to pick? The map that they're 4-1 on instead of 5-0? Like,
their best map is the third map in the series, so if they can get there, this really comes into a very, very interesting game. It's not like any of these, though, other than maybe the first one, is a bad map for G2.
I'm so surprised they didn't insta-pick Haven. I thought maybe they wouldn't think about that too much and just go with what they're comfortable with. But the thing is, this is not the first time Heretics has done this. They permaban Ascent for a whole year and then went through like 4 weeks in a row of just picking Ascent.
It is also worth noting, though, that Haven for G2, teams have only managed to get 5 rounds versus them the last 3 times they played it. So I think it also look at your opponent and goes, okay, I don't want to just go into a risk.
I do respect it, though, from Heretics and Yinsu. It's kind of what you were alluding to just now. Is yes, you look at all these stats and they can seem a bit daunting, but then you have to remember all of that was domestic success, and now we're on a bigger stage. You're clashing play styles, and it may be historically a good map for them, but what's to say that they don't have something better?
I reckon Heretics' Haven is better than 2G, EG, and 100 Thieves.
Sure,
that's my hot take.
They were blasted, so were G's too. I kind of want to talk a little bit, though, about what I'm sort of expecting to see in Corrode. I love seeing Woot's Waylay.
Yeah,
I
it's a
think it's
wasteland.
such a huge part of their setups. They had some really cool ideas, especially on the defensive side. The problem they had, though, was their attack. Their attack sucked. They didn't have anywhere near as much on that side. So I definitely think there's holds to be found. And I believe, at least the last time we saw it, Jorg was also playing that Waylay. So we might get that head-to-head of 2 players I think are going to be incredible on that agent.
Yeah, sorry, I've been derailed because we just watched Baby Bay struggle to open the fridge for 30 seconds.
And then flex.
And then he, nails it. If that's not quintessential Baby Bay, like, I mean, that is him personified.
I'm not being funny, but Weber would never struggle with that. Weber would never flex, but he could definitely calmly open a Rebel fridge. But the Wasteland combo is really, really interesting. I truly believe on Voot it is a Wasteland, but every duelist on Voot looks good, right? That is the thing he looks the best on. My eyes do go towards Benji because Benji has had a bit of an inconsistent time. That time on Corrode, you talk about the attack site, it was a bit of a howler from him getting picked off over and over again. You cannot do that against G2. If you get picked off over and over again against G2, say goodbye to the series.
Well, especially when the likelihood is the Viper on the other side will be Leaf, who is consistently a demon on anything you put him on. Leaving him on the lurk, and also, especially on that defensive hold, having that wall go up and down at the right moment for your defensive pushes and delay, it's going to be integral. If Benji's having a bad game and Leaf is doing Leaf things, this could be map over, even though this is the one that, in my mind, Heretics have to win.
Do you reckon they'll bring out the Sage?
I don't think so.
No?
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I do, Tom, I love what you were just saying on setting up Leaf 2 because my eyes do go towards him, not just because of some of the stuff you were just talking about, but because, again, he had missed so much time. True. He just rejoined. What kind of form is he in? We saw that he looked really good in playoffs, but as we've mentioned before, this is a different beast.
I'm not going to lie. I'm not worried at all. I think Leaf is going to drop 30 kills, like, no lie. But let's take a look at the agent select and see if we get anything different. Will we get the continuation of Waylay here at Champs that everybody's loving? We won't on the side of Heretics because Woot is playing Viper.
Yeah, Woot, but also they've got rid of the Viper on the other side by the looks of it. Jorgamo's also hovering Breach, but I'm guessing that's a complete troll because that would be the surprise of the tournament.
G2 ने भाई लिया ही नहीं है.
Jonah blocking in the Sage is
well, there's a hell of a lot of delay coming through, like throwing that in. Jorgamo going to the raise, not the most surprising thing in the world, but yeah, I think the Vice Viper, that's going to give Benji more tools to actually hold down a solo site, especially in combination with the Astra from Boo. I think he's one of the best Astra players we've ever seen, especially in post-plant scenarios. I like the fact that Rian's still going to be on the fade, one of his best, but it puts a lot more pressure on Miniboo to have a good game, and he is very hit and miss.
Yeah, I think we've touched a bit on Leaf and kind of Jogamo and just like that. Fallon as well is an X factor for me on G2.
Well, this could be the best match we've had yet, and I've got just the casters for the occasion. Over to you, Uber and Wyatt.
NCY, I don't think that is an embellishment. It's a triple crown Kings of Americas going up against your World Championship runners-up. G2 versus Team Heretics about to throw down in their opener game.
These are two teams who are just still on the journey to try and get that gold at one of these prestigious BCT international tournaments. Both of them know what it feels like to come up just short. That was the story for G2 earlier this year at Bangkok. But since then, at least domestically, absolute dominance. 4th place at Toronto. But still, that trophy elusive.
A very different story for Heretics in Toronto. We covered some of those games and were mystified by their inability to get going in that tournament.
Didn't get a map in that tournament. Honestly, but we know they're better than that. They've just been volatile.
Corrode, I mean, such a bizarre map pool. We'll dig into that a little bit later here, but it's Heretics on the attack side to start things off, and it's already inching over to A. And who else but Miniboo to open up the account for the EMEA squad?
A team and a player who can be so momentum-based. That is the right way to start off for him.
Prowlers here getting into that A side of the map, and G2 are going to give some space, considering playing off this paranoia to some degree. It's Fallon a little bit late to it now. Grabwell also complicating things for G2 as they try and wrest control back, but they're down to Jonah and Leaf.
Just the two of them both coming from spawn at the moment. Little upgrade for Benji Fishy as well. Really shouldn't be any hope for them to get back into this. All of the Heretics players just faced up together.
Yeah, it is like a triple face. They are ready for anything, and Jonah now is aware. 4 straight on back. Has a wall to work with, but very tricky situation to navigate down this 1 versus 4. It's cute. I'll give him that. Right click over the top, but it's Heretics getting on the board first.
I gotta say, it's interesting as well to see the Astra. We've seen absolutely none of that in America, so G2 certainly not prepared in that regard. The agent definitely more popular over in Europe, contrasting to what they go up against. This is a fascinating first map, though. The desk were highlighting exactly why. This is one where G2 have played 3 different comps in Americas and have lost with all of them. This is their 4th new look on the map since it's been released midway this year.
It's double Senti, which is bizarre. The Rays make it away back into the composition as well. That's a nice seize. Brienne's decayed down, but otherwise not affected by the paint shells that followed up that fade util. Jonah needs to top up himself. Decayed down as he seized in the corner, but it's a wall in response. That'll get broken open.
And since the recent buffs, G2 have loved leaning into this stage, playing it on Sunset, which isn't in this pool, but then also taking it to Corrode.
Jonah P is waiting. A little bit of skin, a little shoulder ahead, anything. Jog steps up and then gets on out here. G2 so far have staved Heretics off of this B side of the map and have scaled into some degree of mid-control with a big push by Leaf off of the A side.
Yeah, Heretics, who, by the way, have gone for that 5 stinger buy, but perhaps early ideas of going with some pace were just slowed down by G2 having both the fade and the sage on this B side.
Valuable confirmation there. That haunt indicates that Heretics are still milling about B main. And Jonah went to find out the hard way. Tension in the air now, as you know, in a couple of moments. Heretics are looking to test this. They got that better weaponry. It's stingers for all of them. Very NA-coded buy-up. And Miniboo's going to get straight onto the site. Trent at least goes 1 for 1. Around the corner, it's Fallon. Couple headshots now. That's going to put the fear of God in these guys. And then Trent. Oh, yes. G2 with an absurdly high floor, even on their worst days, get it done with the classics.
Yeah, you best not challenge G2 of all teams with the 5 stingers. They know exactly how to deal with that. And I suppose this round it's just simply not missing in the site. What is happening? They line up for Trent. Oh my God.
These guys have changed, man.
Well, you see the Baby Bay effect right away. That is the difference. Normally, you would see Josh RT just kind of silently, he claps to himself. The team would congratulate each other. Now they're out of their seats. Josh is getting hyped to the coaching booth. They have a totally different mentality since he's joined this team.
Leaf's first game back. He clutches, gets up in his seat, screams across the stage. I haven't played for 2 weeks, you guys effing suck. It sits down. These guys are different.
He's had enough.
Let's go.
He's got the Guardian into this round. Instant first tap.
Mid control already, though. Look at Joel taking that space. Looks like the Hawk pinged him out, though, and now he's going to have to reconsider. That B side has opened up, though. Benji Fishy on that attack side. Always good to crack open the loose side.
I'll just trying to use those Nebulas to cross, but it's a very well-timed siege that comes through from Trent to deny the ability of Heretics to scale into that site.
Plenty of time to work with for Heretics and decided to cancel on that B. Slowed down a little too long by that C's maybe. Now they need to re-clear mid. Trent steps up, sees the Marshall shot whistle past his left ear, has an open in hand, but needs smoke coverage.
It does get hit by that Marshall, so down to just 50 HP. Valen on the open face.
They don't expect the other one.
That's not good enough against this weak buy. That's a gun recovered now, potentially.
A lot of center util over on this A side of the map here, but someone has to be there to take advantage. It's Trent, who's already knocked down to 49. Heretics now moving in numbers. Dangerous though, Trent through the wall. Cuts rounds down. Woot and Miniboo are bleeding out as they get onto the site. Time is short, and Trent is going to make sure they pay for it. It's just Boo with a rather Sheriff. At least he's been able to go up to a Guardian. Of course, that spike is down. Trent still needs to do something about this. Boo's gotten in there. Leaf and Jordan now looking to play together. Off the satchel, off the bomb buddy, and a little bit of hot skip and jump. Sticks the landing. That's a G2 defuse.
And we've barely gotten to see any of Chocobo playing Raze this year, but we know how ridiculous he is on the agent. His movement is as silly as it gets. I mean, if you just think back to how much he was on that agent when he won Champions with EG in 2023. Fair effort to Heretics, though. That was honestly pretty savage of Boo to have the Guardian, but go to the Sheriff and swing out wide instead for the one-tap.
That's the utility from Leaf that was left over on that A site, rather, after he drifted across.
Yeah, gets a cam tag and the trip, so they're lit up with the Odin. Yeah, that's why G2 were just happy to play other sides of the map. They have all the info on able to set up the Leaf's playing.
Double for G2.
That's good.
That's part of the reason why they brought Cypher back in here, playing off those kill trips now, which that much more deadly on a map with thin walls like this.
It's like they defeated NRG and were able to steal their best card.
Oh, it's like perfect sell. You know what I mean?
Now they're using it on Corrode of all maps. Just so much obnoxious wall spam, which the Cypher really does benefit off of with the cam. That is one nice little perk of having the agent. What? What? Huh?
What do I make of that one? I mean, is it a
science cannot explain what is happening with this wall. What is happening? I don't know what I'm looking at.
Jonah really, you know, with the modern architecture slant on Corrode here. Yeah, even Heretic's like, what is this, bro? A little mystifying.
I mean, in the meantime, here comes Miniboo, dimensional drift, while the rest of the team are just perplexed as to what's happening in B main. He's gotten all the way into the site,
Is it a sign from an advanced alien race that are trying to communicate with us? No. No, it's just G2's utility usage. Here's the Nightfall, though, cutting onto the site. Two players caught by the paranoia, tucked in the corner. Valen strides out, Miniboo is down. Here comes Trent, looking to mow them down, but the sheer wall will prevent that penetration. Leaf here, knocked down to just the shorty. Very favorable scenario here for Heretics.
Valen spotted out as well, so they get the info on an additional player. Rian's 1 kill away from the Nightfall just in case. But surely the man advantage and some good trading will be enough for Team Heretics here.
They've been able to get out of the danger zones, those very spammable spots after having stuck the plant. Rian steps up. Nicely done. Woot will chime in here, and Trent is going to be well and truly on the back foot. Meticulous from Team Heretics, but they bust open the weak side.
That dimensional drift got a lot of value. G2 attempting to go for the flood as soon as Heretics got into the site. That was the Nightfall coming out from Trent. There was a paranoia from Elbow as well. I think he was trying to boost himself up, but all good. Ultimately, though, Team Heretics just play that so well, being able to dodge out the flood and then get some good post-plant setups.
I think that the boost up gives Jonah a look over the wall in B main. Most likely. Off we go round number 5 here.
Oh, right on God.
And that's mid-lockdown.
Little unnecessary to get the headshot through the wall, but we'll take it for the style points.
Sending a message, I feel.
Plus 10 aura. Jaw just waiting in the smoke with Valen over on A. Team Heretics can really take their time here, however. Miniboo maybe with an opportunity on another. I think Jonah might have just gotten the spot. Maybe he popped up on the minimap. Hard to say, but aware either way.
bought some time and will be able to fall back towards that elbow position. But Heretics, naturally, extremely well armed in this round. And there's Miniboo.
Nice.
All comes up a little bit too slow for Jonah's liking. And that'll leave it all on Leaf for that B site. As a can to work with, so it could be a little bit more passive. But now, G2 getting exploratory. Boo already has the bayonet fixed in place, and Valen is on the receiving end.
Valen does duck away, hoping to act as maybe some level of bait for Jaw in the corner, but with just the classic, does some damage, can't net the kill.
That's all there is to be said. Valen here, very low likely to one. And okay. All right. Put all in on it. Finds himself 2 now and leaves Leaf with the Stinger still en route to A.
Honestly, he's getting it with some decent pace. He might be able to catch them off while they're trying to plant.
The elbow play is going to wrap on him here. Leaf may be unaware that... Oh, backstab!
Oh
okay,
my God.
Guys! And after this close but no cigar nonsense.
My God. 37 health left for Benji.
How did that come down to a 1 versus 1? The economic impact of that round can't be overstated. It's a big investment here for Team Heretics.
I mean, that was their chance to get their cash to, I mean, damn near capped out for a few players. And now they're all bought down to 1.5 or so. Because Valen gets a 2-piece on the weak players. That.
Whoa, let's go!
At least they're, you know, still excited they won the round. I was holding my breath, but...
काफी बढ़िया निकाल.
Oh my God, what is that tap?
Off the rip, and it's
Hey, random मारा.
taken out.
Random मारा
Heretics'
भाई.
ability to cover the map adequately, severely limited with the loss of that duelist.
Any hopes of using Miniboo to pressure up mid as a effort while they split into B for main? Well, that is nullified.
And that allows for an eventual walk down and insertion by a G2 player to punish a rotate later. Boo, rather, still sitting bottom mid.
Heretics, they really have no intention of committing to the site just yet. They know that it's of the utmost importance. They remove that Cypher utility first, then go for the execute. See, Rians is just queuing up that Nightfall for a moment. That could certainly turn the tides.
It depends where that really goes. There's actually no anchoring players on the side.
Hello, Mr. Devil.
I mean, it may just allow them timing to get the spike down, but that might be it, however, in G2. They are getting in position right now. Look at Jaw, he's over at elbow. They might be able to flood back in.
Leaf unaffected by that by the looks of things. Haunt is cleared. Jorgamo here up in tower, and the spam is a problem. Second kill through smoke of the round for Valen. Wood down to 4. He steps up and ends up on the snake bite now. Joel trying to time this, in theory, to disrupt a plant. Quite a game for G2's duelist so far. There's going to be a double stack here over towards an elbow position. Paint shells, a tickle. Boo down to 61.
This is really going to come down to Benji. He is the healthy player. He's tucked in the corner.
Still healthy. Still ready to throw down, and he's waiting for Jaw to give him something around that corner. Still no barrel sighted. Slow orb at the feet of Benji. He maybe is slowed by that, and Valen's been brought back into the game by the res. It's 4 players on G2 now for a retake, and George just tanks the shots. Not a care in the world. Slams down on Benji, and that's Valen exiting the round with 3.
G2 play that with some really lovely patience, just allowing for the time to get that res, and then they go back in. It was really well done. Played to that as the out.
Again, playing around the Nightfall, playing off the side at G2.
Just a nasty timing from Valen. Just a little burst spray through.
If you've been able to take Miniboo and Riens off the map, you've gotten into the engine room of your opponents.
Man, Valen right now, top fragging in the server with 9. He individually was such a standout for the team throughout the course of Stage 2.
MVP, of course.
It almost felt like he took it upon himself, knowing that with this new iteration of the team, with Baby just coming back, that someone had to step up in terms of getting the kills. He took it upon himself, and he has been in some of the best individual form we have ever seen this past couple months.
Jonah P here, eating a lot of this initiator util. Still able to find a... Oh, that is devious, brother. Bizarre angle looking in the yard.
Yeah, he लेके बैठा है wall के tricks
posted
वगैरह
up
ये.
for the most part with an extremely tight shot. Mid, though, less contested by G2 this round. Just the trap wire left at top mid there. But there are players filtering into that A side after the early saber rattling by Heretics.
Yeah, G2 obviously with this setup, they have no problem just giving up mid. Leaf is peeking for anyone to go from top mid to that B link by playing towards elbow, and he's got that cam up. Jaw pretty committed in the sight, but has the showstopper when the actual hit comes through. Ready to fight at this choke.
Oh, buddy, that's scary. That's a 2-for-1 special for your boy Jaw. Benji at least able to get some value back in that exchange. And Miniboo deep on that B site. Looking to occupy the top mid area, but G2 are circumventing it entirely. All the way around, back through B.
Very patient RG2, retaining control of elbow crucially. They have a trip even to maintain that control.
Full match offline.
Allow the rest of the team to rotate over and then go for that 4-on-3, trade things out.
Paranoia avoided by Benji, aware now that Jonah is up in tower. Benji's had to play his position in the last couple of rounds. Jonah's aware there's a player tucked close, simply drawing the shots out. Sees won't quite reach him. Omen TP for info. Staved off. It's Valen once again. Sets foot on the side. And the rest of G2 ready to run in numbers. It's on Miniboo now. Has to peer in from top mid. Trent's drawing his shots, as is Jonah. And then they back away for someone to step up. It's rank after rank of G2 guns aimed at the Yoru.
What a beautiful retake. This is just Valorant at its best from G2. Everything they do there is so patient and tactical. From that slow up from Jonah into Link, there's that jump spot from Jonah. He gets the position of Benji in the corner. They're still waiting. Then from the shadows from Valen, gets tucked into the corner, close choke, gets the info on Boo. Then they push out together. They use every second that they've got in that retake. They maximize all of them to get the info on the players and go in.
They're fully aware.
So well done.
That Benji is tucked in that corner. So Jonah and Trent just draw his fire.
Well, that's the beauty of this G2 this year, right? Is that they have the X factor, but overall the team is so intelligent. They play such a sound tactical game, but they have him as the wild card.
Sage wall over here at A main that forces Heretics to reveal themselves to a degree. A very passive posting there. You look towards A elbow. That's where Jonah is set up. No longer with the op in hand. It's actually Jaw. He's playing that B main position. So tons of info being gained on that side of the map. Allows for this drift over now, Trent.
Very patient. Heretics right now in A main, just waiting to let that Prowler go, and the util from the Viper can be put up so they can try to go for this cross. It's a lot of Sheriffs.
Steel Gunner for Benji might be pretty crucial to even the ledger a little bit here, Wyatt. Here's the approach. Trent at risk of being caught with util in hand, but there's the C's thrown out, and it all seems too easy. Valen to the opposite corner. For the dark cover keeps Heretics out of the sight.
Now sub mid is Boo. Rian's trying to reposition. 30 seconds. All of G2 on this site. Team Heretics went into a pretty fair stack of players.
Oh, man.
And it's just all too easy for G2.
That's a brutal round. Heretics have to show themselves. A main have to deal with that wall, still spend some initiator util to try and divine what G2's intentions are, but they're playing so far back on the site. Then they explode forward like that.
Really not much they can do in that situation. The defensive util is just so overwhelming, and they don't have the right weapons. It's all good. The real focus from them is obviously going to be on this next round. It's a timeout called from Heretics as well. And they have very crucial ultimates to play with. They've gotten up to that wall from Boo. Woot has a pit. That's an easy one, too. Try to wall for some kind of safe plant, and then you throw down the pit for the post plant. Can throw a steel garden in the mix, even. They have more than enough tools to convert a buy round.
It's been quite a year for this Heretics team, man. Obviously, you know, off a disappointing Toronto, they're basically straight off to EWC. They win that tournament. 5 days in between their final game and the start of Stage 2. They get back in EMEA, they slog it out, have another perfect group stage, and then they falter. In those EMEA playoffs, go completely invisible.
No maps won in the playoffs. It's just been the most extreme of ups and downs for Heretics this year. A year where this team has had really high expectations after back-to-back second-place finishes at Globals in 2024. And it was that year where they had no expectations going into it. They surpassed what people thought they could do by miles. But now this year, perhaps under the pressure of those large expectations that they created for themselves, they just haven't been able to repeat that same success at a VCT just yet. But maybe this is their time. I mean, we know what every player on this roster is capable of. The talent they have is just outrageous. Pound for pound, they can take on any team in the world.
The conditions have to be right for them, Wyatt.
And here's that divide coming through onto the B site. Team Heretics trying to just scale in safe and get that plant from Boo. They have no control of the map with this setup right now. Leaf is trying to tease the wall. Benji is ready with the shorty, and there's the pit.
Leaf got hit by the Prowler, so had to play close to circumvent the near site. Now able to back up a little bit. Viper's Pit, there's a heck of a lot of work here for Team Heretics. A big investment in this round.
And Minibu scales in, and he does get his, teleports away.
The Rap's coming through a little bit late. Sheer Wall is also going to cut Jorgamo off the rest, and it's going to be on Trent alone to try and fight them here out towards B main. That's starting to fall apart a little bit now. Haphazard round as Jonas trying to get on the spike. Decay down to one Nova.
Pulled away even by the grab wall.
Yeah, too much architecture here. Heretics have really set the playing field in their favor. And Minibu will collect straight up mid for his third. Leaf at least can stave him up, but you can't argue with that setup from Heretics. Setting perfect.
Straight out of the timeout, they just come in with a big ult to execute the safest of safe plants. That wall only gives enough space for Boo to get in the corner there with the spike.
Jeez, not too shabby for Minibu, nearsighted and everything.
Yeah, and the Minibu is able to just fight within the pit. He gets one, teleports away. They have the sheer wall for the flank, which G2 rightly tried to exploit in that situation, having a couple people push through, but the fact that Jaw gets divided, Trent's picked off alone. Exactly as they drew it up in that timeout, Heretics are able to execute pretty flawlessly.
Prowler here, cleared early by Jonah, who'll fall back to pocket.
Now Rian's has got an Odin of his own on this attack side as Heretics make a lot of noise early on A main. Take that extremity control. The other one currently under the watchful eye of Jaw, who has picked up that operator.
He's the kill trips on the B side there. Trent is going to be pretty important to that plan because it'll require him to spam from top mid.
Yeah, those are some ratty trips
Pretty
to
big,
the B side for the Odin spam, but yeah, the action is definitely going to be here on A.
Yeah, G2 just trying to realize, figure out how much breathing room they have here at Yard, and Jonah can step up now and throw the wall. This is confirmation in its own way. Also a slow wall that could follow this up. Sees instead tons of this stall utility at the fingertips of G2.
And just the spam coming through the choke doesn't do a lot of damage yet, but it does just keep Heretics temporarily at bay. They need to break that for sure. They're going to get spammed.
Haunt is taken out. Seas comes in. Valor now will have to be subject. Ooh, nicely done. TP's out of that steel garden. The G2 give up the side, come back in with the primary weapons available, though it's going to be an old-fashioned throwdown. There's Leaf fighting him too, and Boo can't stand under that level of scrutiny. Rian's has to get here and get involved, but he'll be trolled around the box. Spike is loose, not at his disposal whatsoever.
Leaf was on skates, he was just going back and forth, sidestepping him. That was crazy.
Just some sick movement, we're going to see that again. No
How
doubt.
did he win all those duels? G2 just go right back in and fight after that steel garden as Jonah was isolated towards elbow. He was caught by it. They come into support. He couldn't get wrapped on. That was some really sick gunplay from Leaf.
So Heretics, they make that big investment in that round number 9, win it out with sheer weight of ultimates, but then a belated hit towards the A side is stuffed.
Now here they would love to get an orb from Minibu to have access to a dimensional drift. They did win a round off the back of it prior, but he is completely isolated forward. He's in so much danger, but he's holding his ground, and wow, Jaw shot very low, but stays alive.
Yeah, Jaw trying to juggle a little bit there. Takes a lot of damage in order to deploy that blast pack. Certainly, Heretics a little bit rattled after that early encounter, and now G2 looking to be the first ones to really get that deep mid control.
And with the wall from Heretics in mid, Wood isn't really able to activate too much towards that A side, even with all the noise. Jaw just able to dodge out some of that spam. And, oh, the benefits of playing Sage up to 100.
Bro, you are too
Jonah
good.
has an off.
So
knows that his connector is covered. He can play that much more aggressively here.
Again, it's at about that 55-second mark that wall is going down on main. Exchange in mid. Valen is just too good right now.
Extremely slick movement there from Valen. Gets him out of what could have been a dangerous situation, and Heretics just have to be patient now. Jonah on one angle. Leaf sitting back on the side for the spam. The op brings out, but gains no purchase. Jonah has to give some ground.
They'll be able to pick up elbow. 25 seconds now on the clock. Heretics overwhelmed by spam.
Shot here for sure. Wood brought down. Cyber Cage now. Do I get allowed Jonah to fall back yet again? Astra Util's getting thrown up. This is very ad hoc. This is very impromptu, and time is starting to tick down. Sings out with the Odin's call. Henry ends once more. This is an impossible situation. Riddled with bullets.
Astra.
And that's G2 adding their 7th.
This composition has just allowed them so much great passive map control, even with the existence of the Cypher and then having the cam during those executes to ping players is quite helpful. And then on this round, G2, they just throw this aggressive walk down mid in the mix. Valen is just so sharp with his aim right now to collect those 2 kills. And then by the time Heretics can actually get into that execute on A, they're dealing with the Jonah Op, the Odin, Cypher Util. What can they do?
This stage gets really annoying when G2 go on the attack side, by the way, to fight for that contested territory with the slow orb, the wall for the safe plants. But for now, it's a dimensional drift up mid for Miniboo. Pretty enlightening as he has found the captain of the ship.
This is something Heretics had done before, and they split through B with the majority through main. This time, everybody is going through this link. Poison Cloud going to be thrown up so they can't get shot down on entry. Miniboo ready to teleport in, perhaps off this Prowler.
Train is here, though, to spam down if they get a ping. Valen seized inside cubby. TP for safety here. Oh, no. Now Heretics boxed in. It's one way or another. Rock and hard place. Leaf eventually is brought down. Miniboo plows through him, but Heretics have suffered such great casualties, and they still don't have that spike to hand. It's still dropped top mid. Miniboo's got to double back for it, and he's going to have to face a wall of bullets again. The Odin spam is egregious. I'm just going to put it out there. It's filthy. It is Draw Calls looking for a flashy finish to the round. And of course, we let go of those ultimates now in this round number 12. Extra player brought back, and Benji is put down.
Well, that was a beautifully orchestrated defense from G2 with this new comp that they brought into the mix here.
We are not
the Cypher was getting so much value throughout that entire half. And the timings on Jonah's play with the walls, slows towards A, really influential as well. Excellent way for them to start this series. Heretics were able to put together a couple nice executes with the ultimates when they had access to them. But outside of that, it really was a brick wall.
Yeah, it's such an interesting comp for G2 to bring out here, seeing the Rays make a return on corrodable maps. Stunning stuff. While we wait for the second half, here is Lou at stage with a special guest that has some history with these teams.
J'accueille un monument du Valorant français à mes côtés. Kellogg's, it's a pleasure to welcome you here at Champs Paris. My first question is going to be very simple. You're currently a mandatory player, but you used to play for Team Heretics 2 years ago, and you were playing alongside Boo. So my first question is, did you already feel that he had, that great IGL spirit? Tu as joué avec Boo il y a déjà 2 ans, aujourd'hui tu joues chez Mandatory. Est-ce que tu avais déjà senti un petit peu son esprit d'IGL et est-ce que tu es content de voir son évolution?
Déjà, bonjour tout le monde. Boo, il a toujours été très fort. Moi, je me rappelle à mes débuts chez Heretics, il était très très fort. Je me rappelle en practice, il se mettait un peu de pression. Et de souvenirs, quand on avait joué sur scène, c'était sa première fois. Il avait beaucoup de pression. Donc pour moi, c'est juste normal que maintenant, il est à ce niveau-là. Il a prouvé, il va reprouver encore. Et moi, je pense que Heretics cette année peuvent aller très loin et même potentiellement gagner les Champions. Et je sais que Boo, c'est vraiment un très très bon IGL.
So yeah, I think Boo is definitely a great IGL. Back then, 2 years ago, maybe he was putting a little bit of pressure on himself, but now it's not the case anymore, and I think that Team Heretics looks very confident and could even lift the trophy. My second question is going to be about your role. You're playing Duelist for years now, but you're setting high standards on yourself, on your performance. So how do you remain calm in such high-stake matches? Donc, tu joues Duelist depuis tellement longtemps, je peux même plus citer le nombre de games que tu as joué en Duelist. Est-ce que tu as des petits conseils peut-être pour Miniboo pour essayer de rester forcément calme dans ce genre de situation?
Des conseils, je pense pas, parce qu'il est très fort et qu'il a beaucoup d'expérience. Mais ce que je peux dire, c'est que quand on est dans une mauvaise game, que les entrées passent pas, c'est toujours garder la tête haute et de se dire que ça va passer au bout d'un moment. Et maintenant, ça fait plusieurs années que Miniboo, notamment lui, est dueliste. Et à n'importe quel moment, il peut faire la différence dans la game.
Definitely, I think those are wide words. He can do the difference anytime. He should just keep his head cold, and I'm sure that he's going to make it for sure. He has been playing Duelist for so long now. Merci, Kellogg's. Good luck for Ascension. And before that, we're going to see who takes the win on Corrode between G2 and Team Heretics.
Now, have you been trying to sort of predict the map pool of this game between G2 and Heretics based on history, team performance? you'd probably be surprised to see Corrode make its way in here, but G2 have such a good game plan on the defense side, allows 8 rounds to be picked up. Here's your Coinbase econ report, of course. Trent, who picked up the Odin pretty early, was able to really cause headaches for Heretics as they were getting pinged out, not just only by his util, but also by the Cypher util, the cam, the trips, basically allowing G2 to win these fights before they even saw physically the Heretics players pull up on them.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, this looks like the coolest comp that G2 have been able to cook up for this map. It's the 4th one that they've tried since the release of the map.
They've had very little success here in Venice.
They're 1 and 3 on it overall, right? So we'll see if this can be their second win on the map for Heretics. They've just barely played it. That was one time. But honestly, I do respect the boldness of going for it, because this is the flaw that has been in G2's map pool. They've been great everywhere else. So I really do think this was a good pick. I like that they went for it, but now they have to make the most of it on this defense.
Nice. Well, Miniboo gets off to a good start yet again.
Same as the attack pistol, immediate Deagle headshot.
Boo here trying to chime in. It looks like G2 unperturbed as yet.
And evidently, the Frenzy can work at range as well. Valen goes down. Heretics with a great opportunity to just surge right back into this game if they can convert the man advantage that they've earned off some pretty sick individual skill. Team has no shortage of that.
Slight course correction for G2, but they still have eyes for this A site. So they're going to be pivoted in a 3v3 in the immediacy of this hit. Prowler sees a fair bit of action there. Dog! Okay, right click central it is. Who steps out though, secures the trade. Now Trent and League for the threats on the side. It's Rien's trying to give a bit of space. Some jiggles from Boo. A crossfire set up here for Heretics now as Trent is trying to draw them out of formation, but they were not born yesterday. Got to get up early if you want to get to the better of Rien's. The guy is like a lab-made player. So well-rounded. Kind of has everything you could ask for in an individual at this level.
Perfect crossfire set up. Both Boo and Rien's absolutely managed that utility that was thrown at them to the best. When Rien's gets, as deserved, so much respect from the community, analysts, other pro players. He has got it all as a player. He really does. He is the complete package.
And a delightful 3K to start Heretics on the right foot here. It's supposed to be a Fibonacci sequence. How do you play off like that?
The same ghost skin.
Dizzy work. Anyway. A very early outlaw picked up here for Miniboo. Valen trying to play off this haunt, and Miniboo is unperturbed. He simply gate crashes away.
Jaw going to recover that orb, but with only classics, this should just be a slow defeat on the second rounds here for G2. And I do, frankly, still need to be convinced of them being able to put together a solid attack on this map. We still should have big question marks about their ability to close out a full game of Corrode right now. This has been, as I said, the one stain on what has been an almost flawless run through Americas.
Miniboo so far is now to find himself in the perfect spots to take contact. So now G2, suffice to say, running out of ideas. The sheer wall. Bit of an issue for Jaw. He will eventually have the curtain come down on him.
It's interesting, too, to see that Heretics, they have opted to go for a much more meta look on this map, running the double controller. Last we saw them with the double duelist that they've really heavily leaned into, and with very good reason. They have Boot and Miniboo on their team. Those are some shooters. But they've come into this tournament switching it up. They have gone with that very meta double controller.
Let's go.
Seen a few teams, I think, just the volatility of how mid works in this map and how spammable it is. Maybe opt for something that's a little slower, a little better at carving up the map, setting the playing field to favor defenders.
As this standard wall from defense is thrown down, you can get that up on B main. Nice for retakes. Of course, you can use it to walk down mid, pressure, as Miniboo is doing right now. Oh, lovely shot. That's 3 in a row. Miniboo is heating up.
You're looking for someone to take over the game. It's going to be Miniboo.
And lock in.
So G2 now have to put this together without their Cypher. Playing to the extremities now, but there's just a huge amount of utility in their face on that A side. And B, though, there's the extra player. Boo over here alongside Miniboo, who, again, is right where he needs to be.
G2 are temporarily stalled out. They want to work towards A. They obviously have to contest all of that Vice utility. It's the wall in main. G2 making their way back. They need to use this dark cover to actually cross mid and a Prowler to re-clear close as well.
They have to threaten some sort of A split, so at least the sheer wall's being drawn out now.
Thorns as well needed to happen eventually for G2 to get that out so they can then actually activate for a re-hit. 30 seconds on the clock, so time getting relatively low as G2. They are slow on this foray through mid out of necessity. There's so much to clear.
But Heretics still 2 plays over at B. They don't want to risk getting caught on a rotate through mid.
3 now with the teleport.
Yeah, here comes MiniBoo back on the site. Once more.
अरे यार दोनों
In
ये
the eye of the storm. There's a paranoia. No, hoping for more off that one. Joe at least gets his one, but Benji mows him down. Jonah into the smoke knows Benji's lurking on the other side of it, but bringing his gun to bear in time. And that's got the boy up on his feet. Some energy now from the Heretics camp.
What a beautiful hold, especially from Benji. Lethal shots coming from him. That initial kill from MiniBoo just puts G2 in a very awkward position. They're slowly trying to rework that map in towards this A site, but it's too little too late. MiniBoo's able to teleport over. Team Heretics are more than ready, and the shots from Benji are just fantastic.
G2 unsuccessful in consecutive rounds at working mid. MiniBoo has been a real thorn on their side.
See if he can go 4 for 4 on first kills in this second half. He is the player on Heretics that you want to be heating up early, to be feeling that momentum. He is a player that just takes so many liberties.
Oh, wanted more, but there's Benji, always good.
Just racks up 2 kills. He's one away from getting the Steel Garden even.
I mean, he is 18 frags in 16 rounds.
Yeah, let's.
And he sees no reason to give any more
ground
to this. And there's the Arc Rose lighting a couple up. Benji falling back now. Valen not really in effective range. Needs to close the gap, and Benji knows it even better. Steps back. Nebula in the way.
Just no reason to fight. Don't give him an inch.
Valen's trying to cut up the site here, but Heretics still want to play together, so they do so in the smoke.
Both G2 players very weak at the moment, just going for the safest of safe plants.
Kill trip, play off the side.
I mean, about the best thing they can do really is just try to get the plant and a little bit of cash for the next round. Surely they can't close this out.
This is inventive. Valen gets himself across the way. Leaf also an elbow, but there is a molly thrown down inside that smoke. Valen low. Trip on the site. Valen hoping to spray through and do something with this. Leaf. Wishful thinking, I feel. As it was just the tap for Heretics, and now Boo will come and clean up from connector. The Sting of Dreams finally dead for Valen. Team Heretics well and truly back in this game.
They did not allow G2 any in that situation. Played everything as optimally as possible. I mean, not the most minuscule risk taken. MiniBoo, another first blood, and Benji is right there to just clean up those G2 players when they try to go for the trade. Beautifully done.
And G2 had to be really careful of contacting these extremities, but they're playing a double senti comp. They have to do that to some degree. They can't just spam control you till break the map up. They need to walk into those sidelines.
And now Benji, he did get that defuse, so has the Steel Garden. Dimensional Drift as well in the arsenal for Team Heretics right now. G2 fully invested, of course, into this round with a lot of emphasis on controlling B main. Prowlers exchanged from both fades.
Arc Rose sends Trent scurrying, sees, he caught Jorgamo there, he had no way of getting out. Decay down, so he's an easy pick up for MiniBoo. He's just opening every single round with a kill.
What a crazy trap play from Heretics. That was so sick. And MiniBoo able to just get away. Jonah would love to find a res somehow to bring Jaw back to life. They don't have the entry now for this site exec. Need to run into the Odin, run into Benji, who has that Steel Garden ready.
They've got to trigger the shield wall all at once as well. Or just leave a play on the other side of it, I guess.
Yeah, good luck, Trent.
There's the Steel Garden. Lorenz is going hunting. Trent stunned up in the corner. Caught by the Nova Pulse of all things. And now Benji can tuck in this corner. There is here for G2.
What a genius reposition from Benji. Incredible. He is playing absolute top-level Valorant right now. Oh my God.
And it's these little adjustments, Wyatt. It's nothing out of the ordinary.
This was so cool. The Arc Rose over top combo with the flash. There's the Thorns so they could, you know, try to make it so they couldn't run away. They already crossed back. Didn't even matter. MiniBoo is that fast. Gets out. Benji ready with the Steel Garden. Would hate to be Trent in that corner. Sorry, bro. The whole team got stuck behind the wall. You're caught in.
These guys have gone off the overcomp, so they do not have an easy way to get a shield wall out of these chokes early in the round. of this double senti sword. If you can't get post plants, you're weaker in trying to get that site control to start with.
Prowler exchanged. And G2 on this round, they don't have the cash to buy up in any serious way. It's just back to a few stingers.
Can I just say, what a way to bounce back from a epic crash out in MEA playoffs for Heretics. Looking really composed, and honestly, like you mentioned, with some genius individual moments. Don't be fooled by the number 4 seeding.
I feel as well, coming into this match, honestly, with some intention to pick this jaw in very quick. The rocket just goes awry. What was that?
Okay.
No one can even support. They're all suck out of the choke. They committed the showstopper on this of all rounds.
Oh, man.
On this buy?
That is deflating. Yeah, maybe they're hoping to rush in around it, make something happen. There was no sheer wall to contend with, but there's always going to be stall you took from Heretics.
I mean, yeah, when you're playing against the Vice, doesn't matter which site that Vice is on, there's going to be Thorns on the other one 90% of the time. Those cross-map lineups, G2, they just want to storm into this A site now. They want to go with a bit more pace, but they are immediately stalled out by the C's.
And there's going to be a dark cover now inside A. They're going to have to fight through that. Razorvine.
I mean, have fun getting through this choke point. There's an Odin. Benji's getting in the corner as well.
Yeah, has to clear the Haunt though, whip around, and now lays waste. Here's Miniboo catching the push straight out of elbow. There's one singular lead, one singular weapon, and not one singular hope.
I need to see on the replay again what the entire idea was really around that assault from G2 into B. The showstopper comes through. Man, yeah, everyone else pretty stalled out, and Josh is overwhelmed by some util. That is so awkward. I mean, sure, they throw that all away. They still have 4 other ones, but it's not like you can proactively just use a Cypher and a Sage ult. Like, something needs to happen for them to become relevant, you know? It's not like the Showstopper, the Nightfall or something.
Now at least they have that. So they've got 2 consecutive rounds where they have side opening ultimates. But look at this close positioning from Heretics. This is absolutely devious.
And they just don't even want to allow them to get that spike down.
Rien's tucked. Shots through the masonry. Benji and Jaw traded out for one another. Nightfall catches on the G2.
They want to get this space. They want to deny the ability for Jonah to get value from the res in this round.
Trent is already trying to re-clear that, but there's an Astra Star thrown down, which will segment it off further. Heretics serious about keeping G2 off A.
They are telling G2, if you try to get this res, we are going to be right there to stop you. And they want to double back. G2 have left. Valen went for a TP towards that A yard area. And now they're working their way in.
Leaf needs to find a way to get some form of mid-control. At least the sheer wall's out of the picture. And Benji's down, so that connector wall won't come up.
It's disgusting!
5 kills, of course, with the res involved, and Boo will finish the job! It's just filthy!
I'm just stunned. They are absolutely 100% committed to, we need to get this res. That sightline is completely open.
Couldn't you make it any easier?
I mean, look what happens when you try to swing into this Odin. You're just getting stalled up by bullets. You're getting lined up.
How else are they supposed to take back control of this guy? Well, they hope to maybe use this fake util to clear some space?
Yes. Fuck yes.
Hey, can't catch my boy Weber with the bleep. Throw 2 slip with it. Okay, it is crunch time for G2 now. We had raised eyebrows coming into this map anyway. It's been the sole flaw in G2's map pool. But they opt to, ban a map coming into this series at their 3, and they ban the Sunset. I know it's been a great map for Heretics traditionally, right? But that opens them up to this Corrode pick, and Heretics windmill slam it. I mean, more than happy to come.
They're hoping, I guess, that Heretics, it's just not something they'll lean into, or G2 feeling really confident in the comp they've got this time for the 4th different switch. I don't know, but either way, I think Team Heretics have, at least it's looking like right now, have exploited this hole in G2's map pool to get an early leg up in this series. They've got nothing rolling on attack. Team Heretics, they understand the win condition right now against this composition, and it is to fight. And if there's one thing Heretics do best and love to do, it is to fight. Yeah. They will fight you at the chokes. They will aggress whenever they feel is necessary.
They will fight you with the water cooler. They'll fight you with the traffic lights. They'll fight you on your
Let's
front
take this
doorstep.
OT
All theirs, as it
Enterprise
turned out.
TH.
So what is the plan? Probably in round 21, in fairness.
ये तो
to
eco round है.
overcome this disgusting hold, this
ये अगर
overplay.
eco round हार गए ना ये.
No, this time Heretics, they've
अब इनके हाथ
gotten
में
their
नहीं
way
है.
up into the B main with a couple players, hold it for a bit, and now Minibu feels it's time to
लेकिन अगर ये
leave.
eco round
Hasn't
जीत
been any
गए,
sound,
तो
work the
comeback
map
हो सकता है
elsewhere.
G2 का.
Leaf attempting to lurk up mid.
That's new. It's probably one of the first times on the attack side G2 have gotten this much penetration through mid and presence in connector. Valorant is taking liberties.
A G2 who, again, their economy is cracked. They're never getting the spike down. They're never getting extra cash. They just have to keep going in with these miserable half buys. And half, I feel like, is generous.
Valorant looking to cut up the site. This is going to favour now that Stinger play. It's going to allow G2 to function with this weaker weaponry. There's Horn, sees balls right in front of them, catches on the two. Jorg is seized.
Hey,
What a play! It's so dirty. On a dime, they spin a trick that stuns G2 into silence. And now Leaf has to give up some of that mid control. Doesn't want to tangle with Minibu, and who would? Needs to link up now with Trent. It's two sheriffs, but I'm sorry, this town ain't big enough for these two teams. And G2 looks like they're the ones that are going to get booted out at sunrise. They have to test this nebula before it fades away, or Rians will make mincemeat of them. This isn't a fair fight. This is looking more like an extinction event.
Impossible लग रहा है भाई.
This Team
Impossible.
Heretics defense, it has that raw, aggressive element that they're known for. It's had a lot of great first kills from Minibu, but there is also this depth as far as the strategy with having these trap plays. There have been a couple of these now, and G2 have just been utterly destroyed by them.
And they've been searching for answers. That prior timeout at the end of round 19 has to come to fruition now to keep G2 in this map. A stellar defense side, but nothing to write home about. On the attack, completely shut down.
And they have just been slowly using their ults to no avail.
Two more matches.
What might be their last round? They only have the neural theft left with Leaf.
Let's see.
And meanwhile, you take a look at the ult economy for Team Heretics, one away from Seal Garden, one away from Nightfall. Those could be relevant in this match point round.
This all preference tells me everything I need to know about G2's master plan. They're trying to get Jorg with a showstopper, give them a way to explosively break onto a site instead of being held in place, locked down, and just sprayed.
That showstopper had no value the last time they used it. He was fully isolated from the rest of the pack.
I suggest user error there as well.
With ease, yeah.
Jorgamo, high highs, and sometimes finds himself in the doldrums, the worst moments. It's a very belated re-clear of this B main area. It's set up for a crossfire.
It's as you were saying, they want to get him that orb pawn over the top. Both players shoot it, so G2 well aware that they are going to be faced down by multiple players. It won't just be one they can push off and collect that orb. They'll give it to Jaw with ease. No, and now it's the pivot towards A.
And they're working the map.
They're so divided across the
map.
map.
Kate on down. Oh, Valorant in the corner though. Unexpected. Rienz is still able to find some spray through the smoke and recover things somewhat.
That hits 3, the Nightfall.
Neural theft in play though. That gets popped by Leaf. Some valuable information now for G2 as Trent gets the plant down. Yes, Nightfall's in play, but that slow orb stops Heretics from capitalizing.
Everyone from G2 just routed out of the site. The spike is planted for them on that link side. Rians gets the haunt back. Minibu has a single flash, a couple util pieces.
Flashing in, Minibu lit. Leaf steps up for a moment. There's still some Astra stars to deploy, and Boo is going to get things set up now for this retake from Heretic. In numbers, they step up! And Jonah and Leaf are able to cut them down. It's on Woods. And G2 get a lifeline in this first map. It's anything but pretty, but effective, sure enough.
It is the very first time they are able to crack that Team Heretics defense. And honestly, if you looked at the minimap 5 seconds before they got the spike down, you would not have thought that they were going to do it.
And it's simple. Valen smokes in there, TPs across into the corner, occupies that space, they get a plant, and they fall off. Make use of that fade util.
That was all on Valen being able to make that play, get that entry kill onto Benji Fishy. And the rest of Heretics still needing to take some time to rotate on this map where the rotates are oh so long. Now G2 still trying to work towards the showstopper of
They're going to fight for it. Minibu is not going to let them have this orb for free. This could get ugly. Jonah and Jord. It's the fake of the smoke. A trade. Jordan again. Showstopper with the ready. Benji goes over his head, but Trent is good for it. Another missed showstopper, but that's a footnote here as G2 at least are advantaged and win that fight in A main.
Rians takes a hell of a lot of damage and just needs to get away. Wood has made his way over towards that A site. Some reinforcements, but it's left Team Heretics entirely divided across the map. So as it stands, going to need to take some individual effort to even things up into a 3-on-3 or put them at an advantage.
Still both controllers in play for the defenders. Can buy plenty of time to make sure they stack the right site. G2, no reason not to try and play with a bit of pace now. A little bit of confidence. That Cam. Just early warning for Leaf in case someone is tucked up close. Prowl will now clear the way, and through top mid, Heretics are getting set up for this hold.
Yeah, they have maneuvered over to this site already, but G2, they want to depart because
That's crazy.
Yeah, he's just been over here taking the space, working up towards elbow.
He's cleared it all.
20 seconds on the clock, but hey, that's going to be enough. G2, they're getting through A main for free, and they've left Leaf all the way through mid just to be a nuisance potential backstab later.
Enough money here for Heretics that this does not represent a mandatory save. Even looking ahead, Benji's been able to get that Steel Garden online, but Heretics here say, just how worthwhile would this really be? It looks like they're happy to stay put.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that they think it is at all. G2, after a long drought, finally string 2 rounds together. Heretics, again, had a cool little trap play there set towards main, where they send that pop flash as soon as that Nebula drops, just the pull-away star.
I mean, they've cottoned on quickly to G2 feeding ultimate orbs one after another into Jaw.
Yeah, it was a cool idea to deny them, but the straight-up duels just didn't go their way. Jaw able to capitalize, get that first.
And so G2 cling on now. It's literally fingernails into the cliff face kind of stuff, but we still have a game on our hands. Heretics, though, can buy up. Still have a Steel Garden now. Reactively use that if you're playing off the site. Here's how this first engagement goes. Just a little messy. Well-turned flash, and Jaw comes forward with that showstopper. Fortunate they had the third line of Trent stepping up there to cover for Jorgamo.
I want to say that showstopper as well is why Rian's got on such low HP.
Chunk down.
It's hard to tell for sure, but it seemed like that did a fair bit of damage to him. Probably also contributes to that late decision just to save. Team Heretics do have a lot of money left over, actually, to buy for the final round. Even if they lose here, just on account of Boo and Woot both having 5.5K. And they're getting close to a divide as well, a Cosmic Divide for Boo.
This is such a classic Boo scoreline, by the way. There are always very few kills, but he only dies in rounds that like, Heretics lose. Like, that's the only time that he sort of goes down. So not the kind of player to play for kills. It's funny, we talk about Heretics as super aggressive, super gunplay focused, really in your face as individuals. Boo's that stabilizing factor. Playing safe, playing for info, good mid-round calling, very stable individual. And I mean, Benji and Rians have done more than enough here, right? Mini Boo with like 5 consecutive rounds of clean first picks, got an early outlaw in hand. Played up on the extremities for contact, was very successful.
You read my mind, though. I was actually about to ask if Mini Boo was going to buy the off, and he does, getting back into this out of the timeout. They did have the cash, and that's not something that they've leaned into, a scoped weapon, since the early rounds of this half, and he was getting a lot of first bloods with that outlaw, so I'm not surprised to see them try and pick that up late, have that be the factor in victory.
His positioning with it is interesting. He's just going to play that B main spot. Maybe just some jump spots from Leaf. Yeah, Cam used. There's an off for G2 in the hands of Jonah. This is headed over to A.
My camera is
in case there's any exploration from Benji past that line of scrimmage in yard.
Pretty deep. Haunt gets thrown over towards B main and now A main, so exchanged on opposite extremities as G2 attempt to move forward. Have to go through the poison cloud. Rians gets out of the way of that slow orb that was just bouncing all over the place. That's a little silly, but
that's full yard control though, Gain. You've got to respect the Odin, of course.
There's a bit of damage onto Jonah with the spam.
G2 haven't scaled into any of the space. I think the Odin's definitely given them pause for thought. They haven't really looked to take mid either. It's pretty tentative play for Valen.
Oh. And Miniboo, he's on the rotate in spawn. You can see him ready to just kind of throw the gate crash over towards that B side. He's the one stood in B main. While G2, now with the knowledge it's there, want to continue to test this op. And yeah, there's that gate crash, goes all the way back B. So Team Heretics have 3 stacked up A, but at a moment's notice, Miniboo can come support on that B side if the execute goes through there.
G2's still got to get moving. This is map point. Now, less than 30 seconds in the round. God, if they got to walk into all these Vice utility, it's going to be a disaster.
20 seconds, they have to get through 2 Thorns right now. They're getting sold out. There's an Odin here as well, and the Steel Garden. There's no way, man. There's 15 seconds. How can they do this?
No other choice here. Paranoia comes in. G2 have to play with secondary. The Shorty Brigade goes for it. Benji's down, traded out, but Minibu's going to step up in the shield wall again. Breaks up G2. They walked into the trap once more. And Minibu's happy to execute them on the spot for their audacity.
Sexy.
In these slow rounds, G2 get caught out by the center util. Stalled out too late, and again they run headlock into it, failing to learn the lesson of so much of this second half.
And on top of that, there are 3 players from Team Heretics who dropped 20 bombs in that game. Benji, Rians, and Minibu all putting up crazy numbers on that defensive side, especially 9 first bloods for Minibu.
Insane stuff. I mean, you saw him popping off, especially in that second half. We're going to take a moment, step away, but of course our big brains, the experts, are stepping in to break down that first map.
Yeah! Sit up, down! Stand up, stand up, stand up! So sit down, sit up, down. Let's go.
Looter.
Let's go. Enes, stand up! Enes, get up, get up, get up! Guys, hello, baby bay, where are you, bro? Come on! Yeah. Let's go, man.
चलो आते हैं मैं भी खाना नहीं खा रहा उस टाइम तो मैं ना खाने के लिए लेके आता हूँ ठीक है बस अभी तो उसको टाइम लगेगा तो सिंपल सोने में
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
Esports World Cup, where we are starting off with VALORANT.
If you want to win, you have to win against the best.
So looking for revenge.
There's the shorty, and Alpha goes crazy! They've all battled through the pressure and expectation. Heretics have come back all the way!
Finally we won, finally!
Hey guys, Mika here, and I'm with Nilzinho of Team Heretics. Now, congratulations, by the way, on that defensive half. That was nearly perfect. I wanted to know about the map veto because we had Corrode and Lotus, and these are maps that Team Heretics doesn't really play that often, especially the Lotus on the VCT stage. So was this all according to plan?
Yeah, pretty much. We had a good map pool coming in through the group stage. We didn't play great in playoffs. We simply just didn't have time to play Corrode. So we really worked hard on it, and yeah, we're confident in every other map in the map pool, especially now the Icebox is gone. So yeah, that was what it was for. We saved it for our champions, and I'm glad we showed it. And the same with Lotus. Like, we put a lot of prep in on Lotus too, so it's a really good vehicle for us.
Well, excited to see what you guys have prepared on Lotus. So good luck, and make sure you flash that jersey loud and proud.
I can't believe Nilzinho has a picture of Tom Biz on his jersey.
It's crazy. I'm everywhere nowadays.
Yeah, you must be really proud of that, Tom.
Of course, of course.
Welcome back, Doug as well. Any plans to go to Tom's barber?
I hope not. I hope not. I'm hoping I'm still okay.
You, Doug, it's not a choice.
Yeah,
You're just going to wake up one morning.
I'm hanging on for dear life. I'm counting the days. I got to get out of esports before it happens.
Well, do you know what was a choice? Re-ends without Odin. If we take a look at the HyperX Reflex moment of the day, there was a lot of Odin moments, but Doug, honestly, this was just unbelievable.
Oh yeah, this takes the cake. I mean, and I love the way they played it from the beginning. You saw Jogmo dies early, and they were hell-bent on refusing to let G2 even get into a position to res, and then they think they're finally safe, they can bring their star back into the game, and then re-ends happens.
I'll be honest, you picked the wrong half of this duo to come up here and talk about this, because Mitch is the Odin enjoyer, I am the Odin hater, and I do not like that worked that well.
I love the Odin. I'm a big fan of that Odin. But we saw a lot of Odins, obviously, on this map. It just feels like the thing that everybody wants to see. But also, we wanted Benji to step it up, and Tom, that's exactly what we got.
Oh, he had an incredible map. That's the thing. When this team is in form, a lot of it feels like his Sentinel play is such a pivotal part. You can have aggression elsewhere, you can have these riskier plays, but you need this man to be a safe pair of hands. And what he was doing was just such wonderful repositioning, making all of these fights so favorable to him. But then when you put him in a position to hit the shot, he was landing it.
The pathing that he took there on that play, and I mean, you were right. And those are the kind of plays that you'd expect out of someone like Benji Fishy, right? Like when you know you're playing against the likes of G2, you kind of forget about some of their woes in the past, and he stepped up in a huge, I mean, just look at the numbers. It was nuts.
You know you did a good job when Weber drops the Benjamin David Fish. But let's hear what Josh RT had to say ahead of map 2.
Mika here once again with Josh RT of G2. Now, Josh, we noticed a few changes in the composition over there in the previous map. We did see the Raze and the Cypher. Why the change? No more Yoru?
No more Yoru. I figured, you know, with Alex or Jogamo, his Raze ability, like, why not throw it in there? We saw some inspiration from C9, actually. We're like, hey, actually, the Raze is kind of nice. Fortunately, we didn't show the best phase with our attack side. And I would just kind of attribute to, like, you know, first game nerves, you know, a little bit of like, oh, let's make sure we're speeding up a little bit in these moments. Not often did I see like a 20-second execute, so that's not what we're fully known for nowadays. But yeah, like, we like the comp, but you know, they had a better show.
Are we expecting more changes? Are we seeing Trent not on the Teo in the next map?
I mean, you guys will see soon, but yeah, I think Trent will be on Teo.
Oh man, I love that teaser. Thank you so much for that, and good luck to you guys.
Of course, Trent is going to be on Teho on Lotus, and this is where we should not see any uncomfortability from G2, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little concerned with how some of Josh responded to the questions about how their attack side, they aren't necessarily known for burning down the clock, but that when they do historically play a bit slowly, we are going to get Trent insta-locking the Teho.
Yeah, but we get Boot Chamber!
Oh,
okay.
Wow, I didn't even see that.
Yeah, they're going heavy into this one. I like the fact that we're seeing that. I think the double initiator now ducking out. That was something that they ran before. Benji locking in the deadlock as well would be a cool little addition. One side of the map locked out, the other side going to be incredibly aggressive. And a player we've known for his sort of first bullet accuracy and flair, picking up that chamber. well, they're definitely bringing fire into the map. Whether it works or not is something completely different.
Yeah, to be seen. Honestly, I love Deadlock. Yes, technically a Sentinel, but I think Deadlock feels so much stronger on the attacking side. And so I honestly, I love this comp for Heretics. I love that they're starting on attack. I love that they're going to be pushing G2 on their back foots, or in theory they should, to open up the map. They've got a really nice setup here to be able to close this series out. I think Jogamo has to have a better performance. Has to. And then Leaf, we talked about him at the beginning, prior to the series starting, was fine, but not the Leaf we expected.
Yeah, I think it's two very different looks to how you can play the map. I think like a lot of it will be looking for those first duels for the side of Heretics on that attack side, and then that aggression that you can run in with on the Teo. I think it's going to be an absolute brawl.
Yeah, we haven't seen Heretics play Lotus all of Stage 2. They didn't go there at all, and this is what they've been working on. I am so excited. How are you guys feeling about this? Excitement?
They've cooked. I just don't know if it's going to taste good. Like it's one of those ones that feels risky. Like you're very reliant on both Minibu and Whoop having good performances. If they do, if it's like the last map, they could absolutely destroy G2.
I've very rarely seen a Turkish player falter on Chamber. I am so excited to go into Lotus and send this back to your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
You know, this is kind of the rivalry we were being promised last year, actually. Think back to Shanghai. G2 and Heretics played 3 times at that event, and G2 was ultimately knocked out by them, and then they just didn't play. They didn't play a champs, they were both there. Up until this point, they've dodged each other. So now we kind of get that renewed. It's crazy to think back to how things were then. But I mean, thinking back a little less far, that Corrode game for G2, not convincing, a weird comp that caused them to struggle to scale into parts of the map they had to control.
I think Team Heretics made an amazing decision exploiting that map, the hole in the pool that G2 have right now. But we're on Lotus. This is G2's bread and butter. I think the de facto best Americas team on Lotus right now, having most recently beat NRG, who look like the best team on the map in Americas. So I put G2 as the top dog here in the region, and Heretics will have their work cut out for them. But right now, man, they are looking good, even just on that individual basis with 3 players dropping 20 bombs on map 1.
And it's been a while since I've seen this double Sentinel look, especially with Chamber and Deadlock on Lotus. Like it cropped up in Americas randomly. Starhawk was playing it on this map, but let's see what Heretics have for us. Jaw going to be able to receive boo as they make their way over towards the B site. We're going to see the Deadlock wall thrown down to cut off that C-Link entrance. Jaw goes searching, gets another one. Low as he is, Wood gets blown to pieces.
And now, Team Heretics are trying to pivot, but no matter where they go, there's just G2 players waiting. Good kill from Benji, but this is going to be tough on Jonah. The wide swing is crazy, but Frias can't get the trade.
I don't know how he gets away with that one. Jonah! The Professor is in.
I've never seen a wider wide swing in my life.
Oh, man.
That was so crazy. And what was this from Jaw? How does he find this second kill? That's a nice first tap. Takes that engagement. Just spam the wall. Yeah, just that Sheriff high bullet pen.
I think our Heretics looked really contained there. In a post-plant scenario or trying to trend towards one. Look at Jesus, guys. Some respect, some decorum, please. My goodness. The gluten gladiators in there. Balance pushed up on.
Oh, that's so God. That connected.
Yep. GravNet
honestly,
into Paint Shell, baby.
Feels like some karma for seeing Leaf hitting so many early GravNets when he plays Deadlock. That's over on Bind. Won't be seeing that today, but it deserved, justified in a way, honestly.
Snarled up. Absolutely nowhere to go. Now, Stealth Drone gets a good clear of B main. Obviously one of the few teams that bring Teho onto this map, or any map still, RG2.
I mean, worth noting that Heretics are continuing their streak of just having cool little util combo plays that are getting a lot of value in this series. It only took 2 rounds for one to be activated here.
Yep.
I mean, kind of the oldest one in the book, really. The nade with a thing that makes people not move. But it works.
That is the most circuitous way of saying immobilize util. Over the side we go. Another GravNet here that came back online. Balano gets back from it and sees just a glimpse of the spike go loose. That's confirmation enough for G2. We're now going to set up by Waterfall. Sees on Wood inside the smoke and eventually catches a stray one. Has to rendezvous one out of there.
Does recover the Stinger, wants to throw that over to Miniboo, and in the midst of trying to just be a good teammate, he gets shot for it. How sad is that?
Put your body on the line out there. And I won't hear otherwise. This time G2 far more proactive across the map despite the loss of Leaf early in the round. So Valen pushed up, got that mound control. Obviously this is...
I can't help myself.
That's a little combo.
I mean, bro, is going nowhere in a hurry.
Oh, we'll find chunks of his ear up in the parapets of Lotus.
There's a
You
Guardian.
got Kobe, bro.
They didn't take C, guys. There was 3 C, but nothing C.
That
really
call,
good.
pretty important.
Get some easy kills afterwards, clean them up. But hey, Heretics, I'll be content with that. Spike down, 1 kill. And also, definitely instills a little bit of fear about playing in C main early, I will tell you that. Now they've got the full buy going. Still without outlaw.
Leaf, witness protection program. He's moved. He's in a different postcode.
His hit Valen, he teleports immediately. He TP'd right away. As does Woot when he's getting pressured.
Stunned up by that special delivery. Able to rendezvous out of trouble, and G2 have maintained this foothold here, forward on Rubble. They're going to want to fight for it, and Woot had best have his wits about him.
And he just wants to make sure he's looking in the right direction. Valen going to have to deal with everyone from Heretics coming through main.
He's ready for it. Smoke down, but replaced by a poison orb.
Those players are so weak, in serious danger of just getting one shot by the Guardian to the body, and John wants more.
Yeah, here's that late ramp coming through as well. Heretics are going to be pretty short on options. Jorgamo's been dealt with. B main, though, not the safe passage the Heretics might be hoping. They're going to go for this now. Horns will eat Valen's crosshair placement for breakfast.
Wow, and Leaf spotted out, so they know there's a player with a Bucky and Waterfall. Leaf won't have an opportunity to get a better weapon. Team Heretics can absolutely still win this if they play at range. It's stingers, it's a shotgun.
There's a lot of angles to watch for, and they don't know the status of Halls, Heretics. Now, though, G2 showing themselves in Waterfall. Guided Salvo to try and clear the side, but Woot is obviously sat up on that box. Ready to give this space up, shouldn't be required as Leaf. Some early information, maybe a triple swing coming out, and here comes an avalanche of G2 players to get themselves their third.
Man, Leaf ends up doing a great job there, just baiting himself for his teammates to be able to swing. That was really well done. Prior to that, some good anchoring from Valen. Jogs right into backside to support.
Some pep in their step a little bit after a bit of a crushing end to Corrode.
It was really nothing crazy. It's just the G2 players killing them at the choke, denying them on that entry.
And a little thing, but that stealth drone for Trent gets so far down through B main. Notice that like Woot was constantly looking back. They didn't have any coverage of that part of the map, and he was never truly looking secure in that A lobby area.
Some shards here for Heretics, but opportunity for G2 to extend the lead, extend the economy. Of course, they've got the Odin online. Last time they played Lotus, they were running 2 Odins on defense just to spite NRG.
They might spring out and fight here. Guided Salvo used already just to slow that Rubble push down. Jonah hit with a Paranoia. Miniboo is hot on his heels. The Prowler doesn't slow him down for a second. He gets his crosshairs set, but re-enters the second wave that steps up with the Sheriff. Jordan wants to fight out in the open. He's down for it. Flash through the wall to follow up the clone might be the play. But G2 have a good opportunity to slow the game down. Boo revealed as that screen comes down. And with the last one to step up with nothing but the big iron. Trent will give him the flick.
Could have slowed it down, but no desires. They have the entire team there, and they are just ready to pop out on those low HP, low weapon Team Heretics players. I do want to say, it's of note that on this map specifically, G2, their defensive win rate, 62%, and attack, it's at 47%. They win this map all the time, and it comes down to their defense. They still are below 50% on attack, despite winning this map constantly. So they really are reliant on putting together a number of rounds here.
Kind of bucks the trend of sometimes what we see on this Lotus map or any 3-side maps. Miniboo here, someone who we've had limited opportunity to highlight in this map. King of openers on Corrode. This time has had the book shut in his face for each of these last 5 rounds.
Root's got this operator trying to post up towards B main. Might honestly have an opportunity. It looks like Leaf was jump peeking that angle towards spawn, but the wall will cut that off, and now Team Heretics wanting, needing to take space elsewhere, but it's right into the Odin.
The disgusting off angle, isn't it? Here's the Nightfall.
And then the salvos, they push Heretics back. That keeps Jonah alive. Nightfall to ensure both his life and the space is retained.
Haunt re-clears that rubble space on A and gives G2 the window now to fall back to more defensive positions.
That was some really excellent play with the utility by the 2 G2 initiators in that situation. Very well done.
They both, of course, have that safe info gain. Stealth Drone is going to sniff a bit of this out, and there's Woot just headbutts the bullet in the midair.
And now the 3 remaining Heretics players scrambling to get up towards Riverside. G2 know what's going on. Jaws pushed all the way out of C Mount.
And Jonah doesn't have any info to play off of yet. Paranoia here in a baby door. Valor might have his hands full more than he bargained for. Oh no! He bent the house on it! Flawless round there for G2. Heretics stopped in their tracks yet again.
That has been a duo that have been putting up crazy numbers. The Jonah and Valen on that playoff run were sick. This was really the moment in the round I want to highlight again, though. Jonah on that angle, getting the kill, then the immediate missiles to force the rest of the Heretics team back. He nightfalls. That's just to keep him alive and control that space. But it was all worth it. It was all worth it. That was some really, really lovely team play.
And the mark that Baby Bay left on this team is something that we still witness. These guys are loud and proud, and they're pretty rowdy.
And honestly, at times it feels like that might have been the only thing they were missing, you know, was a bit more of that trash talk, a bit more of that flavor.
For all their success they'd had, coming into this year, they were considered to be pretty low-key team, you know what I mean? And as a result, a lot of people sort of underestimated them, felt that, you know, maybe they weren't always in the game. Like I said, Leaf, on his return from, you know, from illness, standing up straight away, screaming at these opponents, you guys suck. I haven't played for 2 weeks. And a lot of encouragement to one another to get up, to stand up. And, you know, we heard from Valen, actually, you know, sort of saying that he really had become fixated on chasing the trophy for so long that the performance in Toronto really had him down after, you know, that weak performance at Masters. He said that Baby Bay gave him real perspective, reminded him about the joy of just playing the game, just being there, having a chance to compete. This G2 team, remember, they have to fight for their place in franchising. They're an Ascension team. They don't get it for free. Nothing is granted to this team. They've got to fight for all of it.
Out of this timeout, Team Heretics can't afford the full buy. It's going to be just Sheriffs and a fast attempt to get out of Rubble that will succeed. G2, no real interest on this side of the map at the moment. Outside of the Odin from Leaf, one of 2 defensive Odins that will be frustrating to the utmost extent.
Such
Team Heretics.
Gentlemanly play. It's just a solo explore here for Boo. Safe over towards that rubble area. Looks like Heretics want to wait this one way out. Set up a spot here to play off for Woot. You've got to be a little intricate in a round like this for Heretics as you are underarmed. Now, down in numbers as Jorg just has a peek. Benji is the one that gets picked off.
There's a lot of damage dealt from Valen as well, so Mini Boo very low on HP. Boo has retained this space forward on Rubble. He's been playing off one of those sonic sensors.
Trained at info there, but that does break the double face that he and Leaf had.
I mean, still though, a few Sheriffs against an Odin. Yeah, I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take the Odin. I will take the Odin in this situation. 3 players, don't really care.
Yeah, Leaf against Sheriffs here. Sees Mini Boo coming. Nicely done.
Nice
Headhunter for Woot. Lives up to his name. Trent now might need to play a little safer for the time being. Buy a little time for Jonah to join. It's another Odin, of course, on the site. Now Heretics need to try and find a safe place to get this plant down. Rienz is getting an outline drawn of him through the masonry.
G2 allow that plant. It doesn't really matter. They're just going to wait for the rest of the team to get there. Dimensional drift to try and ensure a safe retake in this 4-on-3.
Yeah, Jaw sees a heck of a lot to his Rienz. He's out into the sunlight. Boo, quite the opposite, playing from the dark cover, is felled by the shorty of Jaw. That's G2 with 6 unanswered defense side rounds.
Heading into this, we really had no idea what to expect from Team Heretics. They haven't played Lotus at all in Stage 2. They're using this unorthodox double Senti comp with the Chamber. I mean, this is only the 2nd time Woot has played Chamber this year of 69 potential opportunities. It is a rare but fun pick. So far, hasn't been able to get a ton of value from it. This G2 defense is just rock solid.
And Doug honestly mentioned on the desk that he likes this double Senti look quite a lot on the attack side. I think he was talking to the Deadlock as well. If Heretics can get those solid post plants. But they've been stopped before the sites constantly, much like G2 suffered on Corrode.
Valen spams away from the door. Cover, and oh my god, he comes up.
And not only comes up, I mean, that's the info gain for Heretics off the table now.
A Nightfall off the table. Heretics have all 5 ultimates. That's reduced to 4 in this specific round.
Tour de Force was set for some value there, but Trent respects the long sight line towards Rubble, forcing a bit more of a readjustment here from Woods.
I mean, we are yet to even see a situation where this deadlock can thrive on attack, which is really going to be in those post plants, disrupting floods and retakes coming in.
Well, Wood is definitely away from the safety of that trademark here, or that rendezvous rather.
But obviously, you know, with that audio cue of the ultimate being used, G2 know they're going up against an AWP. They're not going to give anything to Woot, right? I mean, and this is just frustrating as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, clock really getting burnt now. We're heading to 30 seconds, and Heretics don't have any critical map control yet.
Yeah, now the door is activated because Team Heretics want to make it seem like maybe they're going towards A, but no, it's going to be a pivot towards baby door right now, but the Odin spam is there.
Leaf opened the door and he came out of tree. Found a backstab opportunity. Now Wood gets lit up on the side. Jaw waiting for them to push through. I don't know how this is going to go down. Shorty spam. Jonah, though, is caught by the grab net. Wood gets purchased with the stinger. And Minibu not quick enough for Valen. He's had 2 massive kills in this round. Now the post plant, all well and good, but ideally you have an even number of players at least.
I mean, Benji has the Annihilation. Will there even be a moment for it? I mean, perhaps if he can kill Leaf.
Yeah, Tour de Force here. Active. Wood finds Valen. Annihilation didn't catch. Leaf's going to take the fight up close, but Benji wins it out, and it's all on Trent. Quick step, sidestep, gets him out and gets the kill against Wood. Stunned up briefly, and time is anything but on his side. Benji comes around. What a cleanup. And Heretics have arrived on Lotus.
Perfect timing for the swing from Benji. Beautiful shots from Woot. Finally puts his stamp on this game individually. Gets into the mix as soon as he gets that ultimate. Wow, look at that aggressive play onto Jaw, and then immediately repositions New Valen, who's coming somewhere from that C side, given he had killed Minibu prior.
This is G2 having to fight a retake against the double senti of Heretics. But it's less about the util that favors them there. Woot just has a stinger and a Tour de Force to work with.
I'm just wondering how many rounds might it take for Heretics on this half when they swap to defense, where G2 are less favored on attack. They're worse half by the numbers. They're a pretty fair margin.
Their rubble fight's pretty good with this comp, though, in fairness. That A side of the map, you can be proactive on defense around the grav net.
Now Woot has picked up this operator after finding success with the ult, and again, just controlling towards A. That hits in towards C. Valen under a lot of danger, just needs to escape.
Minibu could only speculate with the showstopper there, was hit with the paranoia on the way in, and now a Nightfall. Valen, the only player caught by that. Jonah forces Woot off the line with the Prowler. And now he can hold it, get into tree once more with the Odin, with the actions here at C.
Team Heretics can't really take much more space, though. They've already committed both of their ultimates just to getting the spike down. No waterfall control, no hulls control, and G2 have an Armageddon for this retake.
And that barrier comes down pretty quickly. Armageddon now threatens the back of the C side, so Heretics now got to commit to that high ground themselves. Trent wants to get in. The grab net is a big problem. And then Heretics are ready to fight in the side. That is premium anchoring from the EMEA squad.
They play to the 1 out. And they win out all of those duels. Their out was fight. It was step in front of that Armageddon. If they scrambled, if they tried to run, it would have been over. G2 would have gotten in with ease. Well, they played right at the choke point.
Well, their out happens to be their MO, Wyatt. Couldn't have asked for a better convergence there of ideas.
Wow, and despite G2 being up 6-0, look at the state of their money. They're into this round with a hero rifle, a judge, and a guardian.
This is what seems like a big commitment to Mound, but of course everybody has get out of jail free.
Oh my god. Sick reaction to be able to 1v1 the judge, close range. Leaf doesn't even get a shot off.
The judge player so favored in that spot, Wyatt.
Jaw forced to teleport away with that pressure coming as well, so Team Heretics making a hell of a lot of noise.
For the most part playing off the action. Valen is so low. Can't afford to expose himself. He would like to just slow the game down if possible.
After 40 seconds of straight audio, Team Heretics have cut noise. They're rotating towards the safe side. They wait out for Boo to actually break that stealth drone. It's just Trent, playing towards A, and no longer.
Now, he was pinged out there. Woot's able just to post up on the line and quickly take him down.
Might have been on a jump across even that he gets that shot.
Horn has to be cleared, so that will show Jonah P here in this corner.
Yeah, would hate to be him in this situation. Okay.
Guardian doesn't quite have the flexibility to get him out of that one.
A little unnecessary to do it that way.
Style point awarded though for sure.
Plus 20.
And now Woot can wait for this push up from Pitts.
Nice.
Beats Valen. Something in trade as Boo is down, but he's done his duty well and truly.
Now that Woot has the off, he's coming to life in this game on attack. Controlling the map, cutting off rotates.
Making it hard for Trent to get that passive, safe info on the A side.
What a kill to find here, though. Oh, I mean, look at that from Leaf's point of view. And yeah, he does catch Trent on that jump cross. I mean, this first satchel wasn't even ideal, but maybe that made it even better, honestly. Yeah. That the jump made no sense.
The Guardian's definitely not built for that.
No, not ideal in the 1v4 you're getting satcheled at.
Okay, Heretics, they are halfway to making up this total, but they're going to be seized off the rip, so slowed right on down. D2 now a chance to send a Paranoia in to further disrupt them.
G2 did not fight heavily over this space. It's just spam through from Jonah. Man, that sounded more dangerous than it ended up being from the point of view of those Heretics players.
Yeah, just Woot there with a smattering of damage. Boo as well. They can shrug that off though and get back to business. So far,
I was going to say, Boo does have this ultimate to teleport into the site, gain some information, and off that distraction, Team Heretics can press forward a bit.
Maybe a B pivot here? With how they set that Sonic sensor up, that's looking more and more likely.
It's only tough because they have no B main control, which is being exploited by Jaw. He's pushed all the way behind them with the AWP.
He's going to go for it anyway by the looks of things. Okay, Trademark to stop a backstab on them.
You can see how worried Boo was. He was jump spotting that angle, and Jaw heard him run away, so he's pushing up. Heretics are being flanked by an offing Yoru at the moment.
Valentine on the site, Jonah not able to really stop them. It's only Woot out of the mix, but Trent from upper gets the job done. It's dirty work, but someone's going to do it. Playing in the site. Spike recovered by Riens, making his way forward. It's Boo sat back inside tree. And G2 have a chance now to contain this Heretic squad.
They do have that Paranoia to play off of. It's in the hands of Boo. Maybe that can be the tool to victory, but Jaw's been on this flank for a while. Riens is ready.
He's too good. Riens sharp was attacked, but Leaf flutters by. And that 3-round streak of Heretics is put to bed.
Jaw just got so much map control alone on that round by being pushed all the way out B. Team Heretics were surrounded this entire time that they were maneuvering towards A. To those 20, 30 seconds before planting. Trent right here, this was the perfect moment. Throws down those missiles. Players forced into the open. 2-piece was lovely. Could always trust Trent to have a good game when he's on the Tejo.
Yeah, I mean, obviously someone who abused it extensively for G2 during his heyday, and even after those changes, still found ways.
One of the only teams in the world that still play it.
Couple of maps where it pops up. Example of how those guided salvos can really be utilized. Boo gets chomped on here, forced to TP away from rubble.
And he does throw an early smoke over towards B heaven, so that definitely implies Heretics have ideas of getting into this B side, especially with the wall going down and Leaf exposed, isolated in the site.
He felt like he had to play ahead of that smoke, so puts himself in an odd off angle. Trent's just trying to go to work on the wall here, but this is a true post plant.
I was hoping Trent could have helped, but can't when that wall is thrown down. Now Jaw trying to work his way into Blue Room, does have a teammate in Jonah.
Setting up the gate crash. Oh, nice use of the clone there. Does trip this Sonic sensor. Should be able to get into Baby Door now, but Jorg is taken down by Miniboo. It's now up to Jonah. Has to flick with the own. It's just not going to happen.
Eventually gets into that off angle, and Valen blinded up by Boo.
Now Heretics starting to make this one interesting. Trent is going to have to get off this one. And that was pretty simple, right? That early smoke you mentioned by Boo to up, and it forces Leaf forward. Puts himself in a little bit more of an exploitable position.
And then all of that util dumped towards B main. The wall, I believe there was a nade as well. So Trent, he's forced back towards that waterfall side. The Leaf is immediately overwhelmed. Doesn't even have the ability to get one. Trent doesn't have the ability to save.
And that's how you're always conditioned against these double senti comps on the attack side. You do not want to have to give that space up and try and flood into a side canvas with their util.
Yeah, it's that nade, that wall. Leaf caught alone. Benjifish does a great job there adjusting to an off angle after being tucked in the corner right as Jonah's going in. And now for this final round, the Nightfall is in play for Heretics. One away from the showstopper. It's a low buy for G2. They're on the cusp of a couple ults. They could make this happen.
Oh, Wood caught out. Fallon just, I don't know, hides out of sight there, but it's not exactly a rare spot to play from.
Just teleported up, I think, like right as the haunt was pinged, basically, and Woot was confident to continue holding that angle. Too confident. He's punished. But Miniboo does recover that orb, so they have the Showstopper and the Nightfall to activate a site exec with.
Yeah, but there's a gate crash here for Jorgamo to get out. When he hears this Showstopper coming, he's caught.
Nice.
Couldn't get away. That's nuts. All right, here comes the wall. So Heretics with that deadlock util setting up now. Last time we saw G2 try and flood in here, they got absolutely battered.
And Nightfall used very early, and Team Heretics can't really do much off of it. Counter Nightfall going to come through from Jonah. This is going to have to get massive value. Definitely going to hit at least 2 players.
Also got itself in the back corner. That is respected, though, by Riens.
This site smoke is really great for keeping these anchors alive right now.
Yeah, G2 trying to make their win, but they got a cross here. Miniboo's going to see a head pop up in a moment you'd expect.
Site smoke being cycled again. Miniboo on that lower angle, but under pressure.
2 players seized there. This is dangerous. Decay down now, getting that health back. It's on Boo. Takes a moment to step up. And Trent eventually falls, but it's laboured now. 2 versus 2. League trying to get out through the smoke, and Riens gives a good account of himself, but Fallon not ready for the swing. Riens again gives Heretics the edge they need, and it's a more than respectable half for them. 7-5.
That was 6-0 at a time for G2. And Heretics run back 5. Jordan couldn't get out in time. He was too quick. And this post-plant setup was excellent. The way that Boo was controlling the site by cycling those star covers, you could see the safety that it provided for the other Team Heretics players to retain control towards Bend, to fight when G2 were flooding back in. Beautifully handled.
Let's go! Let's go! And the energy is absolutely back for this Heretics squad. Strong showing on this next half. But put him out of this game in a 2-0. While we wait for that second half, let's hear from some special guests in the audience.
Et avoir la chance d'être soutenu par ses parents, c'est une chance. Et justement, c'est le cas pour Trent. Ici, I'm so glad to welcome you both, Nicole and Jason, Trent's parents here in Paris. So first of all, welcome to France. It's a pleasure to have you here. And the first question I wanted to ask you, Nicole, is we know how hard it can be for parents to let their children commit full-time to esports. So how and when did you realize that your son was made for this?
Well, he told us from a very young age that he was ready for it over and over and over again. And eventually, he just proved it. He had people, you know, calling the house, Zoom calls, all the things. So we had to just pay attention and listen, and it worked out for him. So.
And I think you did a great job, indeed. Donc, comment est-ce qu'on laisse finalement son enfant commit dans l'e-sport en full-time? On sait que ça peut être compliqué pour certains parents. Donc, quand est-ce qu'elle l'a réalisé? Tout simplement, il nous l'a dit depuis très jeune. On a commencé à voir d'autres gens qui nous l'ont dit autour de nous, qui commencent à nous appeler, à faire des calls Zoom, etc. Donc c'est une évidence et il a fini par le prouver. And my question to you, Jason, is, you know, we see like the vibes here in the arena, everyone yelling for each kill. How do you handle the stress of seeing your son playing on the big stage?
Oh, this is a lot of stress for our family. Trent handles it very well, but we struggle with it. I'm just really proud to be Trent's dad.
And we can definitely see that. Donc comment est-ce que tu gères le stress de voir ton fils jouer sur cette arena avec tout le monde qui crie à chaque kill? Et tout simplement, je ne la gère pas. Mon fils le fait très bien, mais moi, pas vraiment. So thank you very much. C'est merci. C'est très beau de voir ce soutien. And we're gonna see if Trent manages to get the win on this map too.
Blistering start for G2 on the defense side, White. They get out to a 6-0 lead. But it's Heretics who claw round by round back into the game. And this guy's a big part of it. Woot here, your spotlight for our Coinbase Econ report. Just an incredible showing. As soon as he started to get that attack side op in his hands, he popped off.
It helps for the economy as well when you get a bunch of kills with a free gun. That's your ultimate. I think that definitely plays a factor. But yeah, Woot really did come to life, and it's once he started opping is when the tide began to really turn, honestly, for Heretics. But the thing I really wanted to look at coming out of this half is the fact that despite G2 being up 7-5, they only won 2 gun rounds in that entire half. That is a crazy stat. That bonus round did a lot of work for them in terms of getting in the lead and being able to maintain it by a slim margin. And now they have to close this out on what has been, by the numbers, their weaker half of the 2 here on Lotus.
So they'll start their attack side, of course, around this lurk wall at A. all moving forward. Stealth drone through to check that baby door position. Benji, though, waiting for a grab net opportunity here. Looks like a paranoia followed it in. Benji just sees Leaf waltz on past. And he's going to take his shot.
Leaf tried to take a timing, but was caught for it. And now, what did G2 do to respond? They tried to get it to be fast. Yeah, Minibu is ready, but he knows he needs to get out of dodge. Woot's picking up the angle for him. Can he get one? Yes, he can.
Perfect. When one steps back, another steps up. But G2 able to brute force their way in.
It's not without taking a lot of damage. These players are low on HP and feeling the pressure while trying to get this spike down. But Heretics, they'll need to slow down. They need to wait for Boo to get back in the mix. He's just rotating. No!
They're so low.
Valen is eager to make something happen, but it's all on Trent. Just one body shot from a Sheriff is enough to fell him.
That haunt from Riens was massive. It chunks Valen down to about 20 health, makes him so easy to pick off. And now we'd have to do something, frankly, extraordinary. Sat on the site, footsteps here from up above. That's one down. Benji and Riens to the rescue, though. And a pistol secured for Heretics. Smooth sailing over the last 7 rounds.
He's ultimately just overwhelmed and alone. Heretics open this up with another trap play, by the way, and it's Leaf trying to take a timing off that trap play coming from Tree when he gets caught. There was a nade with the grav net thrown over towards kind of that back rubble cross area on the far left side. Leaf moves forward, he gets caught. G2 feel like, well, we need to pivot B. And then, did you see that lovely way that Woot, Minibu, they play off of each other from heaven and main, just swings back and forth.
Woot picks up the line as Minibu doubles back.
And they didn't get all the kills, but they did so much damage. Made it easy for the cleanup after the fact. G2, the patented round 2 Stinger Force.
Yeah, that's a pretty distinctive look in it. Works out more often than you maybe feel it should in America.
I mean, they made this their hallmark in 2025.
There's the question, of course, of starting to get some of this map control. Going up towards Rubble could be a risky proposition as Woot is already got himself an outlaw in hands. This will clear him and force him onto a wider angle. A rendezvous away as Chalk takes all that space with a gate crash.
Yeah, he can play relatively aggro there, right? Just with the ability to get back into Tree. It's one of the nice spots that you can play aggro with the Chamber on this map. You're going to be so safe getting away.
Joel may have to wait for a toggle of this Viper wall. In the meantime, maybe looking for a way just to garner some extra information about this A side setup. Self-thrown into B. Ren's forced away here. Haunts, Poison Orb thrown up to cover that link area. This is G2 now with the Stingers getting into B.
Minibu just waiting to see if anyone tries to run into that smoke. Not going to be the case. And then a Season 8 combo, but Jonah just out of the way. Was in some serious danger.
Avert your eyes if you're squeamish, folks. This is about to get ugly. Paranoia comes through. Trent also Jonah caught by that. It's one for the Stingers. Leaf trying to hold his own on the side now through Baby Door. Jorgamo has to get into the action. It's Minibu and Woots. And the latter meets him with the headhunter.
Absolute stunner of a shot from Woot. Both players brought such low HP against a Stinger. You almost want a favor job there, honestly, when he's got the 150 in that weapon. Beautiful retake. Gravnet gets value.
This deadlock utility.
The Seas gets value. It really has been. Heretics have been doing an absolute number on G2 with the Seas, with the nets, comboing them with nades.
It's about as good as G2 can ask for in a round like that. Down to Stingers, they have that full B-site control. They spend Poison Orb, they dark cover up.
What the hell?
They couldn't have asked for more there.
It's got to feel good to be doing this in front of the home crowd as well. Now G2 relegated to a nothing by, a lot of Sheriffs here. And Heretics with a chance to take the lead for the first time in this game.
Joel with some questions to ask of the C-site setup. Can always gate crash back in the spawn direction.
Yeah, the setup right now on this round is the exact same as on the prior. It's just with Woot playing over on A, Trip very far back, Deadlock setup over on that C side, and Rien's playing on B.
Yep, this wall allows for Valen to gain this orb control. G2 usually trying to scale up to at least the tree door or this position. Huh. Reactive barrier here thrown down by Benji. Jonah's going to clear it like the old-fashioned way. Again, keeping those two players interested at C, sprinkling some catnip over that area is now G2 scale forward towards that A side.
Had a real opportunity to get the kill on Benji. He's caused quite the distraction, but Wood, it just, well,
Wood, go
doesn't really matter, I guess, does it?
Yeah, he sold it perfectly.
30 seconds
Sold
left.
ice to a polar bear, and still, Wood would have cut them down. Valen gets up towards that pit position. There is a plant. Jaw has allowed it. I see Jonah P as well playing that rubble position. We'll be able to see that long line into stairs. With Sheriff, though, it's a tough ask.
This would require some absolute magic. Jonah very late to try and pick up stairs and swing off some of this contact, but he's smoked off out of the fight.
Valen has to clear the horn now, maybe try and play ahead of it. Paranoia comes in, though, near side him out. Jonah took a timing and didn't pan out. And Heretics have found themselves in the lead on Lotus.
It was a long journey to get here, and one that at a time didn't seem like was ever going to happen. Didn't seem possible when G2 were up 6-0 to start the game. But they have arrived. Woot topping the board, slow start on map 1, but he has bounced back on Lotus. G2's pick. So once he started picking up that operator, and speaking of, in this round, he's got the tour de force.
Very cool tournament.
Likely going to just pop that. He's playing with the Stinger right now.
I love a good acrostic poem.
And on account of that second round force, it's taken up until now for G2 to have an actual buy with rifles.
The attack sign continues to look questionable.
Just another util combo.
He didn't have the ability to TP out. Okay, and there's Woot yet again. It's all the same pistons pumping here for Team Heretics that have given him this momentum over the last few rounds.
And if you'd like to dodge these util combos, enjoy walking into our operator on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, you can't play ahead of them. Lucky for Valen, he could sort of TP out. Jaw much the same, but Jonah did not have such an option. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Util combos on one side, tour de force on the other. And Wood is the kind of player who will just repost to get ready to fight again.
Cover going out.
Smoke's being cycled to control A main for Team
man.
Heretics.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, that timing, and Jaw just making noise, and he's just caught. He just has no idea.
And just, you know, that's around where Boo pops up, reads his head, crucial kill, falls back into that passive gameplay.
Look at how quickly Team Heretics are already getting right on this C site to help Rians.
Now, Rians is just clear of that, but Trent's able to run him down. Traded out instantly, though, now as Boo sat up in his corner again. This guy, he's always in a corner. Never to expect him. And he pops out like a spectre to claim the round.
A round where Heretics just do everything right. For what feels like the millionth time in this series, they get value with a util combo early. And then on the opposite side of the map, Leaf tries to take some space. You're not getting hit with a util combo, you're walking right into an operator sightline. And then late when they go for that C hit, Boo's already picked up that solo player on B. They pivot 3 immediately. They're there to stop them. They were everywhere they needed to be at all times.
And after losing 6 rounds in a row, G2 have decided to phone a
stages, second place at Bangkok. Heretics, volatility, high highs, low lows.
But their ceiling
is unbelievable. Their roster, the talent that they have is outrageous. They can take down any team in the world rather, on the right day.
And as good as G2's floor is, it's high. They are struggling to reach those heights right now. Valen for Miniboo is the exchange over towards that mound direction, and G2 would like to step in and take some liberties here.
Jonah now just 1 away from that Nightfall, so whatever happens for the rest of the round, live, die, get a kill, he's going to get that for the next, surely.
Once again, a preemptive barrier to prevent Leaf lurking up any further on this A side. He'd have to give a sound cue if he wants to advance more northward into tree.
By the way, just some note, but Woot didn't invest into the off. He's just playing with the rifle here.
All right, Boo in that spot we saw him in last round. That is checked for by the Prowler.
Much like a prior round, Jonah is just here in the dark cover on C, making a ton of noise. But juxtaposed to that last round, this one, he dies. So
it does put Benji solo over at the A side, and Valen with some sharp shooting.
Yeah, great kill from Valen. I mean, this is 2 times, though, that Team Heretics really didn't rotate off. Jonah did cause enough of a distraction for them to stay. And now they've got a real shot at winning this on account of Trent having that Armageddon, despite just the Sheriff. That ultimate can more than make up for it.
Yeah, into stairs or upper A site. Both of them likely to rattle Team Heretics and force them to quickly reposition. He's going to call these footsteps. He knows they're coming through. Sat in pit. He'll hear the drop down as well. He's got all the information he could ask for, but now to make an informed decision off of it is a different story. Here's an Armageddon. Leaf sees Boo step into his crosshair. Woot is more than he can handle. It's all right, though, because Captain Valen drops 4.
Wow, I mean, G2 just set up a beautiful crossfire there. Ready to pick the players off when they're forced out into the open from the ult. Jonah, again, over on that C side, selling. And again, Team Heretics are buying. They've recovered rifles early on account of these kills. They get the upgrades to the weapons. This was kind of just that extraneous round out of the timeout. Hey, let's try something, see if it works. But we've got all the ults for the next one. Let's focus on the buy run. Oh, don't even need to. This one worked.
It's a massive
The half buy worked.
I mean, it's kind of, you know, wild, right? You're one of your initiators just playing away from the team. None of that util actually being used to get real info. That's why it's so compelling to Heretics to stay on C there.
Back to the util combo. Well, it's the C's and the nade over towards that C main. Doesn't actually get too much damage off like it did on the prior round, though.
So it's just Leaf working this wall solo right now with an op.
Always potential when you've got that Nightfall with the dimensional drift to go for double execute. You can pop out of the ult. Players won't be able to hear you.
Yep, come out of halls or something similar. Yep, that's the play, Wyatt.
That's a counter Nightfall, actually, to just stop them.
Hasn't slowed Jaw down, of course. And here comes that G2 Nightfall. It's allowed Jaw to emerge here without being heard. And Boo again tries to get up in that box corner, but it's Woot with the emergence from B main. Pops the door open, gets 2. Lee finally neutralizes Benji on the A side. This will provoke a rotate back in that direction.
Oh, that movement from Woot was so slick. Staying alive at the end there, just working around the door. That's beautifully done. We're going to be into a straight-up 3-on-3 retake, except for the fact that Leaf can get that pit down and activates it right now. It's going to cover up stairs, so that sightline closed off.
It's pretty devious, and Heretics don't know about Tree either.
Now, the one critical piece of util is that Riens does still have 1 Prowler to try and locate a player in this pit. Ideally, of course, they want to find Leaf, remove him from the map, and remove that pit's activation.
Trent going to pick up this rubble position, but Woot sees him coming. That's the op player down. Inside the pit is Jaw. Course over towards that stairs direction. Leaf is present. Here's Miniboo steps up. Cut down. It's all about Riens now. Has to give it a tap. Leaf very, very low, but Riens also decaying down. One ungodly flick. Pit comes down. Riens was already low. And it's a shaky round for G2. But they find the runway and even up the game.
A beautiful attempt from Woot in that mid-round. The push through the door, that 2K stays alive somehow even while being concussed. That was really sick. Oh. Wow, Haunt just allows him to know right where to put the crosshair. On a couple rounds now, it's been Team Heretics able to get kills over on that A side onto Benji when he's playing their solo. They've been picking him off.
I mean, it's Leaf here just working that lurk wall, this time with an op in hand. And honestly, forced the issue. Knew that Benji was trying to play pretty cannily on that A side. Still managed to dig him out from around a corner. So, Heretics timeout here. Certainly feels like momentum starting to turn against them. But there's a reasonable bite in the works here. They can still put together a solid round. They got Showstopper, they got Annihilation, and they're 1 away from that tour de force. So plenty of ultimates to leverage, to put their nose back out in front.
G2 have done a wonderful job getting back into this game, understanding how to manipulate some of these Heretics rotates and then exploiting that A site. That has been the key to victory. And I think they almost even learned that on a round where they lost. That it was one of those ecos where they were able to draw the attention towards C with Jonah and then late A pivot. They're like, wait a second, there might be something to this. And now getting onto the actual buys, it's finding some continued success. It was a good pivot away yet again. Team Heretics can't afford quite yet. Woot is fully buying though. Hero Vandal buys down to nothing because next round he's going to have that tour de force, so it doesn't matter. He can just try to go for it on this one, send it, see if he can make something happen.
Miniboo gets a Phantom. All right, fast push here up. Rubble fight attempted. Of course, we talked about how potent that combo would be on this defense side. Heretics assert themselves and they will insist on A-side control.
At the same time as well, Woot has moved forward over towards Mound, playing up with Boo. Two players that can take a shot and teleport away if they really need to. Not if they get hit by Assault Drone, though, and really don't have abilities.
Really similar to the Yoru double duelist comms, where you take both extremities and use the Yoru just to gate crash away from Mound. Same idea. Jonah P that was extracted from A.
Yeah, I think that was just random spam. He was sending out some util through the smoke, trying to draw some attention. As the rest of the team work towards B, Rion's very well timed C's, so he can escape, and then Woot opens the door.
With the weapon as well, he's got the Vandal, and it strikes true.
I think he saw the indicator from the headshot through the box, so he kept spamming. Benji now on the proper angle. He sees the barrel. Oh, he's just going to capture Joel. That's devious.
There's no escape. Trent might try and break this cocoon up and realizes now the showstopper pop from Miniboo. There is no way forward.
Oh, come on, man. That is ridiculous.
This is a hero rifle buy with some sheriffs mixed in. And the perfect use of those ultimates now. Heretics can lean back and lean into this round.
And Woot has just been chilling over at Mound. No reason to leave. Can teleport away wherever. Valen
They're going to get all the guns for this.
Oh my god.
Getting the most with the least are Heretics. And Woot never had to give up that Mound position, but does over push into Trent. Realizing now the spend might be worthwhile to get another gun out. Rien's the next to step up. Trent does not want to deal with the bioengineered Valorant menace.
Sorry, I mean, what has gone on there? So I think Jonah, maybe he was sending out the Prowler or just threw a Haunt, something along those lines. So he gets spammed down by Miniboo. Yeah, he does send the Prowler, just spam headshot, cool. This was a great moment. The paranoia into the swing, and yeah, he sees the indicator from the headshot, so he knows to keep spamming. Then they try to re-clear A, but have no fade util. Also, that's so smart from Benji. He knows if he swings wide, he could die from someone's sword, so he just cocoons. I mean, that's just a series of cool little plays from Heretics.
Yeah. Trent then tried to post up and shoot a cocoon, and then immediately Miniboo just pops the showstopper, and he is out of there. He's not dealing with that at all. Honestly,
a bizarre round, but very cool. And that really has just been, for me, a trademark of Heretics today. Just a bunch of cool little util plays. They're happening constantly. G2 are just getting hit with these little maneuvers, and typically it's only maybe just two pieces being used. But it's creative, and it's well-timed from Heretics.
Congratulations, folks. You are in for it. Let me tell you that. Busy times ahead. All right, round number 20 is coming at you. So we've got some sort of smattering here of decent weaponry for G2 amongst Bulldog and Stinger by.
Yeah, and by the way, again, to rehash the pre-round talk, Woot bought a hero rifle because he was going to have the tour de force this round. So now free op time with the Stinger. He just throws that rifle over to someone else, so the Team Heretics economy just suddenly inflated.
Yeah, or just insulated against any volatility. If you're a G2 fan, you are buying the dip right now.
And that time, immediately Woot is forced away from that place where he's loved to off on Chamber. Just get him to TP right to tree, get out of there. They break even that trip that was placed on the ground as well. This is some fast action from G2 taking the space, taking this orb.
This pivot back to Mound might also be pretty pacey as well.
Stealth drone could be trouble for Boo.
He'll force a TP play away potentially.
Yeah, just has to TP right away. Does he dare try to break it and then TP, fight, take a shot?
Risk the suppression?
That'd be pretty risky. I wouldn't be mad at just get out of there. Yeah, he does.
Bro, it's Boo we're talking about.
I know, it's Boo we're talking about. Yeah, 99% chances to just get out of their line, and I think it's very appropriate.
He is going to be suppressed here, having to back up on the site, so hard to get some of this util out. Did still get a dark cover into the choke.
Yeah, and Boo says it's retake time. Miniboo's coming over, still has that nade. They've got the grab net. It's being synced up, but the nade, it goes a little bit too much to the left. Oh, no.
Still, though, waterfall control's been held by Heretics.
Yeah, Jaw just decides to walk forward into them and goes down. Takes a risk, trying to take some space.
This is to the wrong wolf inside of him. Special delivery holds Heretics at bay for a time. But off that paranoia, they might look to go for it. Here's Miniboo. Pretty patient, trying to get forward. Ends up being a trade. He steps up. Jonas taken down. Benji emerges. Hope for more, surely. The tour de force clatters to the ground as Leaf has only one more target to get through. And you better believe he's good for it. On his feet. And again, plants the flag for G2. Refusing to be left behind by the surge of Heretics.
What a snap.
11 HP पे दिया भाई.
And then collects onto Woot, right back to the left for Boo.
Crosshair placement.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that is outstanding.
Look at the stress though in the coaching booth.
It felt like this game basically as good as done with a retake win there from Team Heretics. They did everything right and it's not enough. They're going back to this fast A fight. Combination of the grab net and the nade, but do they know that Valen is crossed? They want to fight out and support their omen.
Did you want to throw down here? That Stinger gets Valen deep in a rubble. Benji also down, so that stall util cut a little short.
And now Woot is pushed all the way out of C. He's going to meet up against Leaf, who's going to win this duel. Woot has the opportunity!
The movement from Leaf's too good.
He had the moment, he had the time to get the kill before Leaf even had his whereabouts, but that wasn't enough. And now this round should be as good as done. Rians and Boo likely to just save now.
And honestly, it's just a moment where there's an overpush. On that C side of the map, we've seen Woot get aggressive. He's always had the rendezvous as a bit of a, a plug pull option, but there he was well out of its range. Leaf always good in those 1v1s on random extremities.
There's no way they're trying to go for this. The remaining three players have no money at all, but they're going in!
The timing
forcing it too!
Now Jaw and Valen might be in trouble. Nightfall's going to cut straight through and onto the side. Valen is set, tucked in the corner with the Stinger. Jaw sitting in the back of the side, a slightly safer spot, but doubled down on Team Heretics. You cannot be serious. Valen low, sees the Prowler come through and then realizes there's real follow-up behind it. Little swing, little flick now. It's all down to Boo. Needs a tap. Valen with the classic in hand, and Boo is good for it.
There's just no way.
There's no reaction on his face. He's called it a cucumber. What is that nuts timing? Out of halls. That should not be happening. Whose idea is that?
They go for the 2 versus 4. How does Rians get the 2 here? Oh my god, Leaf just staring towards Waterfall and then Jaw is isolated. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. They went for that 2 versus 4, ripped the Nightfall, the 3 dead players, 2 of them had 100 credits left. 100 left!
The masculine urge to do something that makes
what
zero
on
sense. Earth? All right, collect ourselves for a moment. G2 definitely don't have much time to rest on their laurels. Big ping, a couple players got spotted out there by that horn. Valen deep, very, very deep with that TP, but it's a rubble fight, and it's got Heretics' name all over it. Trent and Leaf might be caught there, but they brought Benji down. 7 in the chamber, Boo only with 5 bullets. Heretics are going to stand their ground as G2 are trying to weasel out of the situation. Viper, although drops, doesn't have the juice. Leaf and Trent now. Would love to sneak back into the fray! And Boo says, I'll have my 3rd. Trent is at 5 HP. And this will be Heretics moving to match point. It's the only thing standing in their way.
What can Trent do in this situation? If he goes towards C, Woot is ready.
Heretic.
The brothers are duoed up, fighting together on A. About to walk into this trip. Surely there's just no hope.
Trent will hear it here, able to clear it in time. Spike to hand. 30 seconds left. On what feels like an impossible situation. He's just faked it B. Left the site now, likely to end up at A. And what do we play around? A stealth drone? That's it.
Team Heretics just taking their time. They don't need to do anything overly reactive. Wait for the spike to go down. Play for the 3-on-1 retake. This would be an all-time
Hello, Lil Tech, कैसे हो?
Valorant
Hello.
moment. This would be in the history books if Trent can somehow manage a way to win this 1 versus 3.
And the draw on every inch of his experience, his collected nature, his nonchalance. Tough to rattle this guy, but a 1v3 against one of the best teams in the world surely is going to get close. Trent hears Woot. He understands he's sound baiting, and there's Mini to clear him up.
Down to 1 HP off that dink. One.
We are honest with you guys, I'll give it to you straight. The money, not good for G2. Valor with a deep TP in the stairs that starts off this rubble fight, and Heretics really throw themselves at it. They know they're favored here. They trust themselves. This is the way that they win.
Those back-to-back rounds, just all-out brawl for that side of the map. And it has been over a year since the last time these two teams faced each other back at Masters Shanghai, and that was a 3-0 victory for Heretics. And it looks like they're going to extend that run to 5 maps in a row against G2 1 year later to open up Champions, the beginning of their journey, trying to get back to the grand finals as they did last year.
Joe here, of course, in drift, sees it all. Woot rendezvous on out of there. Joe pretty deep here in the side. He might have to stick it. Boo just cuts him down.
He's just ready. He has his back. And Woot, are you kidding?
That is where that came from. He'll be waiting for even more of this action. G2 get themselves up on mound. What are the options? Bulldog and Phantom, 2v5. Heretics at their best. G2, frankly, in the doldrums. Dark cover dissipates. Woot knows what waits on the other side of it, but he'll play back for safety.
Yeah, low HP, in danger of the spam repost now that he has that rendezvous activated.
That smoke now refreshed means that the way is closed for G2.
And the home crowd knows that this is time.
A pivot to Beaver. Benji Fishy will be waiting. Teeth bared. Lips licked. Waiting for that last morsel to be offered up as Valor needs to extricate himself from the net and simply step up. Decayed down briefly. Bombardee dealt with. And he knows his only option is to go forward. Suppressed W will walk into the sidelines of 3 Heretics players with Woot breathing down the back of his neck. The greatest heresy is to put a scorch mark on a golden era. Heretics have had an up and down year, but they are here. And they've thrown the gauntlet down at America's best.
When they started at Toronto, it was an 0-2, destroyed by Paper X. Now at Champions, bouncing back from those EMEA Stage 2 playoffs even. They immediately take down one of the world's best, possibly the most consistent team of 2025. I mean, it feels absolutely mental that either of these teams are destined to be sent down to the lower bracket, but after 1 game of play here at Champions, what a shot from Woot, that was stunning.
I mean, the 2v4,
really.
The 2v4 retake where they just walk up onto the side, apropos of nothing. I don't know how you can concoct a gameplay like that. On the spot, no less. That is true self-belief and a spark of inspiration that takes Team Heretics now to the fore. It's the best foot forward for this number 4 seed from EMEA, and as high as the floor has been for this G2 team, we've seen a ceiling that far eclipses it.
And by the way, I just have to give Miniboo his flowers for this series. 9 first kills on map 1, 7 on map 2. That is absolutely outrageous.
And amidst all of that, Woot gets to weave his way in and just do dirty things round after round. Tour de force poured up, throwing rifles over his teammates, keeping the economy going even when it gets tough. This Heretic squad mean business. When it comes to globals, these guys know where their bread is buttered. Winners of EWC, it's a long year for them, and the burnout, the signs show. But let's head down to Lou on the stage. He's standing by with Rienz, the genius, for a Verizon post-match interview.
Et on accueille le petit prince turc des teams Heretics, Rienz. Rienz, I'm going to have to borrow you for a second on this one. Everyone is calling this an upset. Congratulations, first of all, on taking down G2. But it didn't seem like an upset from your point of view. So I want to know what happened during those 2 weeks for you guys to be so back.
I think we had talks again with the team, you know. We needed our confidence back because we didn't play good in playoffs.
And I believe like this game also gonna give us a lot more confidence. I think G2 is a great team, I'm not gonna lie. I respect them, they're like really strong. And like beating them in that way like made us so happy. And I believe it's gonna give us even more confidence.
For sure, indeed. Du coup, Riens, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? On le sait, ça a été compliqué les dernières semaines en IMEA. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé dans ces 2 semaines pour que vous soyez tellement à ce point de retour? Et bah tout simplement, on a eu les Team Talks qu'il fallait, on a discuté autant qu'il